ma kina kina ki uta, kia ma taratara ki tai, e he ake ana, te atikura, he tio, he huka, he hu, ti he mauriora. Welcome everyone to today's Social, Cultural and Economic Committee meeting, panel meeting. Please let me or that Democracy Service know if you intend to leave the meeting because we have a very tight quorum today. Morning tea will be at 10:30, and now we can start the hearing. And our first speaker. Cool. Apology from Councillor O'Neill for partial absence. Anyone else?
Apologies. I saw a message as I was coming into work that the meeting might be extended. Is that the planned? I'm not sure of my ability to stay much over the scheduled time.
Okay, you mean after 3?
3:30.
Yep, that's noted. And anyone else? Cool. Can we accept that? Quorum is 4. We currently have we have to make sure if you're going to get out for anything, we need to be pausing. So, yeah. Can we vote on the apology, please? And Councillor Winera?
We haven't received any other apologies, but
okay.
we just need someone to move.
Cool. Can someone move the motion? Councillor O'Neill, and seconded by Councillor Chang. Thank you. And I'll put the motion for vote. Yeah, just I think they're doing. It seems not working. Yeah, now it's working. I declare the motion. Cool. Councillor Panet, are you voting yes or no? Councillor Panet. Okay, just close it. Cool. The motion is carried. What is next? Conflict of interest of declaration. Yeah. No. Confirmation of last minute. I move the motion. Councillor O'Neill will second. And I put the motion for vote. Any corrections? John, are you there? Councillor Aponovich. The motion is carried. Item not on the agenda. There is no item which is not on the agenda. Today we will start the public participation, and the first on the list, the first speaker is Warren Rankin, Evans Bay Marina tenant groups. Welcome, Warren. You got 10 minutes, including question time, and the floor is yours. I have heard you previously came to the other building, and welcome to the new one. Looking forward to your submission.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm quite familiar with this floor. I've had many meetings with Paul and his colleagues over the years. So, yeah, it's good to be back here again. Excuse me standing and talking at you. If I sit down, I'll stay sitting down. So my knees won't let me get up again, so excuse that. Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the incredibly useful and helpful work of Ella and Steph, who have been the public face of this. And they have been really helpful in enabling me to get here today and answering lots of questions and been really, really helpful. So I'd just like to acknowledge the work that they have done for this organisation. It's not often that we as organisations praise people, so I like to take that opportunity to do that. So thank you for listening to that. Okay, I do have a PowerPoint for you, and you've probably got it up on your laptops, so yeah, let's just rattle on. For those of you who don't know Evans Bay Marina, there's a lovely photo of it there in front of you. It's on the corner of Evans Bay Parade and Cobham Drive. Evans Bay Marina has been there for most of my boating life. It was initially designed and built by the Wellington Harbour Board for the boating community of Wellington. Currently, you can see that there are about 150 boats in there, and one of the key aspects of the clientele in that marina are that at our last survey, 57% of them were on low income or benefit. So these are not the Peter Burlings of the Wellington Yachting Society. These are your average day-to-day ratepayers and members of the community. As I said, 1987, the marina was gifted to the Wellington City Council. 87 to 2003, I'll change up a slide so you can see. We set up the tenants group and we met with the council and councillors, and we agreed a charter, which you may or may not have seen. And that charter used the best practice for financial modelling, which was a 10-year plan, which included the ability of renewal. Until then, there was no plan by the council to ensure the longevity of that lovely asset. City Council commissioned reports from Becker, the consultants, who the council use often, in 2011, 15 and again in 18. In our first many years of meeting with the council, we kept asking for a long-term plan. We as marina tenants, and I am one of a numerous number who have been there since its inception, knew that the way it was built, the materials it was built with, were not going to last. There is no lifelong longevity in any of the work that was done to build the marina. The third pier, the pier closest to Cobham Drive, was built with leftover materials from when they built the container wharf and Queen's Wharf. So it was never, and that was the Harbour Board, not the council, it was never designed or built to last. So after talking with council on numerous occasions, doing our quarterly meetings, which were always cordial and we were always made welcome, and we felt as though we belonged. The council officers have been really great in that respect. No problem with that at all. We as tenants got together, raised funds and paid for the company who designed the marinas at Havelock, Picton and Waikawa Bay, which are world-renowned marinas, paid for that company to come up and have a look at Evans Bay Marina and wrote a report. That was in 2018. We shared that report with the council at that time. Between 2021-22, the Wellington City Council hired a consultant and we had a pile of meetings and we all sort of agreed to disagree about how useful or unuseful that was. For us as marina tenants and indeed for Evans Bay Yacht and Motorboat Club, I belong to both and am a life member of Evans Bay, we saw no real progress from that consultation. In 2024, the council got an update from Shearwater, and just recently the council have spent $1.5 million on overdue repairs. You will see that I have done a submission about why we should have the marina in front of you. Basically, it's a historic, it's a cultural, and it's an important part of the Wellington boating community. When I say Wellington, members of the marina go far and wide. Numerous are from the Wairarapa, numerous are from the Kapiti Coast, and lots of us from Wellington City itself. But we cover a wide range of localities. Yep. And we believe strongly that the marina needs to stay. Very strongly.
You finished?
I'll try not to talk at you and read everything that's written there because I know you can all read. So what we want from today is for you lovely informed people to go away with the idea in your head that this is an important asset that the council needs to retain, and we need to find a way together to make that happen. As my conclusion says, you know, it's not just a place to park boats, it's a living, breathing part of the Wellington community. It's inclusive. We have people who have wheelchairs and they use the facility. They're also part of my trust, the Wellington Sailability Trust. And so it has heritage and it needs to have sustainability. In my written submission, I wrote quite a lot about the current situation, and you probably read that and thought, oh, there's a man with an opinion. What? Well, let me talk to you and show you about the so what. I'll first refer to the Becker report of February 2018. This was a report commissioned by the Wellington City Council of their preferred engineers. So you can see, looking at that report, that Becker clearly state that things are not in a good state. But they also state that they did not do a thorough investigation. They did a visual inspection. For those of you who know about timber and water, you will know that timber tends to rot from the inside out. By the time you see rot, that timber has already failed. So a visual inspection has lots and lots of lacking in terms of being a really good, precise way of looking.
Warren, I'm really enjoying your submissions, and it's a lot of good points there, but we are tight on time today, so I want you to wrap up now. Thank you.
Okay. So basically, what is in front of you shows you the evidence for rebuilding the marina, not continuing to pour little bits of money at it. We're already years behind in terms of that maintenance. We suggest that the council and ourselves get together, develop a redevelopment plan and get on with the job. The marina needs to be replaced. But what we want it to do is replace it with an affordable option, and I've put those options in front of you. Thank you very much.
That's a really good submission, and we really appreciate it. And I'm sure officers will be including in the paper they bring to us, responding to some of the points, either in support or why we cannot do it or how we can do it. So thank you so much, and yeah.
Thank you.
Our next, is that Jim? Next speaker is Jim Milkos, Wellington Recreational Marine Fishers Association. You have 10 minutes, Jim, and that including question time. The floor is yours.
Sorry. That's all right. You need that. Thanks. I'll just have to. Well, good thing I've got a written bit because it's hard to. As we go older, we get our eyes are worn out. So I'll do it this way. Good thing I brought it. Oh, that's a bit better. Well, good morning, councillors and the panel. My name is Jim Michaels. I'm president of the Wellington Recreational Marine Fishers Association. It is totally unacceptable for the City Council to state the intertidal zone is outside the scope of the plan when it has the word coastal reserves in the title. In Pathway 4.1, it has identified the goal of the plan is to have a targeted ecosystems restoration. And within this goal is a heading, why this matters. Then it states that while the marine coastal area and rocky intertidal zones are outside the plan's scope, the ecological connection to the coast makes it important to consider. This is in complete conflict with the Pathway 4.1 goal. The sole purpose of why the recreational marine fishers have put together this presentation is to describe to the Council why it must take this opportunity to recognise the value of the intertidal zone to marine species. I have made a study of the intertidal zone since 1999, or maybe before that, and made a number of discoveries. I was on the Dock NGO forum when my discoveries came to the attention of the Director General of Conservation, Hugh Logan. He introduced me to Ian West, Dock Marine Science Manager, who supplied me with every science paper written describing yellow-eyed mullet. This is not a science paper. There is not a science paper that describes the value of the intertidal zone to marine species. I've described these discoveries in a number of my New Zealand fishing coast-to-coast stories. In March 2002, I wrote to Helen Clark, Prime Minister, advising her the intertidal zone was missing from the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. She announced a review 3 months later, and I worked with Chris Carter, Minister of Conservation, who was managing the review. Our recreational presentation to the board was the only one out of 60 received that described the value of the intertidal zone to marine species. So I'll pass on the marine intertidal knowledge I've acquired to the council through my presentation today. The glossary in the plan has a number of errors. The intertidal zone, the area of the shoreline that is exposed at low tide and submerged at high tide, usually supporting diverse marine life. This description of the intertidal zone does not correctly describe the zone. It can extend to the limit of saltwater wedge, which could be 8 to 10 miles upriver. The comment usually supporting diverse marine life should be reworded to state that freshwater and marine fish find a number of food sources there. The Ngā Romox stream, if you excuse my pronunciation, as a spawning habitat for freshwater fish. This description should be deleted as fish do not live and spawn in muddy water.
Sorry, the slides aren't moving.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Do you want me to push it? You alright?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
push it.
Oh, yeah, we're back. We'll go back one. Yeah. Go back two. Okay. Well, where's that gone? There it must be, is it? Yeah. Now, that Waitara Cove, you'd find it hard to find a salt marsh plant there, as the area is subject to wastewater flows that kills everything. A stormwater surge, this description is wrong. The temporary sea level rise caused by extreme weather conditions. This is not correct, as the stormwater surge is caused by 4 different events coming together. A spring tide, low air pressure, big swell and a strong onshore wind. Low air pressure is the main cause of a storm surge. For example, it raised the sea level at Niue Island 50 metres in a storm. Storm surges can be predicted as we have the data, but the authorities do not know how to use it. Instead, they warn the public to look out for next high tide, which identifies their lack of marine knowledge. In the 2010 New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement Preamble, page 6 has a statement: the coastal environment is facing the following key issues. The ability to manage activities in the coastal environment is hindered by a lack of understanding about some coastal processes and the effects of activities on them. I've experienced the lack of understanding by commissioners and council staff at 4 resource consent hearings after describing the value of the intertidal zone. Some of those experiences were pretty bad, I'm telling you. The intertidal zone is 20% more productive than the sea and 7% more productive than the land. I am a very experienced recreational fisher, which has enabled me to discover the life of the intertidal zone. The following photos could have been taken hundreds of years ago or last week. It makes no difference, as intertidal life begins on a spring tide and returns on next spring tide. I had to prove that the information in the Manfish plenary describing the yellow mullet was wrong. I knew yellow mullet spawned in the intertidal zone, and in 2 weeks I'd caught the first ever yellow mullet with right running row to present to Te Papa. It's on cycle there. Ooh, what's we got here? At the same night, we found inanga spawning. Note the date: spawning in summer and not in autumn, which is put out as they spawn in autumn. It doesn't. They spawn in summer. The water's too cold. There's an example of what's totally wrong with the information you're getting. The sign at Trilithic Park from Dock. From Dock and Regional Council is totally wrong. The sign says galaxics lay their eggs on grasses hanging in the water at high tide in late summer. That's wrong. After the tide recedes, the eggs develop into larvae, maggots. That's wrong. Any fishing out in the sun for a minute would be cooked. They also do not wash out to sea in the next spring tide. They develop into Friday, not larvae or maggots, in the intertidal zone. And they do not spawn in late summer as the water is too cold. Here's an example of a yellow mullet, male mullet. This is what provide the milking for the eggs. I'll tell you in a minute. And there's a female which is not getting near to spawning, but not there yet. I'll describe this habitat. This is at Makara, and the spawning habitat for yellow mullet. This region has been subject to some massive planting areas with rushes planted on top of stream banks instead of protecting the banks. There's a perfect spawning area there. Yeah, getting there. Yeah. There's an interesting place, this. Along the east-west road of Lake Wairarapa, there's a major yellow mullet spawning area. Here you can see the larger female yellow mullet swimming in circles with males bumping her until the eggs flow. Then the males swim into the eggs, milking the eggs, and then they both quickly disappear underwater. The spawning takes place in spring tides as the high water level pushes the eggs into the rapu where they're protected from share. Here's a picture of a stream bed at Makara, and that dark patch at the top there is a school of yellow-eyed mullet coming in, grazing on the algae, which grows on the stones in the stream. And that's the algae, and it's in the fish gut. And this is at Te Papa. We're seeing the algae that's out of his fish gut in there. This is also, algae grows on the intertidal zone as the freshwater flows over the rocks as the tide's gone out. It doesn't grow in the marine life. An example of this life of the algae, limpets graze on algae that does not have road rung off. The limpets live in this intertidal zone. They're not yellow-eyed food source. You see that smooth patch by the rock? That's where the extent of where the limpets grows out at night. The other bit is road runoff. Here we go. Petone Beach, before I wrote to John Terrace in 2004, the Mayor of Lower Hutt, and asked him to stop the grooming as destroying the yellow mullet food source. These fish are the food source of the local Tokologan residents, and there's no grass growing on the seawall. Everything's gone. And that's what they used to do, pick up the seaweed and take it to the tip. All that life in the seaweed is lost. Now, the impacts of heavy machinery on life on the seaweed is massive, and the life is crushed to death, denying yellow mullet food source, which impacts other fish food source and dolphins. That's a big truth. And if you go to a beach, you can see where the sandhoppers live in the sand. They will not support the weight of a loader. Here's an interesting picture. Although you don't do it now, but Island Bay Beach. After I stopped the grooming of Petone Beach, we presented to Doc our science paper describing the value of beach cast seaweed to marine species. Doc had just advised the Minister of Conservation that beach cast seaweed had no value to marine species in a marine reserve. After seeing our paper, Doc told City Council to stop the grooming of Island Beach, but did not publish our paper. Okay, you all right? Now, I'm also on the Hutt City Council Wastewater Group, and management thanked me for stopping the grooming of Petone Beach, as the grasses had stopped the sand from blowing into the houses. Now, native grasses have become established along the seawall, and planting groups now manage the grasses. The driftwood that arrives helps retain the sand and is used by families on the beach. And when you go to the beach that's been groomed, Petone Beach, seagulls are feeding on the sandhoppers and other life that has been washed out of the beach cast seaweed as the tide comes in. And beach cast seaweed on any beach supports an internal food source that converts the cellulose and seaweed into protein. And here's a yellow mullet with a gut full of sandhoppers taken along the shoreline, quite a lot there. There's and put in a dish, there's 150 different species of sandhoppers, never been collected at a fish cut before. So they're looking forward to that at Te Papa. And that gives some idea, all different sizes and everything there. And Andrew Stewart, he guided me on a lot of this, and this is a yellow mullet beating the sandhoppers found in beach cast seaweed. Then we had to write a science paper. Hang on, I missed one. They're going into jar. Oh, yellow mullet. Oh, we found yellow mullet with kelp fly maggots in them, a big bag of them in there. And now that was a real test, that was, because we had to find out where the kelp flies actually lived. So we found them in the beach cast seaweed. They don't live anywhere near mud. Here's quite a lot. They convert the cellulose and beach cast seaweed into protein. Protein is essential for the successful spawning of all species, both in the sea and on the land. The yellow mullet showing the kelp fly maggots. This discovery led me to co-write a science paper with Ian West and Alan Heath. Alan helped us as he is a New Zealand expert on fly identification. New Zealand has 7 species of kelp flies and 150 different species of other flies.
Thank you, Jim. If you can summarize it now, I would also want to leave for some questions because you spent a lot in your submission. It's a very good quality submission. So if you can just finish it now, wrap it up, and then there will be some more questions.
Okay, my marine knowledge was recognised by the Mackerel Guardians to become their marine intel expert witness. I found Meridian proposed to mine the beach at Ohau or Otronga Bays to unload the wind turbine parts. The traditional food source of fish found in these bays would have been destroyed, impacting on a traditional orca feeding area. I asked them to build a wharf at Otronga Bay and to remove the wharf when they were finished. We had to present this to the Environment Court and all agreed. I was asked to choose a site, and now you can't see where the wharf was. So there you go. There's one other thing you want to look at is misered shrimps. There he is there.
Are you done, Jim? Last point.
Okay, this is one of the 7mm misered shrimps I captured. Yellow mullet enter estuaries at night to feed on the nocturnal misered shrimps. They return to sea as soon as the first light of day appears. So is that as much as you want to? You've already got the copy, you can read it other times, eh?
Yep. Cool.
It's, there was a I think a $400 camera to take that photo. Well, I wrote about it in the New Zealand Fishing Coast to Coast story. Yeah.
Look, Jim, thank you so much. And to be honest, in the 250-page submissions we received, about 50 pages just from you. And that shows how a quality submission you have done. And it's really, really detailed well. And I really appreciate that. And we need more time with you.
Yeah.
But for now, I will give an opportunity to Councillor Free to ask question.
Yes, Jim, thank you for your passion on this subject and deep knowledge. The intertidal zone interested me because it's actually in the purview, it's the regional council's responsibility, but does our plan give enough attention to a collaborative effort between the City Council and the Regional Council?
No, it doesn't, because it's not a science paper. What I was showing you is no science paper.
Okay.
And nothing. They were at an New Zealand at an environment reporting meeting, rolled up with what they thought was the information. They produced 6 slides and they said, that's all we know.
Yeah, the point I'm making is it's not the council's, there's a funny sort of artificial demarcation between the responsibilities of the regional and the city. So I guess my question is, do you want to see more formal acknowledgement of that relationship mentioned in the plan?
Oh, you've got to, because you've got an example of what the regional council doesn't know. They don't know about a saltwater wedge in the river. And the inlet to the estuary they built at Maria doesn't get any water at low tide because the inlet's too high, because they don't know what a saltwater wedge is.
Okay,
Brilliant.
thank you.
Look, thank you so much. Quality submission, really appreciate it, and have a great day. And we will be reading through again and again. Officers will be reflecting in the report as well. Thank you for your submission.
Yeah, we can expand on this. This is a very, very brief part of what I do.
Thank you. This is really good. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Take care and have a good day.
Yeah, mate. You're high, I know, aren't you? I thought I recognised you. Long time ago, but anyway.
Rachel.
You're right.
I'd like to talk with you now.
Right.
Yep.
And
But that's the most important one.
and our next submitter will be Guy Parkson from Tarafiri Station.
Well, we'll turn that off. Sorry, mate. Good on you. We're going to do it, mate.
Mr. Guy Parkson, you have 10 minutes, and if you want to leave some for question, it's up to you, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yep. Yeah, morning, councillors. I've been in my role for about 16 years, and in that time I've been lobbying and complaining to various council staff, so to no avail. So congratulations on making this much progress. Hopefully we can turn the words into action over the next few months. I'll go straight into the photos. Our main concern is just the area from Red Rocks to Copperhow area and as far as Karori Stream. I won't go into too much detail there because there's following speakers that will cover that area, but there's a lot of antisocial problems occurs around that. But the worst area is west of Karori Stream, which is mainly Terrafiti Station. But our concern is that once controls are brought into the Red Rocks to Karori Stream area, that it will become worse for us. There's a simple solution, and that is to stop vehicle access. We don't have any issues with walkers and cyclists, but the vehicles and the people they bring and everything else they bring and take out of the area is the real problem. There's a simple solution, and that's just blocking vehicle access. The first photo that you can see up there is about 400 metres from Karori Stream, and it's very narrow. It's actually a very dangerous area. There's continual rock falls. We're surprised that there hasn't been a fatality as yet. So that's one of our concerns, but it is an ideal place to block the coast with a physical barrier. This is an example of the damage that's been caused further around. That's just an area where people drive up and damage the dunes and the banks that are there. No good reason for it. It's just that, you know, the area is frequented by vehicle hoons. That area used to be a very popular camping and picnic ground for, you know, hundreds of locals used to go out there regularly. That's near the Wairiki stream. And it used to be all grass, and people would camp there in tents for days, and it's a nice sheltered area. Since 2011, that's just been destroyed by vehicles. It's a case of shifting the problem. Meridian blocked the coast, or blocked Tirafiti Station in 2004 when they started their project. And so people moved with their vehicles down to the south coast and started playing up down there. When I got there in 2009, I blocked off the Wairiki stream area with large logs. So where they'd been destroying this part of the station, it's now moved out onto the coast. At the time, speaking to Stephen Peters, the park ranger, he said they'd noticed an upsurge in damage in other parts of Wellington once we sort of restricted these areas. So it gets back to our concern that once controls are put on Red Rocks to Karori Stream area, it will push the problem further out to us. That's an example of real deep-seated damage that will never recover. It's down to the rock, so vegetation just won't grow on it. And that's just a fraction of what's out there. That possibly can be saved. But you have to stop the vehicles. As it is now, whenever it rains, that creates further erosion, but that could be planted and restored. But it's just not worth doing anything as long as the problem exists with unrestricted public access. This is an interesting photo. There's two issues here. You can see on the left of the photo there's thousands of paua shells. They aren't a natural phenomenon. In other parts of the coast, you will see the odd one or two. Here, you will see thousands, and they're because they've been shucked and thrown back into the water. And in the southerly storm, they come back up. So this is poaching on a huge scale. The other issue in that photo is you can see the indentations of wheel marks. Plovers and black-billed gulls nest on those rocks, and they look for slight depressions. So they tend to do it in those wheel tracks, but then of course they get run over, the chicks and the eggs. A lot of people go around there and have parties and campfires. That's one that's sort of set well back from the beach. In the summer, that would be 6 to 12 inches of vegetation there, which will be very dry and very flammable. Fire service have always felt that it's a matter of when, not if, that there will be a major fire out there. A ranger went around last year and thinking if they might find there one or two. I think they found 7 by the time they got to Karori Stream. Our tenants and staff have often put out fires out there, but it's in an area which is pretty inaccessible. It would get away before much could be done to stop it. They also tend to leave a lot of litter. The bottles and cartons will just be left as they leave. That's a very small example of some of the paua poaching that goes on. For about 4 years, we haven't seen piles like that, but prior to about 4 years ago, we'd frequently see piles of 2,000 or 3,000 shells where they've been shucked probably in the headlights, but maybe during the day. Of more recent times, they have been dumping the shells back in the water where they can't be seen, but when we go diving, you find them. We put those big concrete blocks in near Otaronga Bay just to keep them away from the security gate because people were taking cutting gear and winches to pull down the security gate to access the cable protection zone, mainly for the purpose of plundering paua stocks on a good reef there. That block weighs 2 tonnes and it was set in concrete there and it was pushed out of the way by a stolen vehicle, which was then used to go and collect the power, but it got stuck in the rocks and it was just abandoned. There's been about 3 others abandoned like that, all been stolen in the area. At the back of that photo, you can see Otaronga Bay, which is the cable protection zone belonging to Transpower. Fisheries is there's supposed to be absolutely no fishing of any kind in there, but public still get to it. Yeah, that's just a bit of an indication of the sort of people that get out there, and there's all sorts of other problems. As well as the 4-wheel drive vehicles, there's illegal hunting and firearms and dogs. That's a big issue for the Capital Kiwi project and all the other biodiversity that we've strived to get established out there. For a council in a city that promotes itself as being environmentally and friendly and green, it is proving to be a bit of an embarrassment because we have thousands of tourists going out there as far as Tongue Point now. Wanderlust Tours takes vans through Te Rewhiti, and much of this can be seen by tourists, and they are starting to get questions at times as to what's going on and what's been done about it. So I would hope that the council will consider my submission and take the simple option of just putting a barrier in and stopping the vehicle access. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much. I'm very impressed by this information. Do you think there's any downside of barring vehicles in there? Like, is there anyone that actually needs to go there for anything urgent? Or,
No. That was a bit of an argument some years ago that emergency services needed. Neither FENZ, police or fisheries have modified vehicles that can get around there, even in the best of weather, but in bad weather they can't. But through Te Rewhiti, probably Long Gully and Canal, we have all-weather access. Police, fire service, and they have keys to get through Te Rewhiti, and they have access whenever they need it. So that's a much better option. Other than that, there is really no one that needs to get there.
Okay, so could we actually close off that road rather than just putting a barrier across?
Absolutely.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor Free.
Maybe you've sort of answered this. I was going to ask about public access around from in the other direction, and you're saying it's controlled access, like for people who need it, but not general public access.
Yeah, there's 2 other properties, Canal Station, which is the Karori Stream area, so they have a electronic gate, so it's a bit of a gated community, so they have some control over there. Long Gully, Steve Watson will speak soon. He has his own controls over who's allowed, but the problem is the people mainly coming from Red Rocks.
Okay. I just wanted to establish if we did put this barrier across, as you're saying, it would definitely provide a protected zone and there wouldn't just be people coming around the other way. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
In the poaching area, the only alternative then would be boats, but because of the Wellington weather and, it's pretty rugged sea conditions out there, that would be very infrequent. So it would solve most of those problems.
Thank you.
Cool. Last question from me is that closing access to cars, and it's also in the paper, the consultation document says that the roads to be washed away, through time. That means not much investment to it, even for walking or other mechanism of getting access to it. What is your feedback to that?
Yeah, I've been told in the past that thousands of dollars of ratepayers' money was spent to keep the track open in previous years. I don't think that's the case now. In time, erosion will stop access anyway, but it's just in the meantime a lot of damage is occurring.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. And our next submitter is Michaela Manley from Wellington City Lighthouse Club. And Anna Campbell with her. If you want to have a seat in the chamber, it's up to you, or if you want from there. You got 10 minutes, including question time. Floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou, katoa, thanks very much for the opportunity to submit on this. I've got our President Anne Campbell here as well, who's going to start us off with a bit of an overview. We'll get fairly quickly to the point of the submission and then leave some time for questions at the end.
Hi, my name's Anne Campbell.
So I'm just waiting for the slides to come up, I think. Do we have slides? Oh, yeah.
I'll just start.
Okay, you go for it. Yeah.
With the Wellington City Light Horse Club. We've been around for about 40 years. We have obviously a lot less members now than what we used to. We used to be based around the Hutchison Road, what is it? It's now the Dance and Drama Centre. We're now based in Houghton Bay, just above the school is where our grounds are, and we lease 2 blocks in Happy Valley Road. The Wellington South Coast is a bit of our play area. We love the tracks. We use it lots and lots. We'd like to, keep using it. Historically, we've been there for over 40 years in the Te Kaupai area. The coastal tracks. There's a few coastal tracks which have been closed, which is the one coming down by the first set of the batches. It'd be great if they could open that up for walkers, because it's an area where the coast comes in, it gets really cold at the tops, and they need another area to come off the hills. What else is there? Just that we really enjoy the area, enjoy the beaches, and we just want to keep our access. We want to be able to stay.
Thanks, Anne. So that's a wee bit about the history of the club. The slides are really just kind of a bit of a pictorial journey through what we do. So we do a lot of community engagement, public events. We do school fundraisers, engagement with tourists. We recently did a ride to Parliament for a petition. That was a nationwide petition. We obviously choose our times very carefully for those sorts of activities. And get involved in the annual Anzac event in Island Bay, amongst other things. We do quite a lot of engagement with other community users, the typical users of the coast, so dog owners, rangatahi, people who are sort of out there using the coast. And the purpose of that is really just to stay connected with our community, and we provide opportunities for horse education for young folk in the city, which I think we might be the only New Zealand-based club that actually has a presence in the city. So it's quite a unique opportunity for people living in Wellington, and we hear that quite a lot from the community. We do track maintenance in the areas that we graze. We have a licence with the council, so we perform maintenance, we fix fencing, get on top of weed control. We also provide a really, probably not a little known vital hub for the north-south ferry journeys for horses travelling through the country. And we provide a safe space for them to stay overnight if they need to. So that's a relatively regular thing. And they come in and they have a really easy access place they can get to that's not far from the ferry. It's also good in the case of emergencies where, like recently, ferry trips are cancelled and you've got horses sort of all of a sudden in the region with nowhere to stay. It's really important that those people continue to have that. So it's very small writing, I've just realised. As Anne said, we basically support the values and think that's a really good plan. It would be really good to see a bit more active mentioning, I guess, of some of the other vulnerable users. I think there's one mention of horse riders. We're thinking also about other users, so people who are disabled, elderly, limited access. I don't think there's a lot of reflection in the plan around those particular users, so we think that would be really good to have that. A little bit of feedback on the specific pathways out there. I won't talk through those in detail, but some more explicit mention, like I said, of those users. And the bottom pathway there taps in a little bit to the submission that I'm going to present on. That's my personal submission in support of the club, with a bit of background information. So as well as wildlife recovery, we think wildlife establishment, and I think the presenter for Te Rawhiti Station mentioned that too with Kiwi. I hear they're already turning up in Broadmeadows, so I think Wellington City needs to plan ahead for catering for establishment of wildlife, particularly vulnerable wildlife, I might add. So I'm just going to quickly talk to a submission that I put in myself, it's in support of the club submission, but I've separated because some of the information came through quite late in the piece from the council. So, we have a problem in Wellington with out-of-control dogs, and I think that's probably something which the council may already be aware of. We encounter that problem quite often as users. I'm a runner. I also get out there on the tracks with my son quite often, and there's not many days that happen where I go out on the tracks and I don't come across a dog that's off leash in leashed-only areas, and we're talking physically encountering the dog, as in the owner is nowhere in sight and it's jumping on me. I love dogs. I've owned dogs in the past, but this is not okay. Regular engagement with the animal control officers in Wellington are really great. They do what they can. Their direct feedback to me is that in any given day they'll be monitoring an area and they find up to 40% compliance. So 4 in 10 people have their dogs off leash and are quite resistant to being asked to put them on leash. I think that has quite an impact on the ability of the council to achieve its pathways. Those pathways are going to be at risk if something can't be done about that. And again, going back to the mention earlier of vulnerable users needing to have safe access to the coast. So just to kind of finish off, that's really small, sorry. This is some recent, question? Oh, okay, yep. The recent data, this is publicly available. I did request it through the Local Government Official Information Act, which the council kindly provided. Those highlights are the more problematic behaviours, so we're talking attacks on an animal or a person, uncontrolled dogs, and that's just the 2023 to 24 reporting year. Those red circles at the end show the totals, and this is for Wellington Region as a whole. The bottom uncircled piece of the number there is miscellaneous, which could potentially include some of the above categories. So that's just kind of spanning 2 reporting years. I got asked the council to break this down. So they went into the records, and when the animal control officers record the location of the complaint, this is what the numbers turn up for that same reporting year. And you'll see that those areas, some of which are in the zone of the plan, particularly off Whedo Bay, between Island Bay and off Whedo Bay, the numbers are really high. So there's hotspot areas that we see quite often when we're out there engaging on the coast, and when I'm out there engaging on the coast myself. Final slide, just something to think about. Have had some talks with the council and also the Karori Residents Association. They have kind of a collaborative plan to work together to help with vigilance and compliance with dogs because of the kiwi, which is having some success from what I understand. There's some actions from the council to consider potentially which might help you achieve your pathways in the plan and make it a bit more accessible for users. It really isn't pleasant encountering off-leash dogs. I've walked into dog fights before where you have an on-leash dog fighting with an off-leash dog. Any dog owner will know that particularly rescue dogs on leash will feel very vulnerable if they spot an off-leash dog. Doesn't matter if that dog is friendly. Horses are the same, so they have a predator-prey relationship there. A dog roaming, even if it's friendly, will trigger the horses into thinking that there's something wrong. So
most of our horses are pretty good with
they're
dogs.
pretty good with dogs. They're very, very good. Yeah.
We encounter a lot of dogs, so they're pretty good.
Yeah. But it does sensitise them a bit too.
So yeah, they are pretty sensitised to it. So.
That's it. So, any questions?
Thank you. And first of all, can I please ask the Democracy Service at some stage to circulate the PowerPoint to a member of the panel hearing? And a question for you. You just said some of the information came a bit later on. Could you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. So we put a club submission in at an earlier date. I put a personal submission in because I was requesting the information from the council. It took a couple of weeks for that data that I've just showed you, which is why I put that in as my...
So they've got 23, 24, but they couldn't accumulate 24, 25.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I thought
it just came through later because of the
fantastic
process.
Councillor Free, quick question, and I know Ray, you're going to ask
very quick question. So we just heard from a previous submitter about an idea about putting a fence across the roadway post the Karori stream. Would that have much impact on your ability to access good paths for your horses?
Yeah, in the past, all your gates, you've given us a key, access to a key.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah, we can generally get permission from the council and they will give us a key. The other thing, your new things is the codes, and they seem to work quite well. Up at the windmill, there's a coded gate, and people can actually exit, but they can't enter.
I think the main question I was asking is, do you potentially use that
do,
road?
yep.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, very, very quick 2 questions. First, these dogs you see running free, do you think that they're actually strays or are they actually owned by people?
They're just owned by people.
Or owned by people?
There's always an owner, yeah, but the owner's pretty resistant to actually leashing the dog.
Okay, that's great. We can actually look there. And second question.
Ray. Thank you, Councillor Chang, and thank you so much for your submission. Really good submission. Thank you. Who's next? Next, we have Anne Chaffrin from Trilithic Park Group. You have 10 minutes as well, including question time. The floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak to our submission. We feel very privileged to be able to feed into this process. I've brought Mike Oates with me. He's a member of our committee and he will follow on from my part of this presentation with a future orientation of what you could do. So I have put up on the screen only one slide, and it shows the area that we are responsible for. And you might ask why the Trilithic Park Group might be interested in the coast, because we're a group that looks after bush regeneration in the Nio Gorge area, which doesn't touch the coast. So I'll just give you a little bit of background. We take a much wider view of the environment than splitting it into coastal regions and inland regions. The Kaiwharawhara stream, as you can see on that map, goes from left to right and enters the harbour at Kaiwharawhara Point, near where the ferries, the inter-island ferries, have their terminal. And we see on a daily basis the connection between the stream and the harbour. Whenever there's a water or a rain event, what comes down through that stream enters the harbour at the estuary beside Kaiwharawhara Point. It brings silt, it brings rubbish, and it brings a deluge down into the harbour. So we see a connection further than the coast, influencing the coast in our work in Trilithic Park. Over the years, we have, as a group, advocated very strongly for the protection of the estuary. The estuary is a really important part of Wellington's ecological system. It's the only estuary that comes into the harbour apart from the Hutt River, and it is the place where there's a lot of fish, native fish that spawn there, and it's of course the beginning of their passage up the stream, further up the Kaiwharawhara stream. So protecting the estuary is an incredibly important thing for the council to start to think about, and Mike will talk a little bit more about that later. We are aware too of the cultural significance of the estuary. On the map you can see the brighter white buildings at the bottom of Kaiwharawhara Road there. They're probably around the place where the original pass site was sited, and so there's history of food gathering from that area and very, very deep cultural significance, which I'm sure you will hear from other submitters. Additionally, and this is slightly to the side of our submission, the residents of northern suburbs have been wanting for a very long time to have access to the northern beach on Kaiwharawhara Point, which is a sort of a pale yellowy bit adjacent to the motorway, which currently no one has access to because it's part of the port. But northern suburbs people don't have a ready access to a beach on the harbour. They have to go around the harbour to get to a beach. And there have been advocates for many years now to try and open up that beach for public access. We're very aware that that section of coast doesn't have any reserves on it, and this is a reserve management plan. So what Mike will talk about is a possible way of looking at that in the future. So I'll hand it over to Mike. Thanks, Mike.
Kia ora tātou. As Anne said, it's an important site, hugely important ecologically and culturally, and our proposal is that it be included as a new Sector 9 to acknowledge the site. It is Wellington City Council site on the coast. Well, it's actually owned by Centreport, we understand. That the policies and management approaches in the plan cover this area, and there is a precedent there because we understand the policies and management approaches in the current plan are designed to cover more than just the current reserves, but they cover the unformed legal road and adjacent land. So that would be a really good starter point in terms of consistency of management. We would also propose a policy that investigates the long-term protection of this area, and we understand it's complex, but what we would propose is that Wellington City Council, Greater Wellington Regional Council, Centreport, dock, because there is a dock reserve adjacent to the estuary, and Mana Whenua, in partnership with Mana Whenua, just investigate options for the future protection of the Kaifara estuary. And it's simply an indication that something in the future, it may well be a reserve, it may well be something else, that it's acknowledged and identified in this plan. Otherwise, it will be lost. And there's no other place that we can see that this intent would sit. So that's our recommendation. Kia ora.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Councillor Free.
That sounds like a really promising idea. How would you get access to it? Does the new cycle walkway offer any potential there?
Are you meaning to the beach? Well, currently there's access across the Kaifara at the estuary onto Kaifara Point, but that access is limited to port workings. But there is access across the bridge and onto the point. So it would be, it would have to be something in conjunction with the port authorities to allow that access.
Thank you. Is there a reason that you're aware of that they do limit it?
Well, it's an industrial site.
A working port,
site,
yeah. So it needs to be made safe. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chang, I'm really enjoying how you are straight to the question today, which is great. Continue.
Great, thank you. Looking at where the stream comes down through Trilithic Park, do you find that there's contamination in the water? Like, do you find that there's sediment and things that are coming from further up the stream? And are you responsible for that, or do you have an interest in what happens there? What comes up further up the stream?
Yeah, we do have a huge interest in that, Ray. It's a real problem. The contamination starts right up at the top of the stream because it comes through underneath old landfills. So there is a lot of leachates that come in from those landfills. As well, there are sewer lines, very old sewer lines, that continue to leak into the stream right down through its course. And then whenever there's a rain event, there's a lot of erosion. So a lot of sedimentation comes down during rain events. So yes, we're very concerned about that.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. Can I have a second one? Very quick.
Okay.
We were talking about stray dogs earlier on. Do you have a stray dog problem in Trilithic Park? I walk down there frequently, and I've never seen a stray one, but that doesn't mean that there aren't. Like, what's yeah.
Like the previous speaker,
Yes.
most of the dogs that come into the park are with an owner, but it is an off-leash dog area promoted by the council as off-leash. So quite often dogs look like they might be stray, but they're usually with an owner somewhere.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good submission, and have a good day. And are we going for a break now? Next is Jane Thomason from, as individual. You got 5 minutes, including question. The floor is yours, Jane.
I am a life member and former Commodore of Evans Bay Yacht and Motorboat Club and have focused on the Akatangi sector. My key concerns are the absence of any recognition of both the significant role that the club has played and continues to play as a vibrant community hub that proactively supports the values articulated in this plan, and the outcomes of a review of the Evans Bay precinct that was commissioned by the Council in late 2021 involving the club, Evans Bay Marina and Wardale Consulting. Connections to the landscape need to be fully inclusive of all people. The club was founded in 1919 and has a rich history of being a base for significant Wellington events and a strong community centre bringing together people from all walks of life with a common interest in water sports. None of this has been acknowledged. I note that the Eastern Bay sector plan references how Worcester Bay got its name and to it being a hub for sailing supported by the Worcester Bay Boating Club. References also made to fostering collaboration between the Yacht Club and other recreation groups. In strong contrast, the Akatangi sector plan makes only a fleeting reference to the Yacht Club and states that the council will manage the precinct as a multi-user water sports hub, ensuring future lease arrangements support a range of community activities. Through its affiliated members, the club provides not only its own sailing and motorboat members' facilities, but also for groups participating in walkers, kayaks, paddleboards, sailing for the disabled, schools and university sailing programs and fishing. The club is not only supporting a multi-user water sports hub, it is that hub, and it requires no further management. I do agree, however, that the ongoing discussions to confirm the roles and responsibilities associated with the existing lease arrangements need to be finalised as soon as possible. Why the different approach? As Commodore, I was involved in discussions with the Council in late 2021 with Wardale Consulting. There appears to have been no progress on matters raised and responded to by the Council in February 2022. In particular, the Council advised that work on the Evans Bay boat ramp could be funded through a user pay system, a matter in which this plan is silent, even though I understand it is still being considered. I note it was also agreed that the upgrade was a priority, not a medium-term project, and needed to include a change to the gradient of the ramp to make it fit for purpose and safe for use. There will also be a new sport and active recreation zone proposed for the Marina precinct as part of the new proposed district plan. The area around the Evans Bay precinct remains unclassified rather than being changed to recreational. Again, why? Sea level rise will have a major impact on assets in this precinct over time and will require significant capital investments, so all parties will need to work together. If this is the case, why is there no reference to the club under Nature First approach to resilience, particularly given this area is already prone to flooding when the tide is particularly high? As it is planned, I do not agree that the Tahi Tai cycleway complements accessibility to the water for recreation and enjoyment. While not part of this plan, it must be noted that the associated removal of all street parking adjacent to the club will place a significant restriction on people's access to the water. Areas around the club, areas between the road and the waterfront that look like parking are in fact designated boat rigging and boat launching areas, and these spaces fill up quickly when activities are happening at the club. Due to distances travelled and or gear required, people need to come by car, and so parking is needed. This needs becomes even more pronounced when large, including national events, are held. The recent Matariki event held jointly between the club and Taitonga involved over 300 competitors and countless volunteers and showed that every inch of space is needed to rig and launch vessels, meaning that nearby street parking is essential. Over the last 3 years, this event has been going from strength to strength and needs to be supported in recognition of active partnership with Mana Whenua. Finally, considering the concerns noted in the plan regarding waste and litter, I'd like to recommend that the Council considers the provision of rubbish and recycling bins in close proximity to boat ramps, where they are clearly visible and will help to promote a message of sustainability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and that's really good submission. And we don't have much time, Ray, and we're running a bit late. But thank you so much. Your submission is noted. Have a good day. Fano, now we have we will go for 10 minutes break and come back 10:50. And the next was meant to be scheduled 10:45, so, but we're running 5 minutes late. So see you in 10 minutes.
Can I just ask what time we're planning to have lunch?
so much for everyone, and we're back from break now, and our next submitter is Steve Watson, Long Gully Station Trust. You got 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Steve Watson, and this is my wife Christine, and we are trustees of Long Gully Station Trust. And we thank you all for giving us this opportunity to speak to our submission. And firstly, we'd like to just give a 3-minute recap of our submission and then answer any questions that you might have. So we've got time for questions, and we would value your questions because I think we need to understand what the council is thinking as regards our submission. So thank you very much.
Hi everyone. We've owned what was our 830 hectare property for 32 years, raising our children, now our grandchildren, on this land. Ours is the first private property west of Red Rocks with over 2.5 k's of coastal frontage along the public road. We have a long and intimate knowledge of the Wellington South Coast, having lived and visited almost daily for 3 decades. It is wild, rugged, beautiful. We access the coast via our private farm road, Southern Thread Road, from Brooklyn. This is the only reliable emergency route for police, fire, ambulances to the Cook Strait coastline west of Red Rocks and east of Kororu Stream, the coastal track from Owhiro Bay being impassable for emergency services beyond Devil's Gate. So the main reason for our submission today is that sadly there's a culture of public entitlement coupled with unrestricted vehicle access around the Wellington South Coast, and it's facilitated serious embedded antisocial behaviour, including repeated police-logged burglaries, vandalism, theft, nighttime spotlight shooting off the road, including into multiple buildings, dumped, burned-out vehicles, summer fires left burning regularly at night, and persistent power poaching. Off-road vehicles scar the escarpment joyriding, and years of signage and education have not changed this Wild West behaviour, and in fact our signs have been ripped out and riddled with bullet holes. Closing the coast access gate, particularly at night, would almost stop these problems entirely. On Sundays and during road closures, these issues are non-existent in our experience. However, we acknowledge responsible off-road vehicle clubs and recreational users. They're not the issue, and we support a permit system where someone in the group takes responsibility for the group. So we are asking Council to firstly close the coastal vehicle access at night, matching the Hawkins Hill to Kopatau Reserve entrance gate hours from 8 p.m. till 8 a.m. in the summer and 5 p.m. till 8 a.m. in the winter closure. Increase the number of walking and cycling only days on the coastal trail, and stop reinstating the coastal trail with heavy machinery after unstoppable southerly storms. We find off-road vehicles, they don't need formed roads. Partner with landowners to create a walking trail from Owhiro Bay to Makara Beach and from Owhiro Bay to South Makara Road End, with modest 1 or 2 night accommodation stops to accommodate school groups and various levels of fitness. So thank you, and we value your questions.
Interesting. Councillor Free, go.
Thank you. Nice and brief, so we've got time for questions. Thank you. So we've already heard from one submitter a suggestion of a gate, an additional gate beyond the Kororu Stream, so west of the Kororu Stream. Are you supportive of that as well as closing the main access gates, which I presume you mean at the end of Owhiro Bay?
So we're not impacted past Kororu Stream. So that would be a matter of the landowners past that point. So that would be Canal Station and Terrafiti Station.
Yeah. Nevertheless, are you sort of supportive of that?
Sorry?
Are you supportive of that?
I'm supportive of anything that changes the behaviour. We are we have a culture of entitlement, and entitlement then brings the behaviour that comes with that.
Yeah,
aggressive. We haven't gone through all of the what we've encountered there, but I've literally been hit by vehicles and pushed out of the way when I've been trying to stop people driving up the escarpment.
Our private road.
On our private road.
Yeah.
So it gets pretty aggressive. Firearms, all sorts of things going on. I mean, it's just that we're the first property that the public encounters after they leave the council-owned reserve. And
Okay.
it's 2.5 kilometres of coast that we've got there, so it's the impact area, I suppose, of the public use.
Thank you. Jude, one more question. It's short. You've mentioned walking and cycling and wanting to promote those, and we've just heard also from some horse club users. I presume you don't have a problem with walking and cycling and horses.
Oh, we love that.
We love horses. We've
Okay.
had horses. I used to muster on horses.
Yeah.
We fully support horses.
I thought that would be your response, but I just wanted to check.
Yeah, no,
thank you.
yeah.
My question is, it's not mine. What would you say to people who might say, why closing access to those who are behaving wise compared to the minority who feel entitled to it? What's your response would be?
I think probably at the moment it's not the minority that feels entitled.
Okay.
I think it's probably the majority that feel entitled.
Okay.
You've got the likes of the four-wheel drive clubs that we recognise are really working hard to change the culture. But we've been working on this for 30 years now, and nothing's changed. In fact, it's just got worse. Without being too dramatic, when property's being vandalised, broken into, police involved, up all hours of the night, security cameras having to be installed, all these things are a nightmare.
Okay.
And it's ongoing, and we need to stop it.
Cool. Thank you so much, and really appreciate your submission.
Yep,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Who's next on the list? Okay. Next is Carol Comber.
Morena, thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Coastal Reserves Management Plan. I found the plan very interesting, especially the sections on dune management and learning how many of our coastal plants are threatened. That was quite a surprise. The section which talks about sea level rise and how it affects wharves and playgrounds and toilets, that was also quite shocking. Thinking about sea level rise in general, I was thinking about Ōwhiro Bay a few years ago when the whole road in front of the little village sort of got chewed up by the wind or by the storm. So I checked the plan for an indication of which bays would be affected, and what I found was a lot of references to adaptive planning, which is said to be in development. So I thought to myself, how do we know that dune management that we're doing is not going to get chewed up by sea level rise and storm surges? In terms of costs, I think there should be a high-level indicator of cost on all of these initiatives, because with the rates how they are, you know, I think people need this bit more information to help them give their feedback. In terms of priorities, I definitely think removing contamination is a number one for me, and also protecting habitat for plants and any creatures that live there. Also maintaining access for recreation, and along with those previous speakers, I think that it's got to be sensible recreation, and also access for gathering kaimoana. Now, the thing that I really didn't agree with was Action 10 in the Taputaranga Island Bay section, and that is to remove or repurpose the bait house. Now, the bait house is the home of the Marine Education Centre, also known as the Bait House Aquarium. It's kind of like a fish zoo, and it's used mainly for preschool children and primary school children. They come to visit it during the week, and they get education about this what's in the sea. And I think the centre is a taonga. It's located right there on the south coast where it all happens, so the children can associate the sea with what they're seeing, and it's great learning for them. And on Sundays, it's open to the public with guides to answer your questions, which is really cool. They're very knowledgeable. So councillors, if you haven't been there with your families, I do recommend that you go, because it's a cool place and you'll learn a lot and find it quite rewarding, I think. So overall, the plan was very interesting. It had lots of interesting maps and good information, but I myself question how realistic it is, because the information about climate change seems to be scant, unless I missed it, of course. I expect the plan does fulfil the requirements of the Reserves Act 1977, and that was a time when climate change was not such a hot topic. Thank you very much.
Cool. Did I hear you saying that fish zoo?
Well, aquarium, it's like a fish zoo.
Yeah, no, I like the name.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. May I just, Councillor Chang, do you have this?
Great, thanks very much, Carol. Quick question. You're talking about the sand dunes and how the erosion. I was listening to the earlier speaker, Jim, and he was talking about some of the plants that we actually have there. So do you think we have the right plants to actually prevent erosion, or are we doing the right thing, or are we...
I trust the council staff to know that I'm not really an expert, but it's just the fact that, the fact that a lot of those plants are threatened, which is not a good sign. And if we can do it with plants, well and good. But my question was, how do we know that, because the storm surges, they're bigger than anything we're really familiar with, except in the last 10 years or so. So how do we know that they'll be good enough to hold it?
Cool.
We probably
Thank you, Carol. And my question is, what exactly are you asking? Because that action 10 or whatever, saying repurposing or rephasing the Marine Education Centre or the bait house. When you say you oppose or you support, what exactly are you asking from council?
The way I read the question, the action point, it sounds like there's a move to get rid of that building for whatever reason. I think it's a very valuable educational centre. For me, it's not ugly. So I think we should, obviously we'll have to do some adaptive planning on it. Obviously we'll have to do, who knows what's going to happen. But I don't think it's a good idea to say, okay, you guys, we're getting rid of you now. Because I think it's a valuable learning thing for lots of children, which is really important.
Yep, that's a good point. And my expectation on the paper would be bringing to us, it's going to cost us this much to do it. And I think that all the detail will be in the paper once it's available. But
absolutely.
Thank you.
So can I ask a question about, if there's time, about the climate change things? Do other people feel that there's not enough information in there, or is it what the plan's not for?
Well, I think what we do is your question is noted. It's not now time to answer to some of those questions, but your question is noted and we will see. Okay, who's next on the list?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. Really appreciate it. Next is Will Pitt, who is online, and you have 5 minutes as an individual, and the platform is yours.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Will Peat. You've got my written submission, just to acknowledge Chair and councillors. I've been involved with sailing in Wellington for 30 odd years, and I've had my boat at Wellington at Evans Bay Marina for 20 odd years. I've been involved with the tenants group for a long time. I bring a bunch of professional. The marina go from its current grandfather's axe, which I use slightly tongue-in-cheek, but essentially where we do bits of replacement, but we're not really setting the marina up for a sustainable future. There are two elements to that sustainability. Firstly, the marina itself is degrading. The council have just spent a bunch of money upgrading it, but it is essentially still not going to be proof against sea level rise and against the changes in wind direction that are occurring as Wellington's climate changes. The breakwater needs to be lifted, but I'm also very conscious that a bunch of my fellow marina tenants are of moderate means. I've been sailing since I was 5, as you may see from the photo. I'm a little bit older than that now. And I would like to see sailing continue to be a sport that is accessible to many, not just the few. Part of that is keeping boats that are of a moderate size. Many of the boats in the marina would be valued between $15,000 and $20,000. There are some bigger boats and there are some expensive boats, but for a lot of people, it is getting families sailing. Particularly, this relies on older grandparents and so on taking their kids. So we've been through quite a process, as you will have seen from my submission and from the previous submitters. But I would like to see the council actually take a step forward and deal with the redevelopment of the marina as a priority. It is fully funded by users. There is no call on rate penalty other than some smoothing from a capital perspective. And it would be useful if we could get some confidence over the coming planning period that that redevelopment is going to occur. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And Councillor Free.
Thank you, Will. I'm just interested to know, like, there is obviously a balance between affordability and investment, especially if it is going to continue to be self-funded. How long is it since the fees have gone up, and what sort of quantum could they go up by, in your view?
So the fees go up by CPI every year. So we go through a process. So we have agreed a process of setting a 10-year financial model. I have been involved in the development of that a long time ago and have been a steward of it with the Wellington City Council accountants over the years. And essentially we look at a 10-year forward view and we see what the path of fees needs to be to fund those assets. That has been the case for the last 20 years. The problem is that we're not building for a sustainable marina. We're essentially, to pick a bad example, we're repairing the rotting 100-year-old villa when in fact some parts of it need to be taken down. And I don't want to create any heritage issues by that comment. But it is time to start building in the right way for something that will be sustainable into the future. Fees can go up a bit, but also they don't need to go up that much if the marina is managed prudently. We do not need a flash glossy marina. We need something that is sustainable and has got a mix of berths. I believe that it can be done with a small or moderate rise, but the main thing is that you actually have to start to get on with planning that instead of for grandiose schemes.
Okay. And just out of interest, is there much of a waiting list for places in the marina, or is it fully,
You'd have to check with your officers. My understanding is that there are 10 boats on the waiting list, but it is the only marina which is chock full in Wellington. Seaview has a huge list of empty berths because it's so expensive. It's more expensive than Marlborough, and Chafers, I think, has a few, but I don't know any more than that. But Wellington, Evans Bay Marina is full.
Okay, so a point of difference is that it is currently affordable.
It is affordable, and I think, I don't know how much you know about marinas, but you can have floating ones and then you can have pile berths. Westhaven Marina has pile berths where essentially you'd have to take a dinghy out from shore to do that. We've got 2 dinghy ramps at Evans Bay. So that is a very normal thing to do. Nelson Marina has pile berths as well. And so to me, if you had one pair of floating berths for those who wish to pay for it and those things, and some piles, that would be a good development thing. But the main thing is that you can't keep on doing what you've been doing. You need to recognise climate change is occurring, sea level rise is occurring, and build accordingly, not just build stuff that you're going to rip out in a few years, which is what we are most grumpy about.
Cool. Thank you so much, Will. Really appreciate it. And we run out of time. The next speaker is Peter Jones. And Peter, you have 5 minutes, including question time, if you wish to. But
good morning, all. So Pete Jones is my name, and before I quickly go on here, what Steve Watson from the Long Gully Association said, I back up 100%. Okay, I'm here. I'm a leaseholder of the homestead on Terrawhiti Station. I've got a commanding view of the area between Tongue Point and Wairaki Stream. I'm also a contractor to Capital Kiwi. So I have ongoing regular movement of that entire coastal area from Red Rocks all the way out to Otorohanga. I'm there probably more than most people here. I'm not for or against anything or anyone, but as I say, I can give an honest and accurate account of what I see on a daily basis. So the poaching, it is rife, and it is far beyond a scale that many of you could begin to understand. It's ongoing, it's organised, it's prolific, often it's blatant. It's just amazing what people do. but there is also an organised sneaky group, and I've seen people late, individual divers, they just do their things, sneaking back into the, dumping off catches, vehicles turning up. There's not many nights when I'm out there, midnight, early in the morning, I see a lone vehicle sneaking out. Poaching is ongoing, and it's just killing the area. The main way all that stuff is going out is by four-wheel drive, so hence discussing about closing some gates. The rubbish, now that is just, it's ridiculous. And I'm not talking about seaborne rubbish, I'm talking about fresh rubbish left by people, just toilet paper, nappies, beer bottles, food waste, rubbish of all sorts. I'm the one who cleans the damn stuff up. Every single weekend when I'm out doing trapping and not, I have 2 big tubs on my quad bike that I fill to the brim of every type of crap you can imagine that's left freshly by people just blatantly abusing, what is just a privilege and an amazing place to have access to. The fires, I couldn't tell you how many I have put out. Some are just left, some they have tried to put out, but the wind's so strong it just fans it. And especially over the summer months when there's a fire ban on, I can see 3 or 4 on any given afternoon that have just been abandoned. That's going to cause big problems at some point. The dogs, a lot of people that do come out in the four-wheel drives have dogs. They're diving, the dogs are left self-wandering. I've seen them attack seals, I've seen them attack penguins, shags, seen them kill the birds in the nests, and it's just a matter of time, with my capital Kiwi hat, before one heads out onto Canoal or Te Rewhiti and starts undoing what is, a vast amount of work by a lot of people to get the Kiwi established. So dogs are an issue. The four-wheel driving, look, I get it. It's a great place to go four-wheel driving, but many go off track. They're into the dunes, they're tearing up the habitat. I've seen trucks deliberately targeting the shag colony because they're they just go straight at them. I've seen seals being harassed, I've seen nests squashed, and unfortunately, there is a contingent of good people that enjoy it, but then there's just uncontrollable idiots that do dumb things. There's shooting, dead goats, dead seals. I've seen a few dead cows. Pretty regularly, I see and hear the spotlights and the shots. And that's a public road. A beach is public access. It's a public road. Something's going to happen at some point, and it's the same with the way they're driving. I've seen so many accidents and vehicles tipping. When a motorbike cyclist gets hurt, it will come back at the council because you've let them in there. Dump tyres, broken car parts, oil, it's just all there. So it's a privilege to be there. It's an amazing spot. I think it should be enjoyed by everyone, but the council needs to look at the vehicle access. Keep it free for horses, walkers, cyclists.
Cool.
Once you get past that Karori stream sort of thing, it's very, very remote, and I can tell you firsthand that there is uncontrollable problems and issues going out there. It's a real simple fix.
Cool.
Restrict some access, and it'll be happy days for all the birds, all the sea life, and the whole environment.
We don't have but 15 seconds question, 10 seconds answer.
Thanks for raising your concerns. What's the reason that the council hasn't done this before if it's a simple fix?
No idea.
Good.
Who knows? But it is a very, very, very...
Let's leave it there. Thank you. Thank you. Good submission. Really appreciate it. And who is next? Okay. One of our submitters withdraw due to sickness. Wish speed recovery to you. Sue Reid from Ophira Bay Resident Association. Sue. Oh, brilliant. Okay, yeah. You have 10 minutes, including question time.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you so much. I'd like first to acknowledge the council officials in the development of this plan, which is has been a big read, but really exciting, particularly for those of us who live on the coast. Look, I won't harp on about the vehicles because the speakers before me have talked about that in great detail. But the general view in our community is that we support calls for stricter management, including vehicle restrictions, permits and nighttime closures. The other thing I would say, following on from that, is there is concern in the community about council's ability with enforcement. And look, we would note this is not a criticism of council staff, particularly our park ranger Tom Mayo, simply that it's such an enormous area, and for things like managing vehicle access, and again other people have talked about dogs, and we equally have a concern, we're part of the Places for Penguins group, about dogs off leads and the ability of the existing council ranger staff to adequately enforce bylaws and restrictions. And so we would encourage council to ensure that they are well supported in their task, because that's what's going to keep this to be a very special part of the world. We did want to just pop in front of council again, even though it's not particularly part of this plan, just around the increased traffic that is likely to be in our part of the South Coast with the bus depot and the increasing number of waste vehicles. So really that was what we wanted to say, was our support for the restriction on the vehicles, dog enforcement, and we've asked a number of questions of council staff, which we hope we will get responses to around some particular detail in the plan. And I guess it wouldn't be a submission from Ōwhiro Bay without us referencing freedom camping. And the first submission I ever made to council was some years ago. Iona, you were there, you were at, about the issues that we have with freedom camping at Ōwhiro Bay. And I think we identified that it was in the 1930s that this council first made an attempt to have a camping ground within the city. And so failure over those nearly 100 years to do that has forced that freedom camping into our communities. And again, we see it, that very special at the reserve at Te Kopaho, we see the impacts of people freedom camping there. You know, we see the faeces and the toilet paper, and again, we think that comes back to, well, ideally, I guess we would see some kind of permanent facility, but also to the ability of enforcement of who's staying there, how long and how they're behaving. So really happy to take your questions, but again, congratulations to the council officers on this plan.
Thank you, Sue, for your submission. We have a question from Councillor Chang.
Thank you very much, Sue. Much appreciated. Do you think, and sort of in line with the previous speakers, do you think that we could actually have enforcement of this by stopping vehicle access? Is there any downside to that?
No, I would want you to shut the gate. You know, I live on the parade. We hear the vehicles go out late at night. They're big four-wheel drives. They're laden. Their tyres are down. You can hear them. We know what's going on. You know, the driving behaviour on that particular piece of road is dangerous. Shutting the gate seems to me to be the simplest option and the most effective. We queried how permitting would work. Would you permit the vehicle? Would you permit the driver? And again, how are you going to enforce it, Ray? That was our question. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Sue.
Brilliant. Question from Councillor Free.
Yeah, I do remember I was with Iona too when we started it, and we had some initial problems. Would you say that, generally speaking, the freedom camping is better managed than it was when at its worst?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Good. So it's not got to that. Are you suggesting shutting the main gate so the freedom campers have to be back by, say, I don't know, 10 o'clock, and then the gate, they're actually shut in for the night? Is that what we're thinking? And other people can't just whiz in and out?
The gate is on the other side.
Oh, it's the other side of Kopaho. Okay. Yeah, thank you. That makes it clear.
Cool. No further questions, Sue. Thank you so much for your submissions.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Parker Jones, Mainland Island Restoration Operation Miro. Thank you, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. So first of all, Miro, we've been 20 years trapping, and we've been trapping all the way from Point Howard out to the Parangahau Lakes and over to Bering Head. And of course, we're currently working with Greater Wellington with the purchase of Gollins to look at the trapping and so forth there. Miro also has our nursery. We've supplied over 60,000 plants. Most of those have gone to the lakes and to Bering Head as well as to Forest and Bird. But what I'm here to talk about is we are to our 10th year of protecting the banded dotterel, which you can see a beautiful picture of up there. So the banded dotterel has got the same status as the blue duckbill and also the giant spotted kiwi, but there's no public money available. So both the blue duck and the kiwi have lots of money put behind it. The banded dotterel is really dependent upon volunteers like us to protect it, and I think it's much more handsome than a stupid duck. Sorry. So these are the 4 areas. So if you look at the map, we started at Eastbourne 10 years ago, and at the Parangahau Lakes, that's at the harbor entrance. And Bering Head, we started 5 years ago, and then formally we started monitoring the airport with the airport people this year. So we've had 12 months now at the airport. At the airport, the history, so 2019, one of our birds, if you saw the flags, there's a 3-letter flag on each bird. We've caught and banded over 220 banded dotterels now. So we had a death of PCT at the airport. PCT was born in Eastbourne foreshore. And then we sent that off to Massey University and suspected cat predation on the banded dotterel. The second, 2020, we had another death of a bird. It was too small when we banded it. It's just a juvenile, so it's just a number. And that went to the nest at Wellington Zoo, and that was definitely a cat depression. In 2021, PHH was born at Eastbourne. He's resided at the airport for the last 3 years. So basically what we're seeing is that this is one population of birds, but happy to be nesting in 4 different areas. There's a map of where the nests were we found at the airport. You can see that they're both inside and outside of the security fence. We've got permission, and we've gone through the security to actually monitor inside the fence. Currently, as you know, they started the remediation of the seawall at the southern end before nesting started. And the birds we're hoping will move forward up north to the other nesting areas while that work's going on, because they do move around quite a bit. So we're not too worried about the. And you can see from that we've had 3 nests that successfully hatched, 3 nests in the red that failed, and the one greenwood actually produced 2 fledglings, which means they flew. So we had 2 fledglings. Now, out of 8 nests, that's not great. We want to get at least 4 fledglings out of 8 nests. At Bering Head and at the lakes, through trapping, rahuis, working with the iwi, of course, Lee's here. So we originally set up the rahuis. We've taken the nest success from 3% to over 56%. Okay. The issue we see here after a year is, and we go to the site weekly to monitor, plane photographers, they walk right through one of the nesting areas, and when we tell them, hey, listen, there's nests here, they're very good about that and keeping away it. And also, we really think predation by cats is our critical issue. So we've been working with both predator-free Miramar and predator-free Wellington. So predator-free Wellington has given us 6 Dock 200 traps to put around that nesting area, but we haven't caught anything. We haven't caught any mustelids or hedgehogs, which actually eat the eggs on the nest in those traps. So again, we suspect. Do I have 5 minutes or 10? 10. Is that the minute?
You still have.
I'm going real quick.
You still have 6 minutes, but we have questions.
Yeah, I'll get to the questions. We're working quite closely, and predator-free Miramar, Ed Wellington will tell us, because predator-free Miramar actually has a Dock 200s. Wellington doesn't. Wellington's only targeting rats. We're more interested in mustelids and hedgehogs, and we've caught nothing around that area in either of those. The traps are not set up large enough to catch cats, whereas at Bering Head and at Lakes Block, we've got SA2 traps which take out feral cats. Also, this is just the area just to the east of the nesting area. These were cameras that were put in, and they found 82 cats in this bushy area. So this is just to the east of the Moa Point sewage plant. In Wellington, or sorry, Lower Hutt, we did get through the bylaws of microchipping, registering, and so forth, but they don't want to. They're not going to do anything about it. It's just the rules are there. So, if we don't do something about the cats, this population of the airport is going to be in big trouble. What we do at Eastbourne, you can see we've got a wartaw on the map on the right side, and you can see the footprints on the left side, and on the inside, that's the nesting areas. We know exactly where they nest. The birds pretty much nest in the same area year to year. And the people at Eastbourne with dog walkers, this is a dog leash-free area, are very good. About 99.9% people keep their dogs on the lead here. There's a lot of pressure. We use the scouts to actually help put the fencing up. We use the scouts to pass out an information pamphlet each nesting season within a half kilometre of the area to keep your cats inside at night. And you can see we got a number of partners, Hut City, iwi, Greater Wellington, New Zealand Birds, so forth, so on. So what we really need to look at is to protect this nesting area, one, from both human and from cats in that area. But also you need to really recognize that this area is a very special area. I mean, you've got an endangered species, more endangered than little blue penguins, which we're also protecting at Eastbourne, and they're highly endangered. So we really got to think about this area, what we can do for there. The good news is inside the fenced area, it's great. We did have one nest lost due to a mowing, but we've worked out how to get around the mowers on that situation. And just lastly, there are 4 nests, 4 areas where the dotterels are, from Cable Bay, where the cable comes in, through the Red Rocks. So we want to also get permission one day to actually do a walkthrough on that foreshore and take a look to see if our flag birds are there. It's not really to actually do a formal monitor or protect that area, but it's key. These birds nest on the ground, as you can see. There's a little chick there, and they could be prone to, the Paringa Lakes, it was mainly human interference on quad bikes and so forth, destroying the nest on the ground. So we'd really like to see some help from Wellington City. We've got lots of help from Greater Wellington and Lower Hut City to help with signage and also to protect this area.
Cool. Councillor Punnett, you have a question?
Thank you for your very important work. When you're talking about cats, I presume you're talking about wild ones, or you're talking about domestic? And, this council's done some cat control measures. You would presumably prefer that they were indoors.
Yeah, so what we do at Eastbourne, I've got 3 live cat traps that were given to us. I've got a chip reader. I did say to Hut City, listen, if I catch a cat and I read the chip, and I release the cat. So what I was doing is we were setting the traps at night, and then I had volunteers setting them. I'd come in and check them myself in the morning. If we caught a cat, the cat was immediately released, but the chip was read. I understand what I'd like to do with Hut City and also with Wellington. If there is no chip, we've got to assume that that's a stray cat. There's 3 types of cats: feral, stray, and domestic. And a stray is one who's had a bit of connection to humans. And I'd like to do the same here, so we could actually catch cats, identify whether they're chipped or not, and then contact the Wellington Animal Services to then come help us out. Is what we'd like to do.
Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much. When you talk about human interference, you're talking about walkers and cyclists and people go down there. So do you think that we could actually train people not to stay away from the birds, or do you think that we should actually stop them from going in there altogether?
No, because in Eastbourne, you can imagine we've got over 200 volunteers from Eastbourne, basically, and we don't want to upset the dog walkers because half of them have dogs, and over 53% have cats. So it's hard for us to play that political game like it would be with you folks. What we really need to do is to try to control those cats somehow. So what we do is we've got a brochure which on one side says keep your cats safe. It's not that says cats kill. It's more of a soft sell. And on the other side it's about the banded dotterels. And that brochure gets put out by the Eastbourne Scouts within half a kilometre of the nesting area at Eastbourne. And there's also a lot of peer pressure. So dog walkers that see a dog out there off leash, even though there's an off leash area, will say, hey, get your dog on a leash. We've got birds nesting here. Once the birds fledge, once they're off the nest and running around, we can't really control that. So we do have a message with our signage: keep your dog on the leash during nesting season, and nesting goes from August through to February. Then they disappear. And by the way, the record for the dotterel is one of ours. It went all the way to New Caledonia for its winter season. It's 2,500 Ks.
Great.
They can't soar; they got to flap the whole way.
Yeah, great.
Kind of like I do sometimes.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we don't have more questions, but...
They are much prettier than a bloody duck, eh? Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Our next 2 submitters are not here yet, but I wonder if...
Is this us now? No.
Is that David?
Yes.
Fantastic. We thought you running late, so but no, you arrived now, which is good. So it's your turn. You got 10 minutes.
Okay. Ko David Laking ahau, ko kai whakahaere o te whānau iki ngaru, o te upoko o te ika. Tēnā koutou katoa, te hei Māori ora. I'm Dave Laking, I'm the president of the Wellington Board Riders Club. With us today are also members of the Wellington Gurfers Club, who represent women surfing in Wellington. They're down the back there. Who are we? We are a community group representing something like 6,000 surfers in the lower North Island, from Otaki to Castle Point. The Gurfers represent something like 2,500 women surfers in Wellington. There's been a seismic change in surfing in Wellington in the last 5 to 10 years, and there's been an explosion of women's participation in the sport. So we're very happy to be associated with them and have them here supporting us. Right, so getting down to this plan, we strongly support this plan. And we believe the council deserves a bouquet for its handling of this process. There's been some really good consultation, and to my mind, this is the gold standard of how you go about this sort of thing, so you don't have any trouble later on. South Wairarapa District Council have got themselves in a bit of a pickle at the moment, and but Wellington City Council, we really commend what you guys have done with this. So in terms of surfing and how it relates to this document, we would like surfing recognised and protected as a valuable activity in Te Whanganui Atara. We would also like to name some key surf breaks that we would like to be incorporated into this plan. They are Huatapara Lyell Bay, Haiwai Houghton Bay, Breaker Bay, Taputeranga Island, and the Te Kopahau coast. We would also ask that anything that might impact surfing in Wellington should be, for any coastal works or infrastructure affecting surf, we should be a consideration. So in terms of that, we're asked for natural resilience first, any coastal works, dune restoration, soft engineering preferred over hard structures. Water quality is a big thing for surfers. That comes down to stormwater, sewage, and of particular interest for us is the leachate issue in Houghton Bay. We also strongly support the use of traditional Māori names along the south coast. And we in partnership with Mana Whenua, we have strong ties, in particular with Ngāti Toa, because we have a lot of surfers out in Tahi Bay, but also Te Atiawa. And the final thing we ask is to maintain access. We're talking about access to the surfs. We're talking safe paths, stairs, parking near surf spots, quick repairs after storm erosion, that sort of thing. And the final thing is that I'd like to say, what we ask is that we are aware that in the future there's probably going to be some discussion about access around Pariwhero, Red Rocks, Te Kopahau coast. And we would very much like to be involved in that discussion because it affects a lot of our members, because we do quite a bit of surfing around there. So in conclusion, surfers are environmentally aware coastal users, and we're quite engaged with the coast. Wellington's coastline is a taonga, let's keep it healthy, accessible, and surfable for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. We have a couple of questions, starting with Councillor Punnett.
Thank you for your care for the environment. I'm just wondering, though, how that clashes with your surfing activity, because we are worried about restricting vehicles where appropriate. So how do you really think that should be managed, that conflict?
Well, that's a real concern, and that's a concern for us. The last thing we want to see is vehicles trashing the coastline. So just any discussion involving that, we'd just like to be involved in that. And in some cases, it might involve restricting vehicle access.
Cool. Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much. Now, you mentioned a number of beaches, I think about 5 or 6 beaches that could be used for surfing. What would you actually like to see there? Like, people can actually go there and go surfing now, can't they? So are you saying that we should actually have more facilities there, or identify them, or, sorry, what is your suggestion?
Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. So obviously the actual surf spot is actually out of the scope of this strategy. But for example, at Breaker Bay, the surf spot there, it's quite a small car park. There's very limited parking there, and it's actually a matter of safety for us at a spot like that. If someone gets hurt, that they need to be able to get out of there. And that place hurts people quite a bit. So really, we're just talking about maintaining the access and car parks, but also walking access. And we also use the foreshore at Lyell Bay for our competitions too. So we've run 7 events so far this year there, and we use the foreshore just for our judging and running of the competition. So we'd like to be able to maintain that access. But if there was a desire, say, to cut half the car parks out at the corner at Lower Bay, then we'd definitely have an interest in that.
Great.
Councillor Free.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. It's very interesting. I know that at least one of those areas you mentioned is a nationally significant surf break, and I think it's the Lyell Bay one. Are you aware of any other formal protections at the moment for any of these other areas you've mentioned?
There's none.
Okay.
There's none. So that's why we'd like them recognised by the council.
Okay.
Because for a lot of people, unless they actually surf, they have no idea how important these parts of the coast are.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks, David, Jamie, Christy, and Dave, all of you, and good submission.
Thank you very much.
Our next submitters. Who's the next one? Cool. The next speaker is Steve Sanders, speaking to the Martin Lucky Park to Island Bay Shared Use Trail.
Good morning. Thank you for the chance to provide a submission on the Martin Lucky Park to Island Bay Pathway. I strongly oppose this proposal. The route is already well connected by footpaths along Adelaide Road and surrounding streets, and a now completed cycleway. As such, I see this as being a supplementary route, which should be open to greater consideration than if it was providing a missing critical link. My objection is the ongoing development of the town belt land in this area. In recent years, we've seen a greenfield concreted over and replaced with artificial turf to form Hockey Field 3, along with several supporting structures dedicated to hockey players only. Then half of Martin Lucky Park has been fenced off, and despite initial promises, the gates kept locked and access restricted. Huge lighting towers have also been installed, and very recently a cell tower. Now a sealed pathway is being proposed with the desire to be up to 2 metres wide as a both pedestrian and cycle path. All these developments are, in their own rights, reasonable enough and for the general public good. However, together they present an increasing development of what has been set aside as a protected green space. I do wonder at what level of vehicle use does a pathway in fact become a roadway, which may trigger other legislative considerations with the town belt. But for me, the big question is what will be the next development in this area, with each little bite out of the town belt supporting the next. I'm also concerned, knowing the golf course well, that the ground conditions may require more work than has been presented. Is the pathway going to end up requiring retaining walls, ground stabilisation, extensive drainage, infrastructure, and perhaps fencing? I regularly run through the golf course and the surrounding bush and greatly appreciate the undeveloped green space. The area is well used by a wide range of people aside from golfers, such as dog walkers, runners, frisbee golfers, mountain bike riders, and kids just playing freely, all doing so quite sufficiently without needing sealed pathways. Furthermore, around the area I've seen trails come and go. Even a gravelled path can quickly become reclaimed by nature if it is no longer used. This would not be the case with such a developed pathway as proposed, and I wonder what other structures and development might appear alongside it before long. I've spent most of my life in Wellington, the last 20 years living in Berhampore, and I, like I'm sure so many Wellingtonians, am very grateful for the foresight of those who set aside the town belt so long ago. This is an amazing asset for Wellington that would be all but impossible to create in an established city. We have a responsibility to protect this for future generations. Thank you.
Any question, councillors? Quick question, Councillor Chang, Councillor Free, and I'll see.
Quick question on the town belt. Now, do you think that we should actually stop any development on the town belt so that the facilities that we've actually got in there should be retained for before you get to town belt on council land?
Great.
So you're talking like across the board, like retain all the... I think it just has to be measured. I think it has to be... I guess if you're developing something, you have to look at what need is not being met. Why does it have to be there? Could it be elsewhere?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Free?
Martinlucky Park and the closed off, yeah, I really didn't like that when we did it. It was meant to be open. Are you saying it's shut?
Yeah, it's almost always locked.
Oh, well, that needs to be addressed. Yeah. That wasn't the agreement.
And again, it's understandable, but in its own right, having a premium field is great, but it's one other slice of it.
Yeah.
I know very well what you're talking about, Matt, and Councillor Punnett.
Thank you. I have some sympathy for your view. What about paths for walkers, though? I mean, is that generally all right? They can be done in quite a sustainable way.
Through the town belt, it's a great purpose of it, and the town belt's riddled with, and even through the golf course, is covered in paths, but they're very low impact, and that's why I say there's paths I used to walk that don't exist anymore, and they've just been grown over, and that's great. It's a very low impact. Yeah.
Thank you. That was really good submission, and great day for you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Our next submitter is Greg Thomas and Esteban Funes from Wind Water Sports.
Presentation.
You have 10 minutes, including question time.
Great, thank you. Kia ora koutou. My name is Greg Thomas, and with me is Esteban Funes. And we're representing probably the other half of water sports for Lyell Bay, being wind sports, which is kite surfing, windsurfing, wing foiling. So in many ways this sort of presentation kind of builds off largely what the board writers said, having heard their presentation. So I've got a presentation which I just kind of want to take you all through, just starting with some pictures so you can kind of get a feel for the level and ability of wind sports users in Wellington. So all of the folks here often aren't seen out because they're out on windy days of 20 knots or more, rather than the sort of the sunny, surfy days. And in Wellington, you can get out a lot more for windsurfing than you can surfing. You can get out up to 180 days a year at Lyell Bay. and you can see the stand is very high. That's actually, I must confess, that's not at Lyell Bay, but it is in the Wellington region. That's the sail stands at over 4 metres tall, so you can kind of get a feel for the size. And then obviously now you've got wing foiling. So there's a massive growing evolution of wind sports globally, and obviously Wellington is a very high standard for that. Unlike surfing, it's worthwhile knowing that from Wellington has produced 2 national wave sailing champions. It's produced 1 national slalom champion who's also been on the world tour. And something that I think most people don't know is the world record kite jump of 36.7 metres high, roughly 10 stories of a building, was also recorded in Wellington out at Plympton. So the skill level is really, really high here, and there are a lot of users. It's really, really hard to quantify that, but if you sort of just look at across social media and WhatsApp groups, there's over 1,000 on the kite surfing group. There's over 700 on the windsurf sessions group, and then now there's WhatsApp groups for wing foiling where you've got sort of 70 members on one and 113 on other. But I don't think that quantifies the full sum of folks that are out engaging in those sports, merely because those are the ones that have decided to sort of be part of a group on social media and communicate on kind of where to go. The main area I want to focus on today is Lyell Bay, and in particular the rigging area towards the western end, and that's that area there. Under the 2002 plan, it was provisioned for access for windsurfing, and this is the area here that you can see. It's a perfect area for rigging. It's right in the wind zone. It's sheltered. It's grassy. It enables safe access down the beach. It protects your gear from being blown away. But the problem we've had recently is under the 2002 plan, even though we had windsurfing access listed there, suddenly poles went up protecting the dunes, which we're supportive of, and really the dunes, if you go back to this picture, have been good and stable and really unaffected by windsurfers in this area. But the poles have made it impossible for us to get safe access to and from the beach. And that's sort of an example of a windsurfer, which is 4 metres wide. We can't walk down the road there. But we also don't want this to be the end result. It's just not safe, practical, to be able to rig your gear on the sand in 25 knots of wind, especially with wing foiling where the gear will literally be blown away. So overall, we are supportive of the plan that's been put together. It's just that surfing has been elevated and recognised slightly more than all the other sports happening at Lyell Bay, and so the suggestion for 3.2b within the plan is to put key surfing and wind sports, and maintaining facilities. I mean, it could be at both ends of the beach. There's reasonable toilet and shower facilities down the western end now. And I think the word continues safe access to the beach is probably an important one, rather than just any kind of access. The other section I want to highlight is the last bullet point on Lyell Bay. And we support this generally. Like, it's great to see that support windsurfing and kite surfing access at the west end of Lyell Bay Beach is fantastic. But for some reason, unlike any of the other clauses on that, the windsurfing one has, while also maintaining access to protect dune restoration. But really, protecting dune restoration and coastal resilience should be across the entire of Lyell Bay, not sort of within the windsurfing component of that. And I think there's a way in which we can both protect the dunes and enable access easily, as we have done since the 1980s. And then the last things I want to highlight quickly is there are a number of other beaches around Wellington which are also great for wing foiling, windsurfing, that may not be well recognised within the plan. So there's Wersa Bay, which is a great place for people to go in a northerly or southeasterly. There's Shark Bay, which is also great, has good parking access, a good place for rigging up on the stony beach there. The stairs that were put in are quite difficult to actually walk over with that gear, but at the same time it's doable. There's C2, and there's a small grassy area at the end of Hector Street, which is excellent for rigging gear. And then also Leslie Park in huge southerly swells with those skilled riders. Sometimes that accessing the beach through there is good. That's all I wanted to say, because I want to leave some time for questions.
Cool. Sounds good. Any question, councillors? Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora. I'm just interested to understand storage for gear, so we don't encourage other members of the public to walk on the dunes. But have you seen any other solutions in the region or internationally that might work to be able to store gear without encouraging folks to go on the dunes?
In terms of storing gear, I mean, pretty much what folks have to do for windsurfing or any of these other sports is pretty much, you drive with your gear in your car and you park in the area, you carry your gear down to the grassy area and then rig it up and then you go. And then once you finish your session, you take it back to the area and you can put it down safely there and then de-rig and then leave. So, gear isn't usually left for long periods of time. But that's the way so that's really the only way it kind of works.
Yeah, I was more meaning the photo you showed us of where we've put the ropes up so now folks can't access it.
Yes.
So what's the need there to...
So we can't walk from the grassy area down to the beach anymore without basically, when a pole needs to be removed or lowered. Otherwise we can't walk down to the beach safely with our gear through that. I mean, at the moment, I'm like, you're sort of tossing one bit of gear underneath a rope while sort of climbing under the other, and it's very, very difficult.
And if I can add to that, I mean, you could argue to say that, well, why don't you rig on the beach? But in the beach, with all the wind, the strength, and also the sandy beach and all the components, it's not just like a small thing that you just pull together. It has a lot of components that goes inside the mast, so it's not really an option for us to go and rig on the beach. So that's why we do it separately, and then we walk with the gear into the beach and so on.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Quick question. Thank you for coming in. The poles and the ropes. What is the purpose of them? Is the purpose of them actually to try and stop people from parking there, or what is the reason for it?
Council put them up to provide almost a visual deterrent for people to not walk or sit on the dunes.
Oh, I see.
There's many ways I suppose that could be achieved, but that's sort of that's the main purpose. And I sort of add there's many places along the beach where pedestrians have got access, where there's great boardwalks down onto the beach in areas that are going over the top of dune areas, but that entire windsurf access in that area has sort of been barred off effectively.
I see. Great, thank you.
No more questions. Thank you so much for your submission, but continue engaging with council officers, and when the report will be out sometime when would it be?
Brilliant.
In a couple of weeks. So
I can add one more thing, so about 30 seconds. The windsurfing community is very happy to work on the area, develop the area, enhance the area, assist with planting. The access ways can be easily achieved without really disturbing the wider part of the dunes. So it's just having that kind of consideration of how we can do that.
Yep, brilliant. We would love to see you back again when the report is ready. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
Ian Hutchison. Ian Hutchison, you got Cross Country Vehicle Club from, thank you. You got 10 minutes.
It's still morning, so good morning. Look, very quickly, our history. We've been around here for 50 years, long time user of South Coast, 25 years cleaning up the beach, 16 years of planting and 6 years of predator trapping. We don't see conservation and recreation are in conflict. So our interest is, of course, in Area 1, Sector 1 in your plan, which is the area from the visitor centre around the coast. But first I'd like to just mention the process that you've used. The draft engagement which you had determined there was a balance between recreation through four-wheel driving and ascertaining desirable environmental outcomes. That balance was not reflected in any way in the current draft. The draft engagement just simply ignored it. So we're disappointed with that. We have an MOU with you. Council and the Four-Wheel Drive Club signed an MOU in 2016, talked about close cooperation. Well, that was totally ignored in this process. We're disappointed. In terms of Reserves Act consultation, which you say it is, it's talking about doing things to the legal road, which of course you can't do under the Reserves Act. There are no powers under the Reserves Act to help you close legal roads. It doesn't do much in regard to the actual council cliff reserves and ignores the historic reserve at Sinclair Head. So in NCEA terms, we'd grade you as must try harder on that one. But your proposed approach doesn't recognise other options. If you're making bylaws and restrictions under the Local Government and Transport Act, you must consider non-bylaw options. None are mentioned. The status quo is always an option. Every policy analyst knows that. The reasoning you've provided is far from specific or convincing. We believe the reasoning should be based on logic and, as much as possible, facts rather than anecdotes. Your data is sparse and dodgy, without being unkind. You say in Sector 1, half of Wellingtonians visit annually for activities. And they talk about snorkelling and diving and four-wheel driving, whatever. Half of Wellingtonians. Divide it up and what do you get? You get 280 people a day, every day, each day. Wow, that coffee cart's going to be doing a great deal of business. But in fact, it's absolutely rubbish. It doesn't happen that way, does it? You'll get 300 perhaps on a very fine sunny day. We've done some counting around here recently. 90 on a Sunday. Comparable numbers on a Saturday. On a Thursday or Friday, very, very few. So the suggestion that half Wellingtonians go there and using that as a piece of data to base the plan on, we believe is not supported and not supportable. We've already mentioned in our submission about 90% of visitors on foot. We've done some surveys. It doesn't support your number. And when we asked how your number was derived, we got an email that said, well, we don't think it's right. It's more like 85 or maybe 80 or maybe 95. We're not sure. We don't know. So why put it in the plan if it's not correct and acknowledge not correct? There's a grab bag of reasons that you've provided about why you should, in fact, consider restricting access on the road. Poaching, for example, well, that's a fisheries responsibility. When we did accounts the other week, they were there. They were doing their job. They were stopping, asking, questioning, inquiring, looking, searching, and taking names and numbers. They're doing their job all right. Fire, of course, is a fire and emergency responsibility. It's already prohibited. Council signs say fires are prohibited. So we're not quite sure what you're talking about in terms of four-wheel drives somehow being banned because they are a fire risk of some form. And there are some statements in there about non-published guidelines. We can't find any FENS guidelines which would be applicable to what you're talking about. Storm swells, another reason. It's a function of NEMO, National Emergency Management Office, to do that. You can argue whether they do it well or not. The recent tsunami alert is debatable. But whether they do it well or not, it's their role, and it's not your role to second guess it or overdo their advice or change their advice. Just let their advice be their advice. Biosecurity outbreaks in the grab bag. COVID, well, why are risks greater with four-wheel drives than the general public? And why are the risks greater on the south coast section than anywhere else on the coastal strip, or indeed in Wellington City? We just can't see the relationship between four-wheel drive access and biosecurity such as COVID, which doesn't exist anywhere else in the whole region. Certainly not explained in the documentation. Happy to take questions.
If you finish, otherwise you can...
Okay, I'll do it later. Didymo, it's about boat ramps, not about four-wheel driving. Antisocial behaviour, another comment. Well, we're not quite sure what that is, but it's not on the coast road. It might be in a car park where people are camping there. Freedom camping on the coast is prohibited. It does occur occasionally. Some hikers stop and camp around there. But rangers manage that when they have to. That's what your council rangers do. They manage that piece of area. Public safety you talk of. Danger to who? Not clear. From whom? Not clear. Not stated. So how can we take that into account and comment on it if we don't know actually what you're saying? So we think the grading we give you there under NCA is stay on topic, please. Stay on your topic. There are some omissions which we think should be corrected. Dirt bikes, not mentioned in the plan, but they travel faster, they're noisier, and they can travel closer to walkers. They need some mention in the plan and some more information and management process. The Historic Reserve at Sintley Head, not long-standing neglect up there. You've had studies over the years which have recommended action, but there's nothing happened. So we're not sure what the problem definition is. There is comment that people have raised significant concerns about four-wheel drive use. Well, we've asked what the complaints are. Council can't give us any. The police can't give us any. So we think the formal complaints seem to be zero. And registration numbers collected and passed on for action, zero. So exactly what the concerns are and who's raised them, we don't know. Public calls for stricter management, by whom? Where? When? We have not been provided with information that's not in the plan. We ask for it and we don't get it. So is it just people who made comments in the engagement process? Is that what we're talking about? Public calls? We don't think there's a real problem there, and we believe that issues there can be addressed under status quo. Just briefly talking about the essential nature of access. Under 1.4 you recognise the need for access, 1.4b, and the next paragraph you go on to say it's discouraged and you should do beach driving. Well, that gives worse environmental outcomes than driving on the current track. Driving across the beach puts a much greater risk to the environment, to dotterels or whoever it might be there, than on the existing formed track. The interviewing incident was recent. When it happened, the police called us, and within an hour we had 25 four-wheel drive vehicles sitting in the car park ready to help them. But you can't do that if you revert to beach driving. If you do just let the road revert back to nothing, that disappears. You can't do that sort of support for essential activities. And in terms of restricting the roads, the courts have ruled against road stoppings in the past, especially giving access to coastal areas. They support public access rather than any other forms of restrictions. So we've given you some submissions which has detailed changes in there, word by word changes on various paragraphs. We think better education, information, enforcement is required, better management, better data, look after dirt bikes, think about speed limits under the transport regulations, and joint enforcement days, police, rangers and fisheries. We've had them before. So thanks for listening. Some of you won't be back on council next year. We're aware of that. But CCVC will be around. We'll be continuing to improve conservation with four-wheel drive-based activities, cooperating with council under the MOU. We hope you'll allow that and support us. Thank you.
Thank you. There are quite a few questions, so what I would do is, for those who haven't asked a lot of questions, I will give you priority, and I'll start with Councillor O'Neill and then Councillor Panet.
Kia ora. It's been acknowledged that the people are part of the vehicle clubs are the responsible ones, but maybe the concern is individual four-wheel drive people. If we shut a fence that stopped people accessing it, but just gave clubs the codes, would that work for your club?
Would it be clubs or club members, or how would you manage that? We don't think it's practical, frankly. I mean, it could work, but it means that we would need to formalise our access much more than we do now at the moment. We go around there and do a trapping trip when the weather's good. We may choose that on the day. We may not pre-arrange it in some way. We always let you know, but we don't ask for access, etc. So we agree that the problem is the hoons, but we think there are better ways to manage those hoons than to prevent access of all the people. So you're punishing the 50% or whatever it might be for the 20% who transgress. It's a common problem with council management, but you don't close Lambton Quay because some people's yell and scream around there in the middle of the night. You have ways to manage it.
Good.
Other ways around the coast.
Councillor Panet, quick question.
Have you considered the views of submitters who have asked for restrictions on the vehicles?
Yes, we have. We've looked at their submissions. Some of them, again, just simply say we support the council position. very few provide any particular evidence of what the issue is they're worried about. They talk about environmental concerns. We're not sure what they are. We need to get much deeper dialogue with those people and deal with council to work out what concerns may exist. We think that's why you need to get better information and more data. More information is much better to make decisions on. We don't think you're able to do that now.
Cool. I think that's a really good submission. May I also ask officers to circulate that memorandum of understanding with the club, so to the councillors. Thank you. And in the future, when the paper is out, you are welcome to come back and do more submissions. But it's up to you.
I'm not sure whether we can or not, but whatever else.
Yep.
We'll be here in the future.
Yep.
If you're here and you want to talk to us, we want to talk to you.
Thank you.
By the way, we've just made contact with the Miro folk and said we're going to help you with some access around the coast, which they're happy for.
Thank you and have a very good day. Who's next? Next is Barry Insel on behalf Red Rocks batch owners. Yeah, Barry. Yeah. There you go.
Greetings. Most of you know me. In actual fact, I've been the primary organiser for 24 of the 25 years of coastal cleanups. The 25th year will be in November. I'm going to start, probably unusual for me, photograph up on the screen there. This is George Tamarapa. George attended a formal function at the Bay Quarry 25 years ago. And why he means so much to me, he turned around and said, he said he saw me and one other who was council's chief honorary ranger at the time as being modern day kaitiaki. And it's been that comment that I guess has driven my commitment to the coast over the years. As part of the new draft plan, you're going to replace the old 2002 plan. And I'd like to take you on a quick journey around the coast. Here's the gate that we were talking about earlier on. In the 2002 plan, it said that the gate closure hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and consideration will be given to reduced hours over the winter. Here we are in 2025, and I don't believe there's been any review. And my wife reminds me of it every year. That's why we don't start the batch on a Sunday during the winter. It's too bloody late, too dark when we come out. I think in advancing the new plan, you need to go back and say, what haven't we achieved that we told the public earlier on? The next photograph is George spoke about the importance of whitebait, again returning up Harpe Stream. And this is a photograph of the dam that's there. I think it was the 2002 plan which said it is proposed to construct a rock ramp to improve fish passage. Nothing there, never has been. Nothing's been done in all those years. At one point in time, officers trialled, I think it was mussel spat rope, so the juvenile whitebait could climb up and go beyond the dam. Even that's disappeared. Go around further, you've heard of the observation post at Sinclair Head to Rimarapa. Part of the existing management plan documents, including the Outer Green Belt Plan, talks about protecting assets. The photograph there shows you an aerial hidden in the vegetation. Oddly enough, the various plan documents include maintained vegetation around historic features. Someone else said that there are a number of threats to survival of the heritage items and identified vegetation. Still nothing gets done. There's the aerial that dates back to the last war that formed part of the radar system laying there. And there's another example of vegetation, and that aerial I spoke of is hidden in there. That's a photograph of the observation post itself, where people would have stood many years ago. Next one, this is from a document I'm writing. The top two yellow pins, top right-hand corner, mark historic terracing. Now, I don't know the era. It could go back to Ngāti Mamoi when they were there in the 1400s, but nevertheless there was terracing. And to protect the integrity of those sites, again, vegetation was important. And council have been told about the need to be mindful of, vegetation regrowth. But when I was on one of these sites just a fortnight ago, almost totally disappeared. The integrity of historic features is being lost through not following up what you've written in your own management plans. In terms of consultation, the words I've put up here is that consultation is not mere informing, but a meaningful discussion between the parties. The party consulting must ensure that the party consulted has all of the relevant information. I'm going to suggest in parts of the current plan, and I'm not being hard on the officers that I know well, I'm trying to be helpful, that meaningful discussion has failed to take place. And Ian, the previous speaker, has touched on it. The Wellington Cross Country Vehicle Club have a written MOU with council. And I'll suggest that the intent of that has not been followed through. Over recent weeks, I've canvassed a number of the batch folk to ask what were their thoughts about closing the road over public holidays. And as a general rule, they'd come back and say, on what grounds? It's all very well promoting something in the document that we may close it, but you need to set out the grounds, and that is lacking. Got a couple of other points, but more importantly, I wanted to make myself available for questioning. Next week, I'm going to host mana whenua at the Batch on the coast to talk about history. I think it's a great privilege to be able to do that. And Council, Bart Cox, he's not here, is going to come along. Is he there? Yes. I think it's a good initiative to bring mana whenua in to talk about the coast, management of it. I can assure you I've got a few views that council need to work on, and hopefully I'll be able to convince mana whenua to follow those lines. But more importantly, using my knowledge, how can I help you? Who's got some questions? Councillor Chung, you normally have a question.
Oh, don't start him, Barry. Okay, cool.
No.
Let me start. Okay, Councillor Flynn. Okay, can get me that. Let me start with your words there. Consultation is not a negotiations. It just sounds a bit of philosophical as well. Could you give us an example how consultation is not a negotiation?
As part of this, now, firstly, I've got no time for idiot four-wheel drives. But the impact of use of four-wheel drives is significant in this plan if the legal road status is uplifted or nighttime use. So I'm not condoning the illegal use, but if it is a major component, I personally would have thought council would have canvassed the views of that interest group. But that, in my view, has not happened. I attended the public consultations and sitting around a table with a group of others that you don't know, writing stickies and handing them in or putting them on a board is not full and proper consultation. Now, I appreciate there's only a limited amount of time and there's many issues, but if you hone down on a particular aspect, and it doesn't matter whether it's board riders, horse riders or four-wheel drivers, proper consultation needed more time with some interest groups.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Foon?
Yeah, Barry, just your knowledge of, the community of Batches around the south coast there. What would you say the top 3 things of importance are to them?
The top 3? Well, I'd say certainly the top one, top 3. I'll say a small majority of idiots. And it doesn't matter whether dirt bike riders or motor vehicles. There is room for improvement. There's no denying that. The batch owners all talk of power poaching, and we've seen that. But both of those aspects can be sorted out to some degree, with a better relationship with those that hold the appropriate warrant for enforcement. Okay, so historically there was a very good relationship with the police. I think that's probably waned a little bit. I'm sure there's ways of working better with fisheries. Fisheries have approached me to talk about placement of cameras, and they've had difficulty in dealing with council at one stage, but you can work through them. We've had many speakers talking about dogs. In my submission, you'll see I sent an email to rangers saying, past 3 dogs today, all off leads. And that's an aspect council themselves have got suitable powers to deal with, particularly with kiwi kiwi are now found on Canal Station, about to go into, or have gone into, Long Gully and shortly to Kopahau. Have to put some effort into better controlling roaming dogs. And I see roaming dogs most times when I go to the coast.
Thank you, Barry, and well put there, and you finish your time as well, and really appreciate.
Thank you.
Good submission. Is Brian here? Fantastic. You're next.
Tēnā koutou. Hei timata, me mihi kia tika ki te mana whenua o tēnei takiwa ko Aotearoa, ko Taranaki whānui hoki. Ko Brian Takuingawa, he mihi tēnei ki a koutou, ko ngā kai konihira. My submission is short because our group fully supports the name changes proposed in the proposal under the naming policy of Te Māpihi Maurea. We see this as supporting the wishes of mana whenua, mātauranga Māori, and also recent findings from Kevin Jones's 1983 archaeological survey. To not be pedantic, because it would be redundant, but the community would just state that the implication would be that the reserve is not known locally, currently as Te Rai Kaiho. And secondly, just to be clear, the conservation groups works ki uta, so on the hillside of the road. Whilst we are still actively involved in the coast, that is currently where we operate and the rest of the catchment. To finish, one thing maybe just to append for the future to think about with naming is there is the Buckley Road Reserve, where there would have been movement historically from Uruho to Highway, and perhaps maybe it would be worth, before this becomes official, just some thought putting into the implications of what that name change might be. Nō reira, ka mihi nui ki a koutou, your work's awesome, and ka kite.
Kia ora. We might have some questions, so if you can stay. Any questions? If not, I have one. It's not from myself. I just was going through some of the submissions. It seems there is a support in general for the renaming, though there is a question when it comes to one specific, that is the Shoreline Park. Could you please share your side or your understanding of history and what it means, and your input into
I won't speak specifically to that site at risk of exposing my lack of knowledge, but yeah, in general, we would support the framework that is in place regarding the naming that is applied to that places like that.
Thank you. Are we done? Is Simon in the room or online? Simon? Okay, kia ora whanau. The next speaker is 12:30, and we will see if they're going to come in 12:30. We will adjourn for 5 minutes, and after that we will go for lunch. All good?
Recorded accidents of a person on a bicycle being hit by a golf ball, and those situations were often much higher use with very high use cycleways and popular golf courses. Adelaide Road, on the other hand, as I'm sure you're familiar, 12,300 vehicles a day on average. If we look at this shot from Street View, it's got a Toyota Prado in shot. The Toyota Prado weighs 2.5 tonnes. A golf ball weighs 46 grams. Now, if we assume that the Prada's doing 40 kilometres per hour and a golf ball's doing 180 kilometres per hour, we can work out the relative kinetic energy of those two things, and you'll find that the Prada has over 2,500 times the kinetic energy on impact of a golf ball. Bearenport Golf Course, the other thing to consider is the exposure, the risk of being hit by a golf ball. As I say, on Adelaide Road, there's 12,300 vehicles a day on average. I'm not sure what the figures are for the east side of Bearenport Golf Course, but when I used to ride through there on the way back from school back in the late 80s, or when I worked in town and lived in Island Bay, I very, very rarely saw anybody playing golf there at that time that I was cycling, which would be commuting times, not the weekends. So yeah, at the times that people are cycling through there for commuting purposes, very, very low use, particularly on the eastern side of the golf course. You can see from the Strava heat map, which shows the activity of golfers who are using Strava, that the western side of the golf course is far, far more popular. And I know from my experience as a disc golfer, by the time I've done the western side of the course, which is quite hilly, I've had enough. I've got tired legs, I'm ready to go home. So yeah, I came across this quote yesterday from a disc golf course provider up in Auckland, and they said, "Caring is sharing." The Waitara disc golf course shares some sections with mountain bikers. We're confident mountain bike and disc golf will coexist well. The bikers move through quickly, and disc golfers are such friendly folk too. The added benefit is that a good drive will be rewarded with an easy walk along the golf path, mountain bike trail. So this is obviously a situation where there were pre-existing mountain bike trails, the new kids on the block were the disc golfers, and of course, if you're from that perspective, you're going to look at things in terms of sharing much, much more positively. So yeah, just in summary, I think the relative risk of cycling on Adelaide Road is far, far higher than riding through the eastern side of Bearenport Golf Course, and I think with a positive attitude, everybody can get along. That's all.
Thank you, and I just want to remind you, your question will be between you and lunch, so Councillor Pannett and then Councillor Chang.
Love biking, but I also love walking as well. And so when we talk about caring and sharing around here, what about the walkers?
Yeah, sure. In my experience, it's also a fairly low walking area.
Yeah.
And the sight lines are quite good. It's not tight blind corners and the like, so there's plenty of time to see a walker up ahead, control your speed, and make eye contact.
Okay, so it's really golf balls you're worried about, potentially.
I would potentially be worried about golf balls if it was a really busy golf course, but yeah.
Cool. Councillor Chang, quick. And then
yep, thanks very much, Simon. Much appreciated. And we have talked about this before. What percentage of people coming down Adelaide Road do you think would actually use this alternative path if it was possible?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I can only speak from my own experience. I had a nasty crash going down Adelaide Road in the 80s. It's the last time I've had a nasty crash with a motor vehicle, none since. But after that, I changed my behaviour and I moved more to off-road situations where I could avoid motor vehicles.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Simon. We've had a submitter that said the ground conditions weren't right, so in Bearenport Golf Course, and I did walk through a bit of a muddy patch there this morning. Did you get a chance to look at the ground conditions while you were at Greater Wellington?
Yes. I walked through the course a couple of times with my clinometer, measuring the gradients, and I found the ground conditions were okay on the alignment that I was walking. Yeah, but if there are ground conditions that are not favourable, there's ways of fixing that with standard trail building techniques.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Simon, and good submission. No more question. Now we can go to the favourite time of the day. It's lunchtime, and see you 1:05. you are next. Faye Bishop. Yep. Come forward, and you have 5 minutes, including question time. Feel free to sit in the chamber or standing.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I acknowledge the beautifully drafted management plan that we have access to in the documents, and I state my appreciation for the work that the lucky council officers who've been able to work on that wonderful project. I'm envious. I also would like to say thank you to Ella Hardy and Stephanie Jane. They made it easy for me to get the documents when I came in very late. Regarding Shelley Bay, I just want to make it that I wish this area to be accessible by vehicle as well as by cyclists and walkers. My concern is for the infirm, the injured and the less healthy people being able to continue to enjoy the area. Evans Bay Marina, this is my playground. I've been able to be in this facility for many years. I think this should continue as a facility that is affordable for lower income citizens of the city and the surrounds. It is fully user funded, and it was transferred back to the council from the Harbour Board when the Harbour Board was disestablished. Now, regarding my comment regarding further greening, this refers to my concern that access to the marina, the ramp area and the yacht club is very difficult. The road is busy and there are lots of cyclists, so we don't want extra greening to obscure our visibility. That is my concern there. Now, what I would really like to talk about with the marina is the Evans Bay Marina Tenants Group. I recommend the committee of this group of marina users to the Wellington City Council officers and councillors. The committee members are from various other backgrounds, and they pull their knowledge and skills to advocate for a safe and practical amenity. I urge the Wellington City Council officers and councillors to engage with the spokesman. I have attended all AGMs of the group before it became an incorporated society, and I'd noted that comments come back that Wellington City councillors have tended to disregard the proposals put forward by the committee on the basis of the number of attendees at the AGM. Moreover, many discussions take place on the piers, the breastwork and the sheds or on the boats, and owners believe their input has been taken to the meeting without their individual attendance. The charter between the Evans Bay Marina Tenants Group and the Wellington City Council is a good example of engagement between the boaties and the Wellington City Council. It had worked for us and it has kept our charges reasonable, and they have listened. In 2017, the Evans Bay Marina Tenants Group commissioned and paid for what was called the 2018 Shearwater Report. It was about the redevelopment of the marina, and at that time I thought it was doable within budgets and user contributions. Unfortunately, it did not find favour with the Wellington City Council. I understand the current financial model is usable for both the current and the Shearwater proposal. This proposal, the Shearwater proposal, is suited to the Wellington Cook Strait conditions rather than Auckland or other more moderate sailing conditions or boating conditions. This morning, Warren Rankin spoke on behalf of the Evans Bay Marina Tenants Group, and I urge the Wellington City Council to take serious notice of the huge amount of detail that committee has put forward. Many aspects have been taken into account from members, all with different ideas from their respective experiences, and that has been formulated into the presentation given this morning. I conclude that I do not need expensive IT programs to continue to use a safe and accessible marina. It just needs to be practical and sensible, and please work with the representatives of the Marina, Evans Bay Marina Tenants Group, because they're very well suited to put forward their ideas, all different backgrounds, from owning small businesses to corporate backgrounds, and I think you get a good overall mix of the people involved from the committee of that group. That is my main thoughts, so thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. That's a very clear submission. It's on time as well.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I did practice at home.
Well done. Oh, thank you. Good.
Thank you.
Next is Nicole Colmer. You have 5 minutes. Oh, you have 10 minutes, including question time. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the plan. I'm Nicole Miller. I'm the founder of Explore Your Coast. I take my written submission as read and use the opportunity to provide more context. Explore Your Coast is a group of communications, educations, marine science, and marine conservation professionals, and we are all volunteering our time to inspire New Zealanders to connect with the ocean, raise awareness for and understanding of coastal ecosystems. And we work with and support communities to explore and document their coast and apply the observations for better decision making and in support of marine conservation and restoration initiatives. Most of our volunteers are based in Wellington, and we engage with local groups and residents through presentations, pop-ups, and other events. The people we connect with are often active users of the coastal reserves. Many are involved in pest management and weed control, or in the management of the reserve or catchment areas. During recent Visions for Wellington events, panelists and attendees repeatedly noted that a unique advantage for Wellington is its natural capital. Opportunities to connect to nature attract and keep highly paid workers in town, and that's despite the weather. The harbour and coast are at the heart of Wellington's identity, and our coastal reserves form the vital link between the land and the sea. They provide access to a wild and inspiring coastline and support well-being and creativity. People love seeing and seeking out unique and vulnerable seabirds, marine mammals, seahorses, and other wildlife. Has any one of you had a chance to experience the underwater forests? Yeah? Like the forests on land, our underwater forests provide the foundation for a thriving food web. They provide shelter, food, and habitat for power and crayfish, and for small critters and fish, which in turn attract larger finfish, dolphins, penguins, and us, that is fishers and divers, mostly to collect seafood, but also to enjoy our native and sometimes endemic biodiversity, and that is right in town. So I'm specifically talking about the coastal reserves in the most populated areas of Wellington. That's the southern and eastern suburbs, including the south coast and the Miramar Peninsula, the base and the CBD waterfront. I'll show you a 2-minute video in a second about our local seaweed forests. It touches on the points I will elaborate on. The trailer particularly highlights overfishing as one threat to our seaweed forests, but there are many more. The City Council can address the major land-based pressures that drive the decline of our underwater forest, that is sedimentation, sewage, chemical and plastic pollution. We have to manage these impacts in addition to overfishing to ensure our underwater forests will survive. If we could play the video. So.
Every time it just blows my mind on how many different things you can see. Now I'm diving 70 kilometers of Wellington coastline to document it on video.
we are on a pathway to decline. All the sea urchins started to come up. They were just mowing down all the seaweed. Once you start seeing the place and connecting to the place and seeing what it's like, over time see changes of places, and that's a bit scary. I need to come up with ways how I can better share what I see. How can I use my skills as a scuba diver to actually bring the ocean to shore? Take more photos of them. Virtual reality experience. QR codes. It's not going to be possible anymore for our kids to go for a snorkel to see all the diversity to get a feed. If we have just kindergarten, we won't even find anything. So we are at risk of losing like our part of New Zealand's identity.
The next event is actually on the 28th of August if anyone is interested in seaweed beer. It's also good for the local economy, so come and join us there. So anyway, these are the underwater forests of Te Whanganui-a-Tara, Wellington Harbour. So now imagine you are standing anywhere on the coast from Seaton into the CBD. How far out do you think these underwater forests grow? They are very close to shore. Most of them are actually within a stone's throw of the coastline. So what happens on land has a direct impact on the marine environment. So how the reserves are managed and how people use them affects the adjacent marine life and vice versa. So it is critical that the City Council has processes in place that identify the impacts of use and the effects of management of the reserves on the marine environment. This documentation would also be a great entry point to better integrate work and leverage resources with the regional council. I would like to expand on 3 points with examples. First, coastal reserves are buffers between land and sea. The coastal reserve management plans should consider how the reserves can be used to mitigate sedimentation and pollution. This includes sewage and stormwater overflows. Excess nutrients fuel algal growth, while sediments block light, smothering seaweed forests and destroying the habitat that the marine life depends on. More visible is rubbish from nearby streets or from users of the reserves. The plastic washed up on our beaches originates from the city too. How is the council addressing that? Weed management in reserves and on roadsides should consider alternatives to herbicides to protect nearby kelp forests, for example, through design changes or manual removal. Even one-off exposures to chemicals like glyphosate have shown to harm seaweeds. If we look after the seaweed forests, they will in turn protect the shoreline and remain a vibrant asset for Wellington. Second, reserves provide access to the coast. The City Council has a role to play in educating users about their impact through online information and in brochures on tracks, parking and camping. Enough park rangers have to be on site to educate and enforce rules when needed. The Te Kopaho Reserve camping website and brochure, for example, don't mention that the visitor car park in Ofiro Bay is adjacent to the marine reserve. Yet, great access to surf casting and diving is promoted. As a result, people often arrive at the car park and start surf casting inside the marine reserve. I've seen it myself. The council has to do more to connect residents and visitors with the ocean, both in coastal reserves and anywhere else with expensive coastal and harbor views. QR codes, art trails, and similar initiatives can spark interest, show what lies below the surface and why it matters. These initiatives also highlight how our actions affect the marine environment. This provides a great opportunity to engage with community groups, which is what other submissions call for too. There is a strong demand for marine experiences. The Island Bay Marine Education Centre is a proven draw and an important asset for Wellington. Council should support the aquarium and work with the centre on a long-term viable future. Finally, and most importantly, the City Council must work with the Regional Council and better integrate their work plans. This is especially critical in areas where seaweed forests and other habitats along the city coastline are under pressure from land-based impacts. City Council staff have to stay informed about the Regional Council's coastal marine work, and both councils should collaborate on reducing land-based impacts. This should also extend into outreach, art, and education initiatives, regardless of whether these occur on city or regional council managed areas. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide feedback, and I'm happy to take a really quick question.
Thank you so much. Another brilliant submission. And Councillor Chang, we finished time, but the good thing is I have a question and I'm a chair. I can allow myself to have more time.
Excellent. I love this.
So, look, I really like your submission, the 4-page, and you define the problem, you put also recommendations. And for me, the one that I really want you to quickly address is under the community-led monitoring stewardship. You talked about promoting co-governance and community restoration partnership. What that looks like, and could you just give us an example in just saying?
I think it's really important to start right with what the community see, what is the value, and that's where the collaboration with the regional council comes in, because work has been done to identify what are the values, and of course both councils have really good partnerships with Mana Whenua as well. So if you bring Mana Whenua, other community groups together and start what are the values that people want to see, particularly Mana Whenua with a long-term vision for the harbour environment, that's really powerful to drive change. It's not something you can do straight away, but over time initiatives will add up. And you will hear with the Boating Club another couple of great examples about initiatives. So how do we bring all the work that is happening together? It can't just be the community-led restoration. So if we don't change what goes into the harbour and how, which is not part of the council, but what people pull out, we won't change the decline. So it has to be education, restoration initiatives, so communities are engaged, plus actions from leadership from council is really important.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Keep coming back and telling us what to do. That's great.
My pleasure.
And who's next? Our next speakers, Owen Anderson and Sue Garfield from Worcester Bay Boating Club. You have 10 minutes, including question. It's yours.
From the notes. So I'm Owen Anderson, this is Sue Graflin, and we represent Worcester Bay Boating Club and the Boat and Beachwise Trust, which is associated with the club. So we also congratulate the council on the publication of the draft reserves management plan. We think this is a great initiative, and I think it's going to have some real positive benefits for the coastlines around the city. So the club and the trust are part of a working group with Taranaki Whānui, Wellington Regional Council, the City Council, NIWA, which is now Earth Sciences New Zealand, DOC, and the Motu Kairangi Kahewa Ako that has started a community conversation about establishing a community-initiated marine management area at Worcester Bay to protect the environment there, and it's called Te Kahu Moana Ki Kakariki. And as part of this, part of Te Kahu Moana, children from across the schools in the eastern suburbs are creating various things at the club, including a penguin hotel that's been there for a few years now, and penguins are nesting there quite happily, a kelp forest with help from Nicole and her people, a paua nursery, an underwater art snorkel trail, and we're hoping to also establish like an anemone garden as well in the shallows. And as part of the conversation, we're proposing enhancements that will see the dunes grow in the area. Some of the grass area at the club, you can see on this photo here where the dunes are and where the grass areas are. So we want that. Okay, you can do that bit. To reinstate some of the grass area and enhance the recreational amenities at Wersa Bay in line with the intent of the plan. So we're proposing initially, as part of this, that a covered waka storage area space be created next to the south end of the pavilion. So this is a existing pavilion you can see in this image here at the club, which has got some at the beach, which has got public toilets, but also has storage for fleets of learn-to-sail boats and wingfoils, etc., and kayaks. So this would provide covered storage for the waka armour that also are proposed to be purchased for the school, for use in the school and community programs. Boardwalk. We're proposing that a public boardwalk be established to the beach through the dunes from the beach pavilion to provide access. There's sort of a rough access way there at the moment, but it's not well maintained. It needs to be wide enough to enable access to the beach for the learn-to-sail boats, the wingfoils, kayaks, etc., that are stored in the pavilion. Those dunes are creeping closer and closer over time to the pavilion itself. They're sort of threatening to engulf it almost. So we're proposing that the dunes be extended further towards the northern end of the Wersa Bay beach. That sort of last 50 metres of the beach is sort of a bit ratty, and the dunes haven't naturally formed there because people come back and forth across that area quite a lot, I think. And at the same time, we propose that the grass area to the west of the dunes, or the inland side, to be extended. That's because the encroaching of the dunes onto that grass area is getting worse year after year. So we replant some of those pingao and other grasses to the dune extension to the north end of the beach. And then that reinstated grass area can then be used for public recreation purposes, as well as school and community educational programs, large national sailing regattas, and the annual Wersa Bay Beach Carnival, which has become a real feature on the summer calendar in that area. Near the other end of the beach, we're proposing a public walking access ramp to the beach from the grass be built about 3/4 of the way along the beach. And that should provide an erosion-resistant way for people to access the beach through the dunes from the grass. It would be approximately 5 metres wide to allow small sailing boats up and down it when major national sailing championships are held at the Wersa Bay Boating Club. And if you've ever been there during one of those competitions, you'll have seen hundreds of boats all parked up on that grass there. It's a great festival. And I'm going to hand over to Sue now just to talk about a few other bits associated with that area, aquaculture related.
Yeah, so we're proposing to establish a community aquaculture container with aquarium tanks for raising juvenile marine species to release into the Wersa Bay Marine Management Area. It's proposed that the aquaculture container be placed on the grass area. Sorry, I'll just move that along. On the grass area adjacent to the underwater art gallery and snorkel trail. The container will serve as a citizen scientist education facility for both schools and the community. We propose to install also 5 po in the rock revetment near the bridge to Wersa Bay Boating Club. The po will mark the significance of this place for Te Whanganui Atara. The 5 po will be named Weke, Manaia, Tūtangata, Tangaroa and Tawhirimatea, and the purakau embodied in their design will be used throughout the school and community education programs. And then the last slide we have is in regard to we're entering our 100th year of sailing at Wersa Bay, and we look forward to working with the Wellington City Council on the implementation of Tātou Ki Uta, the draft Coastal Reserve Management Plan. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and we welcome your questions.
Councillor Punnett.
Thanks for your helpful suggestions. I've been wanting to ask a number of people this. Just what is your future with sea level rise? When we helped you redevelop that, we did think about it, but I'm just curious where your thinking is at now.
Well, yeah, when we rebuilt the club several years ago, everything was raised up a metre or so, and so the Western Bay Boating Club itself was sort of future-proofed from sea level rise. But in terms of that sort of beach area itself, I think the key sort of thing we can do is to improve that sand dune area to act as a buffer against. Well, it's not going to provide a buffer against a lot of sea level rise, but at least against a buffer from the increased storm surges, etc., and the higher tides that will come into that area. We don't have any sort of real plans beyond that.
Do you think you'll be able to sail there in 50 years?
50 years' time? I hope so. Yeah, the club will be okay.
Councillor Chang.
All have washed away.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much. You mentioned about these sand dunes and how they're being trampled on with people coming across them. So if we actually put more planting in there, do you think that would solve the problem, or do we need actually another way for the people to get on the beach? Otherwise, would they still walk across there?
Yeah, that's the idea with having the two access ways from the grass area, the one by the pavilion where there's a lot of traffic coming to and fro, and the one at the other end, so that people don't have to walk through the dunes themselves, and it can make it a really nice, well-positioned access way so that people aren't having to cross the dunes, and I think people understand. People see those dunes as quite fragile and important ecosystems around the harbour now, and people understand to keep clear of them like they do at Worcester Bay, at Lyle Bay. But some signage would help.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Councillor Free.
It sounds like you've got a lot of people on board and a lot of excitement. Were you quite surprised at how this has taken off, the concept of the management plan and all the other activities?
This has been brewing over a number of years, and it's been led by Dean Stanley, who couldn't be with us today. But the Stanley family, a real stalwart family from that area, and they're heavily involved for several generations in education as well. So that's been a big part of what Worcester Bay has wanted for that area, is promoting educational initiatives, learn to sail, boating safety, marine education, ecology, etc. So I'm not surprised how it's come. It's because it's not something that's sort of just happened in the last few months or even years. Really, it's been brewing over quite a long period of time. But we have got a lot of people on board with all the different things that are going on at Worcester Bay, and I think it's quite an exciting space, both educationally and physically there.
Yeah, we'll run out of time for more discussions, but I'm sure there's lots of more discussion that could be had. So thank you for your...
We'll live there, and good submission again, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Do we have Catherine Short here? Yep, you've got 5 minutes, and including question time, it's yours.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou mō tēnei hui mai nei. Ko wai au, koutou te ipu a Matahau, te maunga, ko te Waitemata, te Moana, ko Lord Burleigh, te waka, ko Grove of the Summer Stars, tōku iwi, I te taho tōku papa I Opotiki, I te taho tōku mama I Ingarangi, ko Kaiarahi ka te akitanga o te Moana, tōku mahi, ko Catherine Short, tōku ingoa. Celtic background, fathers from Opotiki, mothers from England, and I've been a 30-year marine conservation and management science policy person. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission on the Coastal Reserve Management Plan. I warmly acknowledge the Council and planning team for recognising the importance of Te Ao Māori and mana whenua, weaving Māori cultural values and mātauranga into this plan. Partnership under Te Tiriti o Waitangi and rangatiratanga must be at the heart of all of our work for Te Tai Ao management and restoration. I have submitted on and am speaking for the harbour. As I mentioned, I have 30 years' experience in marine conservation and management, both internationally and at home, including a decade working in Te Ao Māori fisheries and a commitment to being tangata te tiriti. The Wellington coastline and harbour are among our city's most treasured taonga, as speakers before me have commented. The harbour itself is a living, breathing ecosystem that supports a rich array of life. And we often forget that the climate and the ocean are one system. The realm of Hini Moana and Tangaroa here in our Te Whanganui Atara has not been treated with respect. They have suffered over many years from pollution, sediment runoff, overfishing, and the impacts of human activities. Its health is essential, not only for people's recreation and well-being, but for the creatures who call it home. And in particular, I'd like to highlight the kororā, the little blue penguin, whose numbers and health rely directly on the harbour's ability to provide clean water and abundant food. We focus a lot on their habitats, their nesting sites, terrestrial habitats in the region, in the reserves management plan. But what do they eat? They eat small fish that live in the harbour. Overfishing, pollution, marine heat waves and habitat loss are placing real pressure on kororā, and there was some evidence a few years ago of populations suffering under heat stress and food stress. And unless we act rapidly to restore water quality, regenerate coastal ecosystems and fish populations, these taonga species will struggle to survive here. The plan's vision for restoring and protecting coastal habitats must include active efforts to coordinate and collaborate with those whose mandates cover marine spaces and wildlife and reach beyond mean high water into the water. I strongly urge the Council to support the creation of a dedicated harbour restoration kaupapa, one that goes beyond monitoring the decline and actively brings together mana whenua, scientists, community groups, relevant agencies and local residents to navigate recovery. Measures need to include supporting riparian planting, stormwater upgrades, pollution reduction, as well as restoration of native shellfish, seaweed and marine life, all with mātauranga Māori and science working hand in hand. Supplementary to my written submission and building on your question to Nicole, Mr Chair, yesterday I was able to attend the Mauri Tūhono Hui in Otaki, which explored what an entity could look like to steward Te Taiao Mahi in the Greater Wellington Rohe, including the harbour. Perhaps this is a way forward for WCC to support and having each dollar invested from the various entities be doubled and tripled, including bringing in philanthropy. Starting with supporting a mana whenua-led harbour status report for us all to get on the same page. Furthermore, accessible storytelling and partnership with mana whenua can help connect Wellingtonians and visitors to the whakapapa and history of the harbour, its cycles, its challenges, and the people charged with its care. Signage, events, and educational programs developed together need to foster a sense of guardianship and shared responsibility, and not add to the overwhelm which people feel around caring for Te Taiao and especially the ocean. And recreational fishing signage and engagement materials need to be in the languages of those fishing. We have a very diverse population culturally in the Wellington region, and you just have to have a good look at who's fishing, and we need these materials in other languages. It is important to note that although we have recreational bag limits, we have no limits on the numbers of people in space or time who can take those bag limits, so local depletion is a serious challenge. The threats posed by climate change, sea level rise and more frequent storms make this work urgent. The climate and ocean are one system. We need to plan proactively for both strengthened protections and, where necessary, managed retreat. Honest conversations with communities are needed, and I commend the plan's commitment to dialogue and adaptation. Lastly, I'd just like to add that ocean literacy is for us all and needs to be tailored for us all. Ngā mihi nui.
Kia ora. That's really good submission again. Thank you so much. And I don't see any hands for question as well. Really appreciate your time.
Thank
you. Next submitters, AD Sanders. As individual, you have 5 minutes to go.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. I'm here. Have we got the slideshow? Sorry, thank you. Sorry, I'm here as a personal representative because not to talk about what you're planning to do, but to talk about what you've already done. Earlier this year, Council erected a load of posts across the western end of Lyall Bay without any notice, and I'm sure these are meant for very good purpose to encourage dune management, and I fully support that. My belief is that the erection of these posts creates a very severe hazard for recreational users of the beach, in particular kite surfers, but also wing foilers and windsurfers. These posts are random, they're very hard-edged, and they would drastically reduce the amount of space available to beach users. I was out at the weekend and one of my kite lines caught on one of these posts. I had to abort my landing, quickly disconnect from my kite and run after the kite, run to pick up the kite, and I was very lucky not to be dragged downwind. It seems to me that there's better solutions on how we can go about working on the dunes at this end. These posts were installed in January, I believe. They've already been washed away once and then reinstated at probably considerable expense to council. And I don't see that they're the best answer for mitigating and for doing the job they're intended to do. So I'm a bit of a fish out of water here. It's not my intention to hang around in these spaces, but I felt necessary to come and bring this, what I consider quite a dangerous accident hazard, to your attention. And yeah. I mean, Lyall Bay is a great spot to kite surf. It's rough, it's full on. It can be dangerous, but I believe that council's added an extra hazard in here, and I would request some changes to be made to make the beach safer for other users. It does refer in the beach management plan to promoting wind sports at Lyall Bay, and yeah, that's about all I've got to say. So if you've got any questions.
Sorry, can you just take a bit of time to talk about what it should look like?
I'd like it to be lower. I don't see that these posts, I don't see that. I mean, they're so hard-edged, and they're so randomly spaced. If you had a fence put up by a contractor that did it like this, you would not pay them. They extend almost to the high water mark, so on Saturday when I was out, there was very little space for me to launch. The trouble is, if I'm launching and have an incident, I've got split seconds to react and to deploy my safety systems. If I've got less space, I've got less chance to react. And then if there's hazards downwind, I'm more likely to not pull my safety system, hoping I can regain control of the kite, which is what potentially could lead to a severe accident. A kite surfer died by hitting posts in a marine reserve, in a reserve in Tauranga in 2019, and the coroner said that he didn't have space. The space downwind was a contributing factor to his death. He unfortunately passed away at the scene, despite being an experienced kiter. So yeah, I'd like to work on something lower, maybe some netting, but whatever it is needs to not have such hazards or catchy bits for lines, for kites, and worst case scenario for humans. And that's my submission.
Thank you. I think we have one more question from Councillor Chang. Quick.
Yep. Are these fences and poles there to protect the dunes? Is that the reason for them?
That is my understanding, yes. They've been in place to protect the dunes. The trouble is, the dunes are worn away by the sea from the front. Council itself took away 20, 30 lorry loads of sand about 6 years ago when it did some work on the seawall, and that's never been replaced. So from the back, it's been encroached by council, and from the front, the sea does what the sea does.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really good submission, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Barbara Phil as individual. Cool. You have 5 minutes, including question time, if you wish to.
Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa. Barbara Phil, I've lived on the south coast for over 40 years. And I'm also have a master's in environmental planning. I've worked on the dunes and also on the hill above, planted over 30,000 plants on the Oku Reserve and on the Island Bay Dune, and also maintained those dunes over the last 20 years. What I've done is really just picked out a few key things in the plan specifically. So it's just a quick thing that I've kind of highlighted, because overall I think the direction of the plan is really good. I was quite impressed with it, and I've actually in my past lives prepared a lot of reserve management plans, so I think this is a step up from where we were at a while ago. I just want to go to Pathway 2.2, which talks about connected coastal paths and tracks and making greater accessibility, and point D was about public transport. And I know it comes up, and I know it's a regional council issue, but the bus route along the south coast to Lyall Bay would be a really instant thing of creating accessibility around the coast. And it means people can actually, instead of taking cars, the beaches around there are overloaded on good days. I mean, they park all over the footpath. So that's one thing that really needs to be looked at, especially because there's wasted buses going to and from Kilburnie at the moment. Prioritising widening paths along the coast. One of the issues, yes, it's a good idea in areas where it could be done, particularly around Tarakaiho Point and that area where there could be some widening of the path already. But where you're building new seawalls, what's happening is in Princess Bay a few years ago, there was an area of seawall built and they took it out even further than it needed to go instead of cantilevering. What you're doing is you're encroaching more and more on the marine environment, and you're giving less space for dunes to develop. Pathway 2.7 is, okay, maybe a bit of a pet issue with me, but the opportunity for dog recreation, and I think there's another part in the plan that talks about dogs. I think we have, I think the plan talks about, has conflicts of interest over managing fauna and flora, if you like, and allowing accessibility to dogs off leash and things like that. What's happening, having lived here for so long, I walk these areas all the time, is that it's now, I go to Princess Bay to get away from the dogs. People are taking their dogs at Princess Bay. It's kind of like a free range thing. What happens is you're dealing with a very vulnerable environment. At Island Bay, the korora are nesting all along right on the edge of the dog area, off-leash area. We also had that area over the years. We had various birds and, you know, like dotterels, and the oyster catchers were there. They're not there now. So that's, you know, something to kind of look at, those conflicts. The other thing was targeted ecosystem restoration. I would just add Tarakaiho Point and the sirens. Tarakaiho Point is a place where the tara, the ferry terns, gather, and they've done great work restoring that lately. And the sirens is totally interrelated to Tawhateiranga Island and the habitats there for birds, so I think they need to be looked at together. And in that line with that, the reserve classifications for those, instead of being recreation reserve, should be scenic reserve. And I've always thought there was an A and B scenic reserve, and in this case they would both come under the scenic B if that's still the case under the Reserves Act. And then just very quickly, the dunes. I note the speaker before talked about getting rid of the fences. Fencing has been a godsend to saving the dune in Island Bay. The fences go up and down in height depending on what's happening with the tides, the sea, the storms, everything else. I just want to congratulate the council on the dune restoration work, because when we started 20 years ago, there was nothing happening. It's amazing what's being done. It's very disheartening to see what's happened at Lyall Bay. I just encourage you to persevere with it. And one of the problems with the fencing at Lyall Bay is they were never put in far enough in the first place, along with a lot of the planting is never put in far enough. You know, you have to bury things in to cope. So if we're going to have a resilient environment, coastal edge, we have to keep these dunes going, and the success of Island Bay is unbelievable. That's me.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Another amazing submission. Thank you. Next, we have Colin Fessler.
Welcome, Uncle. O kia ora koutou. Tai no ki ngā apiha me ngā kai mahi e tautoko ana, a tēnā tātou katoa. I've made a submission that has 10 points in it, which gives me 30 seconds to speak to each. I used to be paid to write really important stories in less than 30 seconds, but I've aged, so I'm going to be selective. And the one thing I wanted to zero in on is that I've made a submission, somewhat surprisingly for me, against the change of name for Shoreland Park. I never thought I'd be submitting in favour of keeping a Pākehā name in preference for a Māori name, but I am. And the reason is I don't think sufficient attention has been given to the importance of John Shoreland and the Shoreland family in making this decision. He's mentioned in there as somebody who contributed to the play equipment at the park, which indeed he did. But he was a city councillor. He was the owner of a bicycle shop in Wellington, right back, I think, started in 1902. I don't know if I'm allowed to hand things out, am I? And just so you know who I'm talking about, I've brought a little picture of him. He was one of the earliest people to set up homes in Island Bay at what is now 159 Derwent Street. He built a batch at a time when there weren't really any houses there at all. He had a seaside batch there, and later he built his own home at 159 Derwent Street. Now it's still there, the home. It's only a stone throw from Shoreland Park, and his granddaughter lives in it, Alison Shoreland. And no one from the council thought to talk to her about renaming the park that her grandfather did so much to establish. He was involved with the building of the band rotunda. He physically made the original swings and things at the park, and was a major part of the very early history of the suburb of Island Bay. He was known colloquially as the Island Bay Mayor, although of course he wasn't, he was a councillor, but his two sons, one became an appeal court judge and the other a very, very important New Zealand scientist, Brian Shoreland, and that family was very, very significant. And the Shoreland family were great supporters of sport in all its forms. Mrs. Shoreland, Sophia Shoreland, she was the founder of the Island Bay Croquet Club. The Shorelands were deeply involved in the Brooklyn Harriers, and after their big runs, they used to gather at the Shorelands house for tea and cakes. They were involved in the bowling club. John Shoreland was involved in the creation of Victory Park over further in from the coast. So my thought was, of all the suggestions to change names, I can come up with a whole lot that the council could change if it wanted to get rid of colonial names. Balance would be one, Balance Street. Featherston, there's another one. Wakefield Park, we can do without all the Wakefields. There are plenty of names to change, but in this case you're changing the name of somebody who contributed to the very area that is named after him. So of my 10 submissions, the other 9 are really good too, but of my 10 submissions I thought I'd select this one for presentation to you today.
Thank you. That's really good. I have a question and actually read through your submission. And the first one is you also seems to disagree with the historical explanation of it. And I wonder if you could share source or archaeological studies that suggest Mapunga was located further north to the Ternate Strait.
I think it's vanishingly unlikely that there was ever a kainga on where Shoreland Park is now. I don't know of any archaeological evidence, and it's certainly a very, very well dug up area. And also, I was down there with the dog. Sorry, Barbara. I was down there with the dog yesterday, and no one in their right minds would live down there. It's completely unsheltered from the southerly, and it's completely exposed to the nor'westerly. So the idea that people were building kainga there as permanent residences just doesn't stack up. I agree there was a name Mapunga associated with the site. I think further over to Trent Street is more likely to be the source. And I think most of the historical discussion about these things, they all go back to Elsdon Best.
My second question is, if the park retains its current name, would you support enhancing its recognition of both Shortland's contribution and the original Maori name place, kind of a dual naming for the park?
I'm not sure I'd support a dual name. I'd certainly support any interpretive signage at all that drew attention to the Maori use of the area and its great antiquity. There is some evidence. I won't give it all here now because I'm running out of time, but there's evidence that of very, very early Maori use, probably the people who settled in Wairoa Bar at the north of the South Island coming over here, because some of the archaeological evidence from West Beach suggests very strongly that some of the very, very first people to arrive in New Zealand actually visited that area. I think that's important, and I think enhancing that with signage and so on is good. And I think a nice 2 metre high reproduction of this would be quite good at the end of the cycleway. I mentioned the cycleway. That was bad, wasn't it?
Okay. Councillor Panet, quick question, and then I'll have one more question.
Yeah, I am interested because your commitment to the reo has been so strong. So could you see that there would be a way of renaming the park but giving some acknowledgement to the Shoreland family? Because it's kind of going against where we're sort of heading.
I think... well, in terms of replacing names, this would be one of the last European names I would change. I think there are many, many others that you would want to change first, and I think there are other ways of drawing attention to the Maori names with the area. I think I suggested in my submission simply changing the name of Reef Street, which, as far as I know, has no significance of any sort. Would to Mapunga Street, that's the street that the park is on, would do the job really well. And again, I think interpretive signage is very, very important. It's a really interesting area, and there's a lot that could be drawn attention to. But I think that the dual name solution works well sometimes, but I think when you're talking about an individual and you've got family members still living there, I'd be interested to hear a Māori perspective that said that was a good idea to take that name away. I have not spoken to mana whenua, but I'm very happy to. Sorry?
So, I think... Thank you. Colin, my last question is just like a bit of more philosophical here. When it comes to those who are making history now and those who, renaming the original name, how do you think as a nation that learning about each other, how do you think in going forward, obviously you acknowledge there are names that we need to be replacing before some of those ones. In a broader context, what's your take on that space? Because tomorrow we obviously might gonna name some names. Maybe I'm not saying Councillor Panet or just basically those who making history. They are part of this society and going forward as well. As a nation, we need to live together, and while we're looking back our history and also acknowledging the contribution of the society that we live part of it now.
I think it's. I think as many Māori names as possible for everything is really good. I think that helps, and I submitted on the council's Māori language plan some time ago, which I think is an outstanding piece of work and provides a lot of direction with this sort of thing. I think when it comes to human beings' names, I think that you need to be careful about. You need to be very careful about changing or taking them away if that person is genuinely associated with the place. I think that's one of my criteria. It's very interesting talking to Alison Shawland, very, very elderly lady now. I don't know that she'd want me to say that, but she's been around for a very long time. When talking about the name of the park, one of the interesting things is that she used the word mana. And that's a part of it, is that one of my colleagues, a native speaker of Te Reo Māori, said to me one day that you can speak Te Reo Māori without speaking Māori. And I think a concern for the humanity behind some of these names leads to the right answer. And where you've got, particularly where you've got living relatives still in the area and the person was associated with the area, I don't think that the Māori language is advanced in its revitalisation by the removal of those names. Quite the opposite. I think it may breed unnecessary resentment and confusion about what revitalisation really is.
Cool. Thank you so much. I've been a bit generous when it comes to timing, because this is a really important issue, and thank you for your time as well and sharing your knowledge and history. And thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
Next we have Erica Farmer. As an individual, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Colin. Right, I'm very impressed with your knowledge. Very impressed. So, well done. Thanks.
The youngest people, though. Gorgeous.
Oh, look.
Right. Welcome, Eric. You have 5 minutes.
Should I just click here? Is that how we go forward on the, just on the arrows? Oh yeah, excellent. Cool. Right, sorry, this is the first time I've been to one of these things. So, yeah, hi, I'm Eric Farmer, and I'm just wanting to talk a bit about some of the concerns with the vehicle access restrictions being proposed around Red Rocks in particular. So yeah, Red Rocks is a unique and special place. We really need to be careful with the decisions and policy wording to protect future public access, to share the responsibility across all of the people using the space, and not to bar entry for any of the future conservationists. So I'll just talk a bit about each of those points. So one of the things, I guess, was just wording specificity, just to avoid scope creep. So just making sure it's really clear, yeah, where the limits are with what the restrictions will be. Cape Palliser, for example, at the moment is currently being looked at being completely closed to the public, which I guess I just want to make sure that we're very careful with our policies and wording that we don't open the door for that to eventuate at Red Rocks. Yeah, in terms of the vehicle access stuff, so what the document says is that there was some public engagement that raised concerns about the environmental impacts of four-wheel driving, safety, antisocial behaviour and illegal poaching operations. But looking wider at that, there's issues from other contributors. So as an example, there's dog walkers. So dogs aren't really mentioned in the document, at least not in terms of the Red Rocks area. I know they are in other areas. And dogs are allowed at Red Rocks, but only if they're on a leash. But quite commonly, because I'm out at Red Rocks a lot, I see dogs off leash, which is a bit of a concern. And looking at those three issues that were flagged, the environmental impacts, so dogs can scurry up the embankments and they can damage habitats and potentially kill wildlife. So if we're genuinely planning to reintroduce the likes of kiwi, then I think dogs would be a major concern. And so safety would be another one. My wife has been very nearly attacked by a pair of pit bulls twice in the space of a year out there walking. So I guess, yeah, behaviour in terms of just not or disregarding the the rules for the coastal road in terms of having dogs off leash and safety as well are issues that happen with. There we go. Yeah. So don't get me wrong. I love dogs, and I don't want anyone to be excluded from the coast. My point is basically just that we need to share. If there's going to be change, it needs to be a collective change. That I don't think we can justify the isolated exclusion of the four-wheel drive community as the solution to the problem. And then the last point I think is just sort of education and experience out there. So a catchphrase I always say is connect and respect, but we can't properly respect an environment or place unless we can connect with it. And 50 years from now, it's not going to be us that's looking after the coast, it's going to be our children. So I think it's really important that we don't limit their access to connect with our coast that we've got. And I suspect some people would say, well, why don't people just walk the coast instead of drive it? But I think the vehicle adventures out at Red Rocks provide kind of a unique, exciting connection that can't be replicated in a walk. And I'm also mindful that for some visitors, vehicle access is actually the only way they can get out there. For example, my mum is not going to be able to walk out to the end to see the seals without a vehicle as assistance. So all the education initiatives are in the document are great, but we just need to make sure people can get out there in order to be able to connect to the place. And just lastly, families like myself use the four-wheel drive visits to Red Rocks as a way to educate our children, friends and whānau on how to respect our precious coast and nature's ecosystems both above and below the water as well. My wife and I are really looking forward to taking this guy out to Red Rocks at some point for some spearfishing and watching the sunset, and coming back on a wintry evening with the heater on to warm our icy fingers. But that's just assuming that we can still drive out there in a couple of years, and assuming that we can still return home after sunset. So that was what I wanted to flag, really. And that's those 3 points sort of summarised there.
Cool. Thank you so much. And we're running a bit late, Councillor Panett, so I really appreciate your time.
Okay.
And take care.
No worries.
Can we take a vote?
Well, thank you.
Councillors, we're running a bit 5-10 minutes late, so probably we should continue without break, and we will see the next one. Next we have Kate Litton and Peter Hunt, Wellington Branch Forest and Bird.
Great, that's probably better. You can probably hear me now. So let me just quickly pull up my notes. So while I am just organising my notes, I just wanted to briefly introduce myself and our organisation. So I am here representing the local branch of Forest and Bird, so Wellington branch of Forest and Bird. A lot of people think of Forest and Bird in terms of the national organisation, and we are the voice for nature, but we're also deeply connected in local communities all around the country with local branches. So kia ora, that's me. My involvement with the branch is I chair the committee and also am involved with some of our local projects that we have. So the first thing I wanted to say is I think you can find our submission on page 227. I'm not going to repeat the submission. I do just want to note, though, that we represent 1,000 Wellingtonians around about. Like I said, people think of us in a particular way. We do have a bunch of greenies, and we do have a bunch of people who have a lot of time to sit around and write letters to councillors. But we also have a bunch of locals that you would expect to see walking up and down any street in Wellington of all ages and all persuasions, so that's us. We are also, like I said, we have local projects. So we have a nursery in Highbury there. We also have a project which is called Places for Penguins. So that's taking care of korora on our coast by monitoring them and also making sure that they have secure and, I guess, clean and tidy and healthy places for them to live, for planting and weeding and rubbish clearance and the like. We also have a project out in the Outer Green Belt in Crofton Downs, and we also have a project basically down the road, so Tanira Gully and Te Aro as well. So that's us. So we broadly support the plan, and I do just want to highlight 3 key points. We think that the plan is good for integrated management, but it lacks in some key areas. So hopefully you can read about those in our submission. The points that I just wanted to reiterate are that we must leave room for nature. So nature lives here, nature lives on our coasts. The previous speaker, well, probably all of your previous speakers have really highlighted the complex decisions that you have to make. Forest and bird in Wellington, we completely recognise and support that our coast, along with other areas in Wellington, are shared areas. And in fact, that's an amazing thing about Wellington, is how we do manage to manage those shared spaces. But we would just urge you to remember that wildlife do live there, and there are some places where they can't live and we can. So it's just not to forget that. Secondly, an under-recognised threat is deer and grazing animals like goats for our coasts. I haven't been through the submissions to see where others have raised this or not, but we did just want to highlight it because, like I say, it's often overlooked and people don't realise how far these animals roam and the impact that they have on our coasts. Thirdly, the coastal management plan needs to be part of a holistic approach to management of all of our public lands, even in a basic way. So we know that this is acknowledged, but we think there need to be concrete steps and the ongoing relationship with mana whenua, or relationships with mana whenua, to make sure that this happens. So on the first point, in our submission, we say that the draft plan talks about the need to protect fauna, but largely there's a focus on raising awareness, we believe. There's not so much of a focus on, there's a focus also on opening up shared spaces, but again, we just want to remind you of the need sometimes for there to be restrictions on these spaces for the sake of wildlife. It doesn't mean restriction all the time, although it might, like the marine reserves, and it might mean restrictions at certain times of day or certain times of year. These are well-known management practices, as I'm sure you're aware. We just want to make sure that they're top of mind in the decision-making. So the other point we wanted to make was in some places, and we have made this point in the submission on the animals bylaws, it's critical that dogs are kept out of certain spaces at all times, for example, the marine reserve. We've just heard about dogs off-leash in areas where they're not meant to be off-leash. This is widespread around Wellington, and anything you can do through your considerations on the coastal management plan that encourage or support enforcement and further management of compliance around this would be really welcome and is really needed. We also wanted to note, so it's obviously not just dogs and vehicles and things that cause issues, even careful humans can cause issues, and it's the sort of unseen or insidious impacts of things like, for animals, reduced feeding times, reduced time spent on nests, foraging, that type of thing, and then also for plants, the physical harm and other impacts that we see on plants. So that's our plea. We did want to acknowledge the hard work that the Council has done so far, specifically for protecting korora around Tarakina and Moa Bays. There have been really concerted efforts by the council recently to protect these spaces, so thank you for that. And we note the plan does not talk about fish. We know that fisheries and fish management is a really complex issue, but we would really urge you to do everything that you can to work with the other agencies that have an interest or authority in this area to make sure that we don't forget about them as well. Just very briefly in the interests of time, so regarding the deer present on the Red Rocks coastal escarpment and widespread from Red Rocks around to Colonial Knob. There are also issues with goats. The impacts here that we're mostly concerned of or about in this context are all of the hard work that gets put in by yourselves, us and others in the community for restoration and conservation can be very quickly taken away by erosion and other impacts of those grazing animals, and there are options, for example, joining in with the efforts that Greater Wellington is trying to make in this area. Finally, fragmented coastal governance. So the plan recognises that governance is currently fragmented and acknowledges that integration is needed, but we don't think it goes far enough in terms of clear language or actions to resolve this. And we think that clear guidance on things as basic as roles, processes and timelines is critical to bridge the gap between documents and between agencies. That's not being naive about sort of your operating environment and the context for the development of this plan. But again, it really sticks out when you think of things in terms of a wider view, so either a wider world view or just from an ecological perspective. That's not, they don't recognise time and boundaries. They exist in a wide open space, and I think it's absolutely imperative that we do the same. So just in summary, I support the plan overall. We had a very brief submission on it, and it is mainly about making sure that these aspects that we've mentioned are not forgotten in your decision making. So kia ora, thank you very much.
Thank you, and we're running late, so I'm not allowing questions now, but really appreciate your submission. That was really cool. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and enjoy your break. A longer one, I hope.
Cool. Next we have Bruce, and you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Councillor Chang.
Okay, thank you kindly. Good afternoon, my name's Bruce. I'm the treasurer of Mornington Golf Club. This presentation is partly mine, partly the other members. I'll go through quickly because I think I did too many slides. This is the route that is being proposed by the council. This is the view from the 13th tee, which is the biggest problem that we have. If you have a look, that yellow line is the pathway as it's viewed from the 13th tee. And if you have a look, the blue lines there are the sight line from the tee, is what you can see from the tee. And that small yellow one is the previous slide. So there's very little you can actually see from the tee of the pathway. And the white lines there is where I've landed playing golf over the last 30 years, to give you an idea. So quite a bit of what is going across the 13th is blind to the golfers. The next one is the 14th. That's what the pathway that I've drawn in. I apologise for the roughness of it, just to give you an idea. That is the area which I've played to over the years. As you can see, it's short of the pathway at the top. The problem happens when you play your second shot, which cuts straight across the pathway. And the concern that I have is that if I'm at the bottom end of the white lines and play a shot, the golf ball is in the air for up to 2.5 seconds, which means that somebody on a bike can come out of those trees and be partway across the front of the green with me not being able to do anything about it. Some of our players, the photos taken from the 14th tee, some of our players can land on that green from the tee. The ball's normally been in the air for up to 5 seconds. So you can imagine how far bikes could travel coming out of those trees and across. That gives you an idea looking down from above. This is from the 15th tee, and this is the pathway coming out of the trees. If you look sort of centre screen just above the pathway, you'll see a light patch. That's where most of our golfers play to, because they're wanting to avoid all the trees. Again, very little time for bikers coming out of the trees or for the golfers to pick them up. As you can see there, there's the sight range. And there's where I've played to over the years. This one, the problem is if somebody comes just out of the tree as you're hitting, it's going to take less than a second for it to get to where they've come out of the trees. And I'm not a good player. There's some worse than me in the area that they land in could be where they're coming out of the trees. This is from the 17th looking down. The 17th green is just before that tree dead centre, and the 13th green is behind it. Again, the blue lines are the sight lines coming down, what you can see. And as you can see, there's very little of the one area above the blue line. That's where I've hit over the years. Some of our players have even been further up the photo from where I've shown on there. This is a suggestion that I have for an alternative route which takes out most of the problems with the golf balls being headed in the direction of pedestrians or cyclists. My biggest concern, and also that of the club, is that there's too much of this is blind. You're playing to a blind area and you've no idea of who's there. The one, you may think that we haven't talked about other golfers. The reason is that they're usually following or in front of my group, so you know where they are. The cyclists and pedestrians coming down the proposed pathway have no idea. And in some cases could walk out straight into a golf ball. And to give you an idea, the handicap I was on round 15, 16, I had a look on the web and the golf ball is coming off the club head at about 210 kilometres an hour. Some of the bigger hitters, it can be a lot faster. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bruce. That's really another amazing submission. Really appreciate your time, and I'm sure officers are listening to your submissions, and that will be reflected in the report.
Thank you. The last screen of the report has got some information which may be of help if you want to look back at it later.
Thank you. Our democracy service will circulate that to councillors. Thank you. Next is Stephen Hanrahan.
kia ora koutou. My name's Steve Hanrahan. I'm a Island Bay resident and also a member of Mornington Golf Club and also on the club committee. So I'll add a bit more information to what Bruce has spoken about. Like our club members, I'm very concerned about the risk to public safety that the proposed trail presents. Golf, by its very nature, has a large element of unpredictability as to where the golf ball might land. All golfers would like their shots to go straight and true, but unfortunately this is not always the case. And more often than not, for most golfers, it doesn't land where hoped, particularly when off the tee. And you've seen in Bruce's photos there the wide range of areas that a ball off the tee can land if it's hooked or sliced. And they invariably land off the fairway when that occurs. And when this occurs on the 13th, 14th and 15th holes on Berhampore Golf Course, where the proposed trailway is going, these wayward balls will be travelling towards or across the planned trail. I'm a very average golfer. I play in the junior grades, the lowest of the 4 categories that golf has, when there's also seniors and intermediates. And Bruce has mentioned that intermediate golfer, when they hit the ball off the tee, the ball has a velocity of about 210 kilometres per hour off the tee. After about 100 metres, about the same distance that the ball will start connecting with the pathways, it will be travelling more than 100 kilometres per hour. And so a ball connecting with a pedestrian on those trails at these speeds could have a serious impact on that child or adult, depending on where it hits them. At the least, it'll cause some bruising. It could cause injuries, head injuries, or worse. And to my mind, this isn't a risk worth taking, and it's reckless of the council to be proposing such a pathway, a trail, through a golf course. Golfers are very aware of the dangers of being hit by a golf ball. There are etiquettes on golf courses, which Bruce has spoken about, to stop golfers being hit with a ball. And one of the worst things that a golfer can do when they're out playing is hit up on the group ahead. And you'll never find golfers walking recreationally on a golf course because they are well aware of the potential impacts and dangers of doing so. It would be foolish to assume that golfers will always wait until the pathways or the trail is cleared before hitting. It's not possible, and Bruce has spoken around the blind spots and the time frames that occur, but also the nature of golf. The proposed pathways are fairly long, so golfers will not wait for the pathways to clear before they tee off. There are playing speed pressures in a round of golf, and slow play is not regarded well. Players need to be getting on with their game to prevent them from holding up the field. So there's always this constant pressure of moving through the course when there's groups of players playing at the same time. I'm surprised by the number of people I see walking the paths at the moment on the western side of the course without any awareness, or so it seems, of the risk they take in getting hit. Or as it occurs to me, perhaps there's a strong element of thinking it won't happen to me. I wonder sometimes if one of the reasons for this lack of awareness or their approach is they assume because a pathway has been allowed to be built through a course that they will be safe. Otherwise, why would the authorities put a pathway there? I think this would definitely be the case for the proposed trail. Cyclists, pedestrians, students, mothers, children will assume they will be safe on the pathway. And unfortunately, because of this won't be the case, due to the speed of play requirement, the unpredictability of golf shots, and the velocity or speed of golf balls. For the safety of all pedestrians and to prevent the council from being responsible for reckless behaviour by allowing the proposed trail, I urge the council to reconsider the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really good submission again. I'm sorry, Councillor Chang, we don't have much time, and thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
Next we have Scott Barnett.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Scott. I'm the current president of the Mornington Golf Club. And so I'd just like to kick it off by first thanking the Parks and Recs team for doing an amazing job for us. We've had a really good relationship with Gus and his team, and they've helped us maintain and our beautiful golf course, and also to grow the game of golf, which at the moment we're seeing record membership as well as green fee players coming through all the time. So big thanks to the council and that team for doing that for us. I'm kind of similar to the same that have just previously spoke. The proposal lacks a serious understanding of the health and safety repercussions that are involved around having a walkway / cycleway going through a golf course. My question is, what experience does the designer have with a public walkway going through golf courses? And why does this seem so rushed, and that they haven't been able to come to us with proposals and stuff that will suit both walkers and golfers around it and use our knowledge on the sport? On my research, there has been plenty of walkways that go near and around golf courses, and sometimes on the rare occasion through golf courses. But none of these anywhere on earth has an active hole or a green where a walkway goes straight in front of a green where public can actively walk straight through it. So there are different options that can be catered both for public and golfers, and I don't understand why these options haven't been investigated more, or maybe it's a cost thing of doing so. So we're saying that. Who takes responsibility if an accident happens? My average handicappers at my golf course are over 20 handicap, and I would say at a best estimate 20% of the time they hit the ball is the only times the ball goes where they want it to go, and as well as the length. The length is a key thing because you could also be thinking someone is out of play and you could just catch one good, and that could be where the issue's going to happen, thinking that you're not going to get to the pathway, and you do. And if you do, then that's where the accidents are going to happen. If you do have a solution for this, and I can relay this to my members, how do I do this to green fee players that aren't associated with the club, and how is that going to prevent them from causing an accident? Their skill level compared to an average member is worse than what our members would be. So their skill level, as well as their knowledge of how to get around the golf course, is far lacking. And there's no way for us to have a direct communication with these people because they come from all over the country, technically all over the world, and they just go down to the green fee machine, pay for it and jump on the course. There's no signage to say this is what you need to watch out for. It's only from their experience on golf courses that allow them to be able to come on and do that. But our golf course is a very unique golf course, having public walkways near and around it. And if this proposed trial goes through, this will be one of those examples where I don't believe that they would have the knowledge or skill level to be able to manoeuvre around that without an accident happen, pretty much. So apart from that, that's pretty much all I have to say on the situation. But thank you for your time and allowing me to speak today.
Great, thank you so much. And I'll allow only one question, and that is because you are part of the panel hearing, and if you can make it quick.
Can I just confirm that you've had no engagement with council officers about this?
We had a meeting that we talked through the different options, and we disagreed with the path that would go through, and we suggested, and we told them the reasons why, and the main concerns were the health and safety issues, and then they said they were going to have a talk about proposing the other ways, and then when the proposal all of a sudden came out, all those other ways disappeared and nothing had happened. And we definitely said everything that we wanted to say that these are the issues we see, the blind holes that are coming through, where there's no way for us to prevent some of these things that are happening, and it's, yeah.
So did you see the option analysis paper, or that was just
they were showing us different options, and then they were saying it doesn't work because of a couple of the ways that they're walking down, and part of the conversation was around the way they need to build it was 4 degrees full, and that
it's
also
more technical.
Yeah, and they said that this way couldn't go down it. But my thing that I also said to them, the part they did design wasn't 4 degrees, which he proceeded to tell me that it was, and he's been building paths for years. I'm a builder by trade, and I know my hills on my course, and I know the distance. And I basically said the thing he designed was still not meeting his own requirements.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
No, thank you so much, and we will follow up with some of this. Thanks for your time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Is that David? David, online, if you're there, you have 5 minutes, and yep, it's yours.
Yep, kora koutou katoa, ko Dave Pepe taku ingoa. Yeah, a lot of my submission will be like a rinse and repeat of my fellow members. Like I've been a member at Mornington for 25 years, a resident in Island Bay for over 28 years. And I guess off the bat, we have a really good working relationship with the council, with Gus and his team. I'd just like to say that we have regular meetings, which is good. And I guess I'm not too sure if the PowerPoint presentation is up at the moment.
It's up. We can see it here.
Oh, okay. So that's my first slide. So it was really, my concerns were really around down on the left-hand corner from the 100-metre mark and the 200-metre mark. That's sort of what Bruce was saying was the 13th T landing area. And then as the path goes up the hill to the 300, the 400-metre mark, you know, those areas are high risk of someone getting hurt. So that's probably for me my main concern. Can we go to slide 2? So slide 2. I guess this is typical of our 6th hole. So the city to sea walkway sort of meanders through the golf course. I would call this side the eastern side of the golf course. The proposed shared trail is on the western side of Adelaide Road, and it passes through holes 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And normally the golf members yield to walkers to manage the risk of harm. And that's what the members and even with our new members, we try and get them to follow our kaupapa of looking after the walkers, because there is a few. But thankfully we've had no serious injuries or incidents, but just only near misses. Slide 3. So this is the tee off from the 9th tee, and obviously you got the walkway on the left-hand side, and it crosses over to the right-hand side by the 9th green. And I guess this is typical of the walkway around the golf course, but because you've got the golfers have got line of sight with the walkers, and the walkers are at a steady pace, you can sort of manage, you know, your tee-offs and making sure not to hit anyone, and I guess our members are pretty observant, courteous, and patient, and that's to prevent harm or injury. So, and we do talk to the public about it, and I guess that's where our risk lies, where people who first play on this course are not aware of the public working in close proximity to the golf course, and I guess in most golf courses, you don't. It integrates most golf courses integrate walking trails along the course, but I guess you don't. They try not to cross. They may weave between fairways, but they don't. They're not actively built across active play zones, which is our concern on the 13th and the 14th. Next slide, please. So this is our tee off on the 12th, and like I say, the walkway through the golf course is pretty popular with walkers, runners, and pet friendly as well. And I guess it's highlighted on the Wellington City Council site, the City to Sea walkway. And I guess as guardians of the course, we're pretty cognizant of looking after the course and managing the risk of any walkers and stuff like that. Because I guess, we are, I wouldn't say we're WCC employees, but, we sort of encourage people that, Wellington City Council encourage green spaces. So we try and be as user-friendly as we can. Next slide, thanks. And I guess Bruce talked about this one, and this where the eastern side of the track is probably our biggest concern, and I guess the 13th fairway, just where I'm standing on the hill, that's pretty much our landing zone, and that is where the track does a bit of a dog leg down towards the skate park. So this area is of a particular concern because when walkers come in from the left-hand side, it's going to be a blind hit. So by the time you've launched the ball, someone is going to come into your landing range. So a particular risk that we see. Next slide, thank you.
I think you need to wrap it up because we're running really late. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the 14th tee. And I guess if we go to the last slide, and these are my three questions, the WCC as a PCBU, what are your roles and responsibilities for this proposal? Will there be a consultation on a risk management plan for this proposal? And how will WCC Trails Wellington manage the risk of harm and or serious harm?
Brilliant.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your submission, and have a good day. And your submission will not be lost. To tell you, we will follow up for you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark, who is also online. Mark, are you here on behalf of Berhampur School or just as individual?
Kia ora, yeah, I'm here on behalf of Berhampur School, representing the Board of Trustees as well.
Okay, yep. And you have 10 minutes. The mic is yours.
Okay. I probably don't need 10 minutes, which might help you catch up on your time. I just wanted to speak to this because there's just the cycle lanes has been quite a big question mark discussion point with our community for quite some time. And we wanted to put forward that we support the idea of this track. One of the reasons for that is that over time there has been real community facilities being built in the bottom corner of that town belt area along Adelaide Road, the playground, the cycle track, the skate park and so on. In fact, many of the facilities within the Berhampur area aren't for the community. They tend to be national level. They tend to be, you've got to book through council. They aren't accessible for the community itself. So we value that space down there. We think that it's really good to see something that originally came out of the consultation that was done with a community lead group around the cycle lanes back in the day. And one of the recommendations that came out of that was for an accessible path going up through the town belt there. So we welcome this to see this coming back. Now, as far as impact for the community of our school, it's not going to be able to support our attendance because it passes through the bottom southeast corner of our community. So it actually won't do anything to aid children getting to our school. Who it will aid, we do believe, is the children that go to South Wellington Intermediate that often scoot up through Adelaide Road and so on. So it would become an option and a pathway for them to go up into Rental Street there. So we do think that would be a positive. But what we do think it will do for our community is it will provide a good access way from the Rental Street Russell Terrace block down into that community space, because we know we've got a lot of families up in that part of the suburb, and they have to weave their way down through onto the main road and then come back up into those play spaces. So something that gives them additional access, we think would be a real positive. We do think one of the things that would be really good to enhance it is safe lighting, which would increase the amount of time that pathway would get usage for the suburb, because particularly in the winter months, darkness becomes a real issue. One, it would be dangerous to ride on without being able to see. Two, it improves public visibility of it, so improves the safety of anyone who'd be using it. We support the idea of being about 2 metres wide. That was one of the questions we did get asked. And we support that because we do think being a shared pathway, it's going to attract more than just bikes. It's going to have electric wheelchair users, mobility scooters, as well as mothers and fathers with prams. So it needs to have that 2 metre width to be a good, safe space for that to be used. We also have one worry and wondering we do have is about where it does cut across the fairway. That's one of our questions, is we just wonder about that. Is there any possibility of it coming through the terrain close to or by the community garden, which may also bring community gardens before and take people out of the potential pathway of walls, because I think for what we've discussed here is that avoiding a pedestrian walking through there is a lot easier than someone who's moving quite quickly on scooters or bikes, which would be very difficult for the golf players. And given how long the golf club has been there, we wouldn't want to get in the way of that. But that was one of our wonderings, was could there be consideration for the pathway not to come down through the fairway, because that's obviously the path of least resistance construction-wise, but perhaps to follow the contour of the hill around from the park above to come down closer through where the community garden is, and then come still out into a nice safe space by those community areas there. So they're the main points that we really wanted to highlight for you, and we do think it's a good move, and we think it will be a lovely addition to our community. And just on a personal note, this is not something that we talked about from the school, but I've done extensive riding through Copenhagen. I have in-laws that live there, and this is exactly what they do in Copenhagen. People think it's all bike paths everywhere, but it's actually not. It's bike paths connected to community spaces, gardens, cemeteries, even school grounds, believe it or not, that you pass through. So this would be in that tune with that kind of thing. So it's just a personal observation to finish with. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Mark. Thank you so much. And I don't see any question. Okay, Councillor Free, do you want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, your Dem Services Assistant put my name down. Mark, I'm really interested to know whether you've had any feedback from your community about any encounters with golf balls, because I know people are already out there on that golf course walking, and you know the skate park isn't a million miles away. Has there ever been any concern expressed that you're aware of about golf balls and collisions with golf balls?
Not that I'm aware of. Most people don't use the golf course in that manner, as far as I'm aware. But this pathway would be increasing the likelihood of a family being out there. But I haven't been aware of any issues around it. But as I say, most of our families wouldn't enter the golf space because of the risk. Yeah, if you've got a toddler,
Cool, thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Mark. Thank you for your submission. I'm just really interested in what you were saying about the public amenity, and you've got a good understanding of the families at the school. I mean, do you have an idea of a percentage of increase or a group that this would impact in terms of being able to provide more accessibility through Berempore to the community spaces? I.e., what percentage of the school do you think might, you know, your families might have used this type of facility?
Well, the thing we do know is that, I've just got to remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it's 50% of our school community lives within a 500-metre radius of the school. And so school sits pretty much in the centre of that. And then you go out to a kilometre radius, which is about where the park is down there, and you're talking at least 80% of our community lives within that space again. So because our community is split straight down the middle by Adelaide Road, you'd be sure that at least 50% of our community, this is just approximation, but 50% of our community would be getting easier access to that because they are on the eastern side of Adelaide Road. We do know that one thing we do know from our community and what people tell us is the skate park, the playgrounds and the bike track are destination facilities or amenities that people go to and travel to.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark, and really appreciate it. And next we have Brady. Are you here? Okay, done. 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Kia ora. Dear councillors, thank you for having me. I appreciate being given the time to speak and provide feedback on the shared pathway between Martin Lucky Park and Island Bay. My name is Brady Cush, and I'm a disc golfer. I'm a member of the Mornington Golf Club and a member of the Greater Wellington Disc Golf Club. I'm here to speak out against the proposed path. As a frequent user of the city's town belt walkways and as a keen golfer, I'm always curious about new projects taking place in our beautiful green spaces across the city. For it's our green recreational space of our city and the town belt plan that makes our city so unique. Upon seeing the proposal for the shared pathway and reading it carefully, I became a bit perplexed. The proposal speaks often of safety, provide safe traffic-free walking and cycling, create safer cycling infrastructure, creating safer connection between Newtown, Berempore, and Island Bay. But the pathway didn't seem safe to me. Do I consider it safe to invite, if not encourage, the public to unknowingly put themselves in harm's way? If walking along this proposed shared path and having things being hit and thrown at me, would I consider myself safe? In my opinion, I wouldn't feel safe at all. From my knowledge, golf balls, despite only weighing 50 grams, can often travel at speeds of over 200 kilometers an hour. A disc golf disc weighing as much as 200 grams can travel at speeds over 150 kilometers an hour. Both of these coming at me from hundreds of meters away, if I were to use this proposed shared pathway, is not what I consider safety. You see, when I analyze the proposed pathway, I can see a few glaring safety concerns. Other people have already spoken to it. On the map of the proposed pathway at the 500-meter mark, the path blindly exits bushes into the shared space with golf and disc golf. Between the 300-meter and the 200-meter marks on the map, the path traverses a blind corner in the space, bringing users of the shared pathway into danger from golf balls and disc golf discs. Would I consider this design safe if users of that design would be put in harm's way? I wouldn't. Because it's all of this and more that I considered while designing what has now become Wellington's #1 rated disc golf course, a design that flows safely and harmoniously with the other existing users of that space, the Mornington Golf Club, a design that in the 6 years of its existence hasn't had any major accidents or major safety concerns other than those inherent to each sport, to my knowledge. And if this proposal supports existing users of the space, why are the 8 disc golf holes that traverse this space not present on the map? If they were, you would see that the proposed shared pathway significantly affects 3 of the new disc golf holes that were installed back in February of this year. And in case you're wondering, here are some stats on disc golf in the course in Berempore. Because disc golf as a sport, it's incredibly accessible. It's low impact on the body, caters to all ages, genders, and ethnicities. So whether you're a child, a student, a family, or just simply wanting to stay active, you'll see all of that reflected in the users of the Berhampore Hills disc golf course. And if you look at UDisc, the most used disc golf scoring app, Berhampore's 18-hole layout that includes the newly installed Eastern 8 holes draws in over 100 unique players over winter and over 200 unique players over summer. The course is in the top 20 played courses in the country, and a disc golf round only takes an hour or two. So now I may not be a civil engineer and I may not be a city planner, but I do have some experience in design shared spaces. With this experience in mind, being able to identify numerous safety concerns with significant disturbance to the existing users of both ball golfers and disc golfers, with the fact that this proposed shared pathway will pave over some of our gorgeous city's green belt, I can't support it as proposed. So thank you for your time and your consideration.
Wow, that's really good. I think it's good submission. It's also good to see, the diversity from Bruce to you, and I'm sure you're gonna improve on the ethnicity, including saying it. So, joke aside, I'm gonna give it to Deputy Mayor for a question now.
Thank you. Kia ora, Brady, and thank you for bringing disc golf to Berhampore. It's great. Just, do you have an idea of the times that the disc golf players are out at the moment?
At the moment, evenings, afternoons, and weekends. Most of the demographic for disc golf is a little younger, so mostly like working kind of your standard 9 to 5. So a lot of them are getting in rounds after work, and a lot of the times you'll see increased usage over summer, hence the more unique players. And so yeah, but they use it pretty much at all times of day.
Cool. And just the way, you've got the east and west, do you see any difference to where the disc golf's being played mostly at the moment?
So the UDisc app itself, the scoring app, tracks kind of all the unique kind of layouts of the course. And while it doesn't include everyone, because a lot of like families and new players probably won't use the app, but the idea of the 18-hole layout is played 3 times more than any other layout. And so the idea of, it's almost 3 to 1. So the idea of most people who come to play disc golf use both sides of the course. And that's in a soft since it was installed in February. So we even haven't seen the boom that will come with a full summer of the course being installed.
Cool. Thank you. And this is a side question. And kids who play on the other side of the golf, which is on Wakefield Park, they do pay for using that. Do you guys also contribute to do you pay, or how it's worked? Just make us.
So yeah, we have a very strong partnership with the Mornington Golf Club, and we do pay greens fees of $6 a round, or $6 a day. So like we are like doing our part to protect the space, and take care of that space.
Cool. Thank you. Good to know that. Take care.
Thank you.
I think it's break time. Cool. We got one more Petra and Ness from Te Mataora, and then we'll go for a break. Welcome, and you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Kia ora everyone. E nā mana, e nā reo, e nā rangatirama, ti hei mauriora. Kia ora everyone, I'm Ness Mill and this is Peter Noanoa. We are the kaihautu and the founders of Tū Mātou Ora. So ko waio, who are we and what do we do? Tū Mātou Ora was founded on the vision of Mātauranga Māori, informing positive outcomes for our people, communities and our environments. And one way we do that is through taonga tākoro, traditional Māori games, as a way to engage, educate and empower. We are Wellington's taonga tākoro experts, that's who we are, and we're taonga tākoro research practitioners as well. We have worked with Wellington City Council already, advocating and consulting on Pukehuia Park that saw the implementation of the first ever turfed kiarahi pitch in the world. Again, we worked with the council on Ākautangi, which is another world first, getting some permanent kiarahi lines in there. And we've also worked on the botanical gardens, where we consulted on including Māori play spaces and their benefits. We also feature multiple major public events such as Cuba and Newtown Festival, and we work across all ages and all sectors, from our peepi to our babies to our kaumata elderly, and we've just not long got a partnership with Halberg Foundation, and they asked us this year to introduce Taonga Tākaro traditional Māori games into their Halberg Games, so that was an absolute success. We have been in over hundreds of schools in the Wellington region. We have dealt with thousands and thousands of children, students, parents, staff. And that's just in Wellington alone. We're actually all across New Zealand. And we know that our mahi and our advocacy is actually responsible for one of your strategies, which is the 4.3 normalising Māori games. So we're here to mean business. We're here to make changes. We're not waiting for our moko to arrive, because they're here right now. So we want these changes to be made now. And if I look at an excerpt from an article developed in partnership with Wellington City Council, Tū Mātou Ora and Nuku Ora, it was entitled "Let Us Be Taken by the Spirit of Play." And in that, it clearly shows that the kaupapa of Tū Mātou Ora perfectly and nicely aligns with Wellington City Council's kaupapa as well, and it states, all three organisations aim to promote the importance of play, engage tamariki in a diverse range of play experiences and opportunities, connect whānau to safe places and space to play, and enable parents and caregivers to play more every day. That's music to our ears. And this particular concept that we're going to propose today was actually first proposed to Wellington City Council staff at a coastal reserve management plan hui in 2004. And we're hoping, 2024, and we are hoping that we can make another world first here in Pōneke and beat all the other councils. Kia ora. So I'm passing it now over to Peter.
Kia ora koutou. Nei rata mihi ki a koutou e ngā rangatira. Ki a koutou e huahui. Kia ora koutou. First of all, just want to say that Ness and I are both proud, born and bred Pōnekesians is our new word. And we've got 4 generations living in this in Wellington City, and we love it. And so we actually want to make the city better. We're not planning on leaving anytime soon, so we want to make it better for the future generations. And part of that we see is through Taonga Tākaro. And this particular proposal is a Taonga Tākaro trail around the coast. We've already got existing spaces for play. We could dot little stations around, which creates a trail. Don't want to go too much into details, because each community will create their own space and make it their own thing, is the way we see it. But that's just one of the basic ideas, is to have marahupara and different play objects scattered around the coastline, which creates a trail you can follow, or a place where community can go in and just play outside. Because one of our sayings is sticks and stones gets kids off phones, and that's kids of all ages whānau. That's not just the kids that are hautatu on their devices. And actually, we've got a question. What is this? Hands up if you know what this is. Nice. So straight away, most people will go stone, a rock, tuka, but beautiful, skipping stone. So it could be a skipping stone, or it could be meditation. So this is meditative meditation. It's therapeutic. It's also, I don't know if you can see that, but it's so part of what we're saying is a lot of it's perspective. So when you guys are building a seawall, we see rock hopping. When you guys see a tree that's costing money to take away, we see marahupara. We see lots of different things. So it's a way of looking at it in a different way, I guess. Yeah, so some of the original intent, apart from promoting tākaro, so that's our kaupapa, it's about creating connections to our space, because we talked about how do we create a coast that people want to look after, and that's by creating connections to the space. And one way that we sort of promote that is through play. If people connect through play, they build that sense of belonging to the area, and that's when you create that kaitiakitanga, that guardianship through that connection to the environment. And There's lots of benefits. There's the holistic well-being through play. There's the cultural revitalisation of Tākaro Māori. There's the interconnectivity, so that people connect to each other instead of walking along on their devices, not really connecting. They're actually spending time with each other, with their whānau. It's intergenerational. I think everyone at this table, and probably most of the people behind us, had more experience outside, being told to come in and not get off your devices. It was all about, so it's only been a generation since we've gone away from natural play. It won't take much to swing it back, and it has. One of our sort of kaupapa is called our rangi and papa approach, where we'll talk to you guys, but we're also working with the kids. So if we can create policies and strategies up here and create a drive on the ground, we're going to catch everyone. So I'm getting off the paper now, getting a bit fired up here. Yep, so sticks and stones. So again, the point is having a different perspective. So looking at, rather than having a problem, there's potential solutions. And like we're saying, with just taking it back to the Botanical Gardens experience, they ran out of budget to complete the Marahupara. I guarantee you it was 10% of the budget to finish the Marahupara compared to the Plastic Fantastic thing. And so we could actually be saving money. Instead of putting in these flash plastic contraptions that we call playgrounds, we could be using sticks and stones. We could be saving money and improving our connection to nature and improving our health, and also that community resilience. At Pukehuia, I might go a little bit. At Pukehuia, for instance, we did some research with Otago, and it showed the play spaces are getting smaller. It used to be, I used to live in Thornton, and I would go to Oriental Bay and all over the place. My kids grew up in Lower Bay, all they did was Lower Bay. The Mokos now, they are only in their neighbourhood, and that's what the research shows. There's an opportunity for us to be able to create spaces which is safe to grow our communities, to grow the spaces that our kids can play in. Sorry, kind of getting off script.
Just add to that, we're looking at using Wellington's natural beauty already, what we have. We don't need to bring things in. If we're looking at flying kites, well, this is the perfect place to fly them. Tobogganry, going down hills, things like this. There's lots of different options, and I think that for the minimal financial input, we're going to have a massive social and environmental gain on the other side.
Some of the other research we've been part of, it shows that nearly every Wellingtonian that's chosen this as home, it's because of the seaside, it's because of the hills, it's the nature, and the coffee and craft beer helps. But that's a massive part. And if we can encourage people to engage in it more, they're going to want to look after it more, and that's going to create more healthier families, communities. Might run for council with these kind of talks.
And in that, just quickly, it also is going to support your strategy of 4.3 of normalising Māori games. It's going to support a lot of your strategies.
Yeah, so especially the tākai here, we need to work with mana whenua to get some of these installed. And so that's an opportunity. It's fun, safe ways to engage. And it's a way for them to tell their stories. It's also, I just got the nudge.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got the nudge. Any questions?
We're good, and thank you so much, and really good submission. Appreciate your time.
Cool.
Councillors, now we have 5-6 minutes of break, and for those of you who are doing submission in the afternoon, we're running 10 minutes late, and we will see you in about 10 minutes, just 3:20. Thank you. Underwater Club. You have 10 minutes, and that includes question time, so go ahead.
Kia ora, I'm Alison Grant from Wellington Underwater Club. Our club's been around for 75 years coming up next year. In 2024, we altered our constitution to describe our purpose as being to benefit the community by protection of the undersea environment of Te Whanganui-a-Tara, and to promote and participate in the protection of and scientific study of the marine environment. So it's with that in mind that we've put a submission. I don't have time to go through everything in our submission in my 10 minutes, but our key feedback, key points to make are that we strongly support the direction of the proposed Coastal Reserves Management Plan, although we do hold some specific concerns that I'll talk about more later. Wellington divers know that our marine coastal environment is particularly varied and vibrant, but also that our coastal ecosystems are under threat, and we see the degradation of that year on year. We acknowledge that while the marine ecosystems are not the remit of City Council and of this plan, we want to make the point that those coastal ecosystems are completely enmeshed with our behaviours on land and what we do in our coastal reserves and further afield. And our feedback is centred on strengthening the plan's focus on protection, restoration and education. So some of the degradation that we see as divers are sort of localised ecosystem collapse, particularly Kina barrens, evidence of overfishing in some areas, evidence of poaching in the reserve, increased rubbish and large amounts of fishing detritus in some areas. And I personally, in the last few dives, have picked up plastic bottles, glass bottles, cans, meat flat packs, chip wrappers, golf balls, Lego, National Bank credit card, which must date back to the early 2000s. And that's only what I can pick up, because a lot of the rubbish we're seeing is too small to be collected. And so microplastics do seem to be concerningly ubiquitous, particularly along the south coast. One of the main points of our submission is that people can't protect what they don't know. And so we think that this plan, both the actions and the document itself, must actively draw attention to our precious marine coastal ecosystems and to the threats against them. We think these environments are largely invisible to a lot of the community, and we propose that this plan and the actions in it should highlight more of our diverse underwater environments to make them visible to the people who don't experience them. So we support the plan, and we think that it can be strengthened to make our marine coastal areas more visible. With that in mind, we have proposed an additional 5 sites that we think could be beneficial to mark out on the map in Value 2. Those locations are Sirens Rocks, Houghton Bay, Breaker Bay, Mahanga Bay and Shark Bay. And they are all places that are not only distinctive as dive sites with different dive profiles possible, but also have distinct ecosystems that are distinct not only from one another, but from the sites already picked out. And we think it's really important to have those sites marked out because they are otherwise invisible to most of our population. We are really, really in favour of Value 4, Tiaki Taio, and its focus on protection and restoration of coastal ecosystems. But we do want to point out that a lot of the restoration and recovery work happening at present relies on volunteers and on not-for-profit organisations, even though most of the causes of harm are land-based. And that small group of volunteers can't be entirely responsible for protection and restoration of our environment. So we urge the Council to publicly promote Council-led clean-up activities, to support periodic rahui if warranted, to support regeneration, to promote and fund restoration and help educate the Wellingtonians about the importance of the restoration work ongoing. We also are very supportive of Value 4 Pathway 4.7, sustaining the coast as a storehouse, and particularly of Action 3, the audit of bin design and placement. We, as divers, see that salt damage is often damaging bins in coastal locations, and we think that that is responsible for a lot of failed containment of litter. We think that's responsible for a lot of the rubbish littering our coastal areas. But we also think that overfilled or infrequently emptied bins are a problem. So yes, we support redesign of bins for added security, but we also want to make the point that they need to be plentiful and that they need to be frequently emptied. And we also would suggest that the council has a role in education about the effects of rubbish here on our coast. We think the plan can and should better highlight the differences between different sectors and ecosystems in this document. So Taputaranga Marine Reserve gets quite a lot of attention, and it is a thriving ecosystem in many ways, but it's not immune to degradation. Rubbish is rife in the reserve, including those microplastics I mentioned earlier. The Rangitato sector is home to some significant giant kelp, and to otherwise locally uncommon species and some very special dive sites, particularly around Breaker Bay at Butterfish Rock. But there are also those important cray and spearfishing areas further south that warrant a bit more comment. And we think that Te Whangarawhiti and Matai Moana sectors are absolutely invaluable. They are home to large kelp forests that support almost all of our local seahorse and pipefish population, as well as reef squid, pygmy octopus, large populations of juvenile fish, they're important nursery sites, and invertebrates that aren't found elsewhere. So we recommend that the plan could further emphasise these points of difference. We think our harbour provides diverse and different ecosystems of its own, and they need to be made visible. We really commend Value 3, Pathway 3.2, enrich coastal experiences through storytelling, and Value 4, Pathway 4.2, raise public awareness and education to reduce human-wildlife conflict. But we think that they're at odds with the potential disestablishment of the Baithouse Aquarium, which does exactly those things for our city. And while we know that the City Council is not responsible for the aquarium, we do urge Council to consider completing the needed earthquake remediation or to actively provide support to the aquarium to find an appropriate alternative location. And that might include things like favourable building or land lease conditions. We are absolutely in support of the continuing work of the Baithouse Aquarium. We think it's living out the values outlined in this plan, and it would be a crying shame to see it go. We encourage the council to ensure we don't reduce access to those marine coastal environments. There are a couple of actions on the Matai Moana coast that we are a little bit concerned could do that. One being about possible removal of the old Niwa boat ramp. That's a really important access way for divers and kayakers and other people getting directly to the water. So even if it's not appropriate to keep that boat ramp, we strongly encourage the council to consider other access, maybe in the form of steps similar to those at Shark Bay. And we were also concerned about temporary closures of Massey Road becoming frequent. There are many times of year when, due to sea conditions, Massey Road provides access to the only diveable locations in Wellington, and we don't think that road closures should prevent other users from accessing those marine coastal environments just to enable exclusive use of coast-adjacent roads. We support recognising the ecological importance of areas that are currently underappreciated, and to that end we're supportive of Action 9 on the Matai Moana coast, investigating reserve classification for Ko Point. We'd like to make the point that that's not only special as a coastal headland, but also as a really significant reef structure for a significant giant kelp forest. And we'd like to note that abandoned fishing line and rubbish are particularly problems around there, so adequate rubbish facilities and appropriately frequent rubbish collection really must be a priority for that area. And in summary, we want to say that we support the value and the pathways underpinning this plan. We support the way it upholds our taonga, our coastal environment. We support the way it centralises mana whenua, but we also think that our suggestions can further strengthen the plan and highlight the diversity in our underwater environment. And we urge the City Council to consider that although undersea ecology is not strictly the remit of the Council, nevertheless, the health of our intertidal and subtidal environments are absolutely enmeshed with the health of our coastal reserves. And we think this plan's an opportunity to acknowledge that enmeshment and to educate our population about environments that are largely invisible to many of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your submission, and no questions, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Derek, an apology, we didn't realize you were in the room before, so now's your turn. Yeah, it's coming.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Right, so that. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon. Oh, yep. To this Social, Cultural and Economic Hearings panel. I'm generally supportive of the proposals in the plan, but I feel it falls woefully short in one area. Now, I don't know who signed off on the 5 values of the plan, but I think there's one that is sorely missing. The coastal strip of land, the roads, the pathways, the cycleways, the foreshore, are jewels in the crown of Wellington City. The coastal strip is unique. I doubt whether any other capital city in the world has such a long, accessible and scenic coastline. It is a strategic asset on the balance sheet of the city and should be thought of in these terms. It is an asset to be developed, leveraged, exploited, sensitively, appropriately and commercially for the benefit of the ratepayers of Wellington. The coastal strip needs to be viewed this way. To ensure this happens, there needs to be a 6th value in this document, namely, deliver financial returns to ratepayers. Now, I'm not advocating thoughtless or reckless commercialisation of the coastal strip, rather a process and a mindset for both council and the councillors that will deliver sensitive, considered opportunities and outcomes with positive financial returns for the ratepayers of Wellington. Now, these returns could be revenues, they could be cost reductions, they could be shared capital costs. So, to give you an example, there's a proposal, I think, to change the name of Overton Park. Now, what is the point of that? Does it need to be changed? It'll have a cost to ratepayers. If it is to be changed to a Maori name, will Taranaki, Aotearoa or Ngāti Toa pay the ratepayers of Wellington for naming rights? If it's to be changed, why not sell the naming rights to the highest bidder? It's an opportunity, it's an asset of the ratepayers, it's an opportunity to drive income. It may sound a bit callous, but that's the world we live in. There's another suggestion, I think, to remove the boat sheds at Churchill Park near Seatoon Beach, I think because they're either visually inappropriate. But these are recreational assets that could be expanded. You could allow more development and generate more revenue for ratepayers, more ground lease, more recreation for some people who like boat sheds. Further, you should ensure the users of the coastal strip are being charged appropriately for the use of their land. The boating clubs, the yachting clubs, surf life saving, sea scouts. There's interest groups who have fishing sheds and boat shed owners. Now, hopefully they're all paying a ground fee, but that needs to be a sort of market rate for the ratepayers of Wellington. There's revenue generating opportunities like Massey Memorial. I don't know if you've been up there, but it's an amazing memorial. I've often wondered what would be in the crypt. Now, whether the Massey family would allow that, but you could have visits to Massey Memorial's crypt and generate income. Another way is the user pays approach. Invest in public infrastructure at beaches such as public barbecues, which are hired on a hired basis, so income for the council. Then further, create events which leverage off the accessibility, the climatic, the amphitheatrical, marine and maritime attributes of Wellington Harbour and the coastal strip. For example, an International Festival of Wind, world windsurfing champs, international yachting regattas, underwater diving competitions, fishing competitions, powerboat racing, wakarama events, artistic and cultural performances, saltwater swimming pool, things that generate income. Okay, there'll be an investment, but there should be a business case that delivers a return on investment for ratepayers. So that's the cost savings. I'll talk about amalgamation at the end. Then reducing capital costs for these developments. Encourage philanthropists, investors, iwi, to develop world-class assets on this coastal strip. An aquarium, a windsurfing academy, an artificial reef for surfing, aquaculture businesses, underwater hotel, flying boat museum, you name it, just think creatively. And in those capital outlays, try and bring in joint venture partners, public-private partnerships to spread the cost, the capital cost, away from completely on the ratepayers' shoulders. Then finally, on the cost savings, we've got 3 councils presumably doing 3 coastal reserve management plans. Wellington, Porirua, Lower Hutt. 3 teams all doing the same assessment of their coastline, contiguous coastline, similar issues, 3 documents, 3 sessions of consultation. It's just wasteful expenditure. This is definitely an area where all 3 should cooperate, but if you amalgamated with Greater Wellington and Upper Hutt, you would actually achieve, in my view, greater cost savings. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. There is a question from Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora. I'm interested in your whakaaro around the returns back to the city, and wondered if you had any ideas around the social return on investment for tamariki enjoying the coast, or more recreation or more tourism.
Well, I acknowledge those are social returns, but I'm viewing it through a financial glass because the rate increases, in my view, are unacceptable. So it's the financial drivers of managing the coastal strip that I'm concentrating on, and being a banker and accountant from background, I'm not dismissing the social benefits, but I just want council and officers to think about the financial consequences and the long-suffering ratepayers.
Fair point, and really appreciate your experience and sharing and what you believe, and thank you for your time.
I think Ray had a question.
He does, but we don't have time yet.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. You're welcome, thank you.
Melanie? Now we have Melanie Young, Breaker Bay and Moore Point Resident Association. You have 10 minutes and the mic is yours.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Dr. Melanie Young from Breaker Bay. I go back 50 years in Breaker Bay. My family have been there 80 years and go back 185 years in Wellington. So we really are very keen on this place. So welcome to Breaker Bay. How do I change to the next slide? Is it the green one? Oh, that. No? There we go. Sorry. So we have wild weather on the south coast. We have wonderful wildlife. We have some facts as well. So in the Coastal Reserve Management Plan, the restoration of coastal vegetation to manage erosion and support climate change is not possible without soil and well-placed rocks. Without rocks and soil, these nature-based solutions, which are recommended and advocated in the Coastal Reserves Management Plan, are likely to fail. Recreational land is being lost to the sea in big storms, as it has for many centuries. An intelligent approach by council is needed to work in with locals, parks and reserves, and whoever else is needed to shore up the shoreline. Our homes are not at risk. The precious coastal reserve land is. Once the land is lost, it can only be replaced with hard structures like riprap rock, which is expensive and unsightly. So for the past century, Breaker Bay locals have been tending the coastal reserve with civic award winning results. We have active erosion in some areas of the coastal reserve. We would like to have local rocks placed well to help protect these areas from large swells in the future. And just a note on that, in 1968 in the Waihine storm, the waves came across the road in a way that they have never since. We're not drowning out there. We have major waves at times, and we just need to shore up the shoreline. Around 4 level metres of planted coastal reserve in this area have been lost over the past 20 years, sadly due to council inaction. Soil and very large local boulders dug out of the ground for this pipe, you can see the white pipe in the picture, were taken away rather than used locally, even though we asked them to be put to protect the coast. Taken away for someone else's landscaping job, maybe? This grassy area of Waihine Memorial Park is being inundated with small rocks. Some well-placed boulders could sort this very effectively at low cost. We have lots and lots of rocks in Breaker Bay, no shortage. Here we have some poorly placed boulders. Big gaps. What could possibly go wrong? So May 2025, a 6-metre swell and a king tide. So you can see all the grey wacky rocks all over the road. So this is looking northeast. So all these local grey wacky rocks had to be swept up by council contractors and taken to the tip. The council has to pay to dispose of them. Locals, including the wildlife, miss these stones. The beach, the road, and coastal reserve are being damaged by inaction. And you can see, looking south here, there's that green bit of coastal reserve on the seaward side of the road. That's where the raise up and plant method has been used. And no rocks on the road, no cost to the council for clearing up the mess. No tip fees, no damage to the road, and no loss of the beach and coastal reserve. So why I've come to speak to you today is because we had an incident about 3 weeks ago which spurred me to write an email. There was a local slip in Terakina Bay up the old road up there. You might have walked up there towards the Ataturk Memorial. Yep. And fabulous, it was fixed pretty quickly. I happened to be walking just past there as the truck had cleared the slip and had perfect local clay in the back of this truck. We saw the soil in the truck and I asked the contractors if they could please drop it across the road so we would use it to plant the city council plants which we have ready to plant, but we don't have soil to plant them in and they won't survive in rocks. So it's a waste of money and time. We want to plant those plants so that we can raise up and plant and protect the coastal reserve. However, it was not possible as we needed consent and it would require weeks of email applications and hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to apply. We as a local community don't have time nor the resources to do this. Our intentions for the coastal reserve are only good. So the contractors were under the local ranger and he could not allow us to have the soil without consent. So here is the perfect local soil heading off to the tip. The council paid at least $300 to dispose of this local soil so that we desperately need to raise up and plant the coastline. To quote Al Jenkins of Breaker Bay in 2015, because he's been writing for years, as well, he was writing for years, if we leave it much longer, we won't have any basis to work on. And rip-raps with expensive boulders will be the only option. Finally, thank you very much for listening. What prompt action can we expect to solve this serious problem? And who is going to commit to doing the right thing to help us save the wonderful Breaker Bay Coastal Reserve? Thank you.
Well, that's really good submission again. And
Thank you.
We're getting a lot of amazing submissions today. When was the rock that you said being taken to the tip shop? When was that?
That was 3 weeks ago on Monday.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Chang?
Thank you very much for this. It's really mind-blowing that we actually didn't do this. Really appreciate this. I will start talking to council officers about what we can actually do in future. I don't like to see this sort of thing happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chang. Any question? Anyone else? Cool. Look, that was amazing, and thank you so much. And your submission is noted. Officers noted. Also, we hear you.
Thank you very much. Lovely.
Thank you. Next, we have Devon Murdoch, Evans Bay Yacht Club and Motorboat Club. You have 10 minutes. The mic is yours.
All right, good afternoon, panel. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present an oral submission. I'm presenting on behalf of Evans Bay Yacht and Motorboat Club. We were established in 1919, so we've been around for 106 years and really love our part of Evans Bay. We have submitted a written submission in support of all of your values in your coastal management plan. And I just want to talk today really about value 2, 5 wahi, access to the coast for recreation and enjoyment, and just make you aware of all the great things that are already happening around there in Evans Bay. So just very quickly, Evans Bay has just under 400 members. We offer club sailing, which is racing in the weekends, cruising events, and some major regattas that involve not only our boat club, but all our affiliates. So we just had the Matariki Regatta, over 350 people on the water, over 250 of those were waka ama paddlers. It was fantastic to see that over Matariki weekend, even though the weather wasn't that great. We also offer junior sailing, so we in a season will get around about 40 kids into sailing, brand new kids at primary school level, and then these go on to high school sailing after that with the Trier Tup Radford Academy. And we also have an adult sailing academy, and we encourage new adult sailors. The club also offers venue hire, has hard stand facilities, and it's one of the cheapest, well, it is the cheapest place to haul out a boat and do boat maintenance in Wellington. We offer boat storage, which is just as dinghies in our big black shed, and we offer storage for trailer boats as well. As well as on-water activities, we have lots of things for members and their families, including midwinter and Christmas dinners, quiz nights, guest speakers, and lots of things. And we're not only just the Yacht and Motorboat Club, but we also encourage affiliate clubs. And if we could just go on to the next slide. Kick my dog out of the way, sorry. So yeah, we have these affiliate clubs. So Trier, the Tup Radford Sailing Academy. All right, the Taitonga Waka Ama Paddlers. The Wellington Kayak and Kneeboard Club, Sailability Victoria University Sailing Club, and the Fishing Club, the Wellington Surfcasting and Angling Club. So all of these are affiliate members to the club. They share club facilities, they partake in club events, and yeah, they really broaden, I guess, the depth that we have at Evans Bay. We've also got more to come, so we're currently talking with coastal rowing people, looking to bring some coastal rowing boats around to Evans Bay and row out of there, and also some other schools are looking to use Evans Bay for some of their rowing training during the summer season. All right, could we jump on to the next one? All right, so just a really quick submission, but just emphasising that we strongly support all your values, but mainly this value to access to the coast for recreation and enjoyment. We've been here for 106 years. We will continue to maintain our facilities and boat storage for club members and all our affiliate members. We don't limit access just to club members. We do get a large number of members of the public coming in on fine days and weekends to use the boat ramps at Evans Bay, and we always make space for them. We support your plans to enable the continuous harbour path. We have an easement through to the main Evans Bay Wharf, and that's the main access for pedestrian and vehicle movements into there. But we can support changes to that, and we also support reasonable dog recreation within that club area. I guess the only things that perhaps we'd like you to consider is perhaps provision of some more outdoor showers in the area of the club. These would be available to all water users, all the windsurfers, all the swimmers, the kneeboarders and paddlers. We think that would be really good, and just if we could get some help also minimising the slippery algae growth on the boat ramps to ensure that the boat ramps are safe for all users. We have had a number of slip injuries on there, and it's a real issue that we probably need council help with. And lastly, we just ask that the council consider that the boat club and our affiliate activities require access for vehicles, and most of them would have boat trailers. So we need sufficient parking for club users and regatta visitors in or around the club, and perhaps just consider that as you progress your cycleways down towards Common Drive. So, yep, very simple submission. Just really wanting to make you aware of what goes on at Evans Bay Boat Club, and you know, we think that we are already encouraging access to our part of the coast for recreation and enjoyment, and would like to keep it that way. All right, any questions?
Thank you. I don't see any question. That must show it's very clear submission, so thank you for that. And yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Oh, maybe just wait. One question from Councillor Pan. No? Okay, cool. Thank you. No question.
Right, thank you.
What's going on here?
Kia ora, Steve, from Destination Kilbirnie. You have 10 minutes. Welcome.
Kia ora, everyone. I realise you've had a big day. Thanks for all your work. My one is a fun picture-infused presentation, so hopefully that'll keep the energy up. One key issue for us, which I'll address in the presentation, obviously making this on behalf of Destination KRL, which represents over 350 businesses in Kubiri, Rongotai and Lyall Bay. As the largest bid, we do contribute a fair whack of commercial rates and income to the city. We employ thousands of people. It's a big and growing area, and that are with plans that are underway, about to become bigger both residentially and commercially. One of our great strengths is the low-lying land, but also in this regard, it's something that we need to manage. When you look at the map here, you'll see that map of Wellington when it comes to elevation. Good old KRL is firmly in the dark blue. We're a very low bit of piece of land, one of the few places in Wellington that's flat, but means that we're susceptible to sea rise. And as we all know, with climate change and the pace with which sea rise is rising, it's not only a current issue, but it's an issue that's going to escalate and get worse as the sea rises. The next couple of slides will show the flood maps from Wellington City Council website. You're seeing the blue areas, Lyall Bay up through Kubini there, Rongotai. A lot of these areas, most of them are residential, so this impacts greatly on residential, but a big part of our commercial zone in Kubini is flood prone. And if you look at this next slide, the I don't know if I've got a pointer on here or not, but anyway, one of the key pieces of land on Coote Street is prone to flooding, as is North Kubini. So it's a situation which is very real to a lot of our members and on Bay Road. And on top of that, the issue that we have within KRL is a lot of the streets are actually at a higher elevation than the properties. I don't know if there's something that's come about through time, but if you, this example here, looking down Coote Street, looking east towards the airport, the zenith of the street rise is probably 100 millimetres higher than the footpath. And of course, when you have water congregating there, it's going to defer and flow into the properties, not remain on the street. And this clearly becomes an issue as the stormwater drains don't allow for the timely evacuation of the water that's pooling there, which is becoming more frequent with higher rainfall and storms. Now, so we know we've got more storms coming. We know we've got an area which is flat and isn't designed that well when it comes to urban design around flooding. The added issue that we have is for the northern part of Kilbirnie, it drains into Evans Bay. The southern part drains down Onepu Road into Lyle Bay. You probably can't make it out in the left-hand picture, but there's actually an outlet at the end of Onepu Road by the playground there, which is the close-up photo here. There's a grid over it which obviously blocks young kids crawling up into the stormwater system, but the counter effect is when there is a storm or a high tide, it simply pushes the sand and any debris and rocks up there, which in effect blocks the stormwater drain. And every time there's a storm, I go down there and pull out that drain and try and unblock it as best I can, because I know it's an issue, but I think this is going to be a more frequent issue as the sea level rises, and the problem is it blocks our stormwater system for all those businesses that have stormwater drains flooding to the south. So as an example, this is a business that was on Coote Street, Wellington Sewing Centre. We've had multiple floods in Kilbirnie in the last decade. This seems to be more frequent. As an example here on the corner of Coote Street, May 2023, $37,000 worth of damage, loss of business for a few days. All the carpet had to get ripped up, replaced, a lot of stock, a lot of, you'll see on the right there, sensitive electronics, sewing machines were lost. Then again in January 2025, it happened again with a flash flood, stormwater drains were blocked, and it happened again, and Jo Morris ended up closing her business 3 months later. So it's a very real effect. It's happening, and it's going to happen more frequently if, as part of the Coastal Reserves Management Plan, thinking about stormwater and what we're doing to manage it, it becomes more effect, isn't considered. This is an issue which is affecting businesses today, and it's something that will escalate. Now, I'm conscious that stormwater per se and stormwater management isn't part of the Coastal Reserves Management Plan, but obviously it does have a big effect on how we're managing our coastline and what we're doing, and part of the wider ambit of the plan is to consider all the shareholders in the coast, the residents, the city, the businesses. It does say in the Coastal Reserves Management Plan for Hutapara that the outline needs to investigate stormwater outfall improvements. The key issue that we have is nothing in the current plan has any funding for it, and it labels this issue as a long-term issue to solve, as in 8 years plus. And we have an issue today, yesterday, last week, last month, which needs addressing. And if we don't address it, it's going to escalate and it's going to end up costing us more. Here's the back of the Wellington Sewing Centre. So that one was from May 2023. You can see it's a very real issue. The problem, the flow-on effect issue that we have is there's a flow-on effect. Very hard now to release that property when there's awareness around flooding and being an issue for the area. We lose confidence in the area, we lose jobs, we lose people move out of the area because there's no work there, and we lose rating income. So there's a massive flow-on effect from all this deluge of water, which does need addressing. We're very much up for working with the council, doing what we can as the business entity in the area, whether that means getting active reporting, whether that means active policing by all our commercial partners to manage stormwater drains and what's happening. I mean, we're conscious it is a design issue, and in some places a design flaw with the area, with the elevations, but we're very much up with partnering with the City Council to address this really important need. It's an environmental and an economic issue which certainly needs addressing. Here's our call to action. It's going to get worse. No denial there whatsoever. We're asking you, as one of the very low-lying areas as part of this Coastal Reserves Management Plan, to carefully consider stormwater as part of the plan for Kuberi, Rongotai and Lyle Bay, knowing that action now will prevent further damage and higher costs later. We want to see a proactive maintenance schedule. When I've worked with rural in the past, sometimes getting the information about what's happening, about clearing stormwater sumps, how frequently that's going to happen seems to be a little bit sporadic. So I'd love to see a more proactive approach, knowing it's a bigger issue. And we'd love to think that it's not just managing what we've got, but actually considering design elements that are going to help the situation as more people use the infrastructure, more people are relying on the area as it grows, and it becomes more of an issue. I've just suggested a few things there: tide gates, pumps, sediment traps, but I'm sure there's more that can be done than just simply having that rusty old grate which blocks the system. And I'd love to see this integrated, as it says in the plan, as part of the total coastal plan for our beautiful South Coast. Thank you, really happy to take questions, and thanks for your work.
Nice, Steve, like always, accurate and to the point. And Councillor Barnett, do you have a question?
Thanks, that was really helpful. Mitigation, I presume you're still committed, you're also committed to that, of emissions, so that we don't have the climate change problems in the first place?
Definitely, yep.
And interesting, you mentioned about storm water. I think Nicole, or one of the person also, she mentioned that how we need to be looking at as part of this coastal management plan. And interesting, you...
It does say it in the plan. It doesn't say that it's specific, but it should be considered.
Councillor Chang.
Thanks very much, Steve. I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to ask you about the fact that the road is actually higher than the adjoining building. I've worked in infrastructure for a long time. We never have that. So is the reason for that because the road has actually been built up over time, so that when they resurface it, they don't actually take the surface off, and so they just put another layer on top? Is that the reason?
Ray, I'm hoping you can tell me that. I could not tell you the history why it is, but if you go there and look down the road, you can see the height difference. And I've even looking down Bay Road, I think there's the difference as well, where there is the flooding at the northern end of Bay Road. So I think it's historical and just not that long-term view, and probably a cost issue about managing the process.
Have you had council officers talking to you about this, about the situation?
I've spoken with Ruler and the need that we will probably get the stormwater engineer, have a specific meeting with our executive committee, because we know it's going to be an ongoing issue and how do we manage it. But we haven't had anyone specifically come and address the reality of living on the flat in Kuberi.
Okay,
cool. Thank you so much, and really appreciate your submission. And next on line is Jude Hatt from Island Bay Marine Education Centre, ICA, the Marine House, the Bait House.
Before I start my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the input of Mana Whenua. Their kaupapa of education and inclusiveness is what caring about our coast is all about. I'd also like to acknowledge the mahi of council officers and the hundreds of other people involved in the draft plan. Well, we were pretty shocked to be told by a council officer that we should check out the plan because the bait house was mentioned in it. Her email came the day that we'd just finished figuring out what our plans were for the future. We were going to replace several of our old aquaria, and we're about to sign a contract with a fantastic person to help with the increasing number of groups booking to take part in our marine education programs. The threat of the bait house being removed or repurposed put a stop to all this. It also put a stop to one of our major benefactors continuing to donate the necessary funds to do all the work we'd planned. The bait house has been through many storm events and earthquakes and has remained unscathed. It's a very sturdy little building built on bedrock. The sea has crashed over the roof of it many times and it still stands strong. Luckily, it's protected by the presence of Taputuranga Island, when other places like Owhiro Bay are severely impacted by storm events. Climate change will eventually mean that many structures along the coast won't be able to remain. But the data that the Wellington and Kapiti Coast Councils are relying on has been called into question by other studies. In any event, strategic placing of rocks could mean that the bait house can remain in place for many years. I'll give you a quick rundown of the history of the bait house. We've actually been welcoming people there for more years than it was used as a storage place for the local fishermen. 30 years ago, we got a grant to transform the derelict marine laboratory into an aquaculture facility in collaboration with a hapu from Foxton Beach. People were curious about what we were doing, so we created our centre. Hundreds of groups visited us. For years, we wore weird hats and went on as Dr. Shark and Mazorca, and that's us up there 30 years ago, looking a lot younger. But hey, we're still going strong. And then we were unexpectedly forced to move from the marine laboratory. Our fish were homeless. After a very worrying time, the council agreed to lease the bait house to us. It was built in 1949, so local fishermen could store their bait and fishing gear there. And that's it being built in 1949. It's in a unique spot. We're incredibly lucky. It's close to our capital city, surrounded by rock pools and a sandy beach, and it's right on the doorstep of the unexplored depths of Cook Strait. It's the perfect place to tell visitors the story of the Marine Reserve. We've been doing that from the time the reserve was first created. From 1949 until 1960, the bait house was used by local fishermen, and then in 1960 there was a major fire. It was boarded up and not used until the council leased it to us in 2004. Quite a bit of work was involved in transforming a derelict dump into a welcoming, exciting place to visit. There was no electricity, no water supply. That's it in 1990, totally derelict, no one used it. There's no water supply and it had been used by squatters for many years. There was rat poop everywhere, but that wasn't as bad as the human poop. The inside walls were completely covered with thick blocks of cork stuck in by tar or creosote. That created cool store for the bait the fishermen stored there, and that's the interior before we started working on it with all the cork stuck to the walls. We basically had to rebuild the building. We were doing everything ourselves, just the two of us, working many hours. Then people started to notice what was happening and they wanted to help. And that's what's made the bait house a valued part of the community, something that many thousands of people feel a sense of ownership of. At the same time, we also transformed the surf club from an unused, rundown liability into a classroom and welcoming place for celebrations and workshops. It's where we meet the hundreds of school kids. There are toilets there and shelter if the weather's not good. So we kept on working at the bait house for, there's Ray Ahapeni Mercer. We co-opted Ray into helping because he walks the walk as well as talking the talk, and he turned up most weekends to help wherever he could. And he's still a friend and supporter. So when we just kept on getting it ready for, it took most of a year to get the roof on, everything. It was just a major job. But when we started getting the aquaria in, and that's our first aquarium to go in the bait house. And then a local artist did the shark sign for us, and then we had another local artist do the crab welcome mat for us. and all the tiles around the entranceway were put up by me personally in a howling southerly gale by standing on a stepladder with arms all over the place and builder's glue holding them up while they sagged down and the gale was blowing everywhere. Our crab welcome mat was in place. Our welcoming po was placed outside, and that's the water supply being linked up to the bait house. Boulders in place for the parking area, the shark sign ready to greet people, and our touch gently pool finally installed. And that's the bait house, how it's looking today, and finally open for our first open Sunday. There were quite a few people waiting for the open Sunday, and that's the first open Sunday with the crowds queued up outside. People from all over Aotearoa and all over the world. The Sundays in our booked-end education programs during the week enable us to tell stories that encourage people to want to learn how to care for what lives in our oceans. But the bait house isn't just about fish. We realised quickly that some people aren't interested in fish, so we try to reach them with art, music, history, and anything else we can. There have been many cocktail parties at the bait house, weddings too. Partying while learning seems to be a winning combination. Very early on, we realised the importance of hands-on experiences. Having an octopus reach out and touch your hand is something you don't forget in a hurry. It's an experience like this that we've found hooks people in to wanting to learn more and to care for the animals they've met at the bait house. Most people will never put their heads under the surface of the sea. Some people simply don't like getting wet. So we've tried to bring the animals to them. That's Boris, the big bad blue cod. He's an opinionated, belligerent blue cod, and he's got a very good following on Facebook from all over the world. We wanted to offer people a unique opportunity to have close-up encounters without getting wet. In this way, our animals, like Boris, like the octopuses, become ambassadors for their species. Our very first group of visitors were retired people. We really enjoyed them, and there they are wearing the silly hats we make them wear. They love visits to us because it teaches them something that a lot of them have never experienced throughout their long lives. They reminded us that no one's ever too old to learn something new. They told their friends about us, and we've had hundreds of other similar groups visit us over the years. Kindergarten children are like little sponges, soaking up all the information we can give them, and then they come back with their primary school when they graduate. Most of the groups that come to our centre are primary schools, from the far north to the deep south, and boy, are they amazing. We feel that there's real hope for our environment when we see how incredibly excited they are about what they're learning from us. They're actually what keeps us going. Every time a couple of busloads of children turn up at the centre, their excitement and enthusiasm sparks us up. It's so rewarding to see their eyes light up when they walk into the bait house. They make us feel as though we're on the right track. They make us feel more optimistic about the future of our planet and that we're in good hands. We started taking groups snorkelling on the south coast 20 years ago. Our snorkelling adventures are always booked out way in advance. We're only metres away from the sea. Snorkelers can learn heaps from enthusiastic marine biologists, and after a hot shower they can visit the bait house to meet up close the animals they saw while they were snorkelling. The bait house is only a tiny building, but it certainly packs a punch for its size. Every Sunday, rain or shine, between 150 and 300 people visit. And during the week, hundreds of people of all ages in our book groups arrived. None of this, especially our open Sundays, would be possible without our amazing, knowledgeable and friendly volunteers. We've got hundreds of them over the years that have helped us out. They're our lifeblood. Visitors say that a visit to the bait house is exciting, but that our volunteers make it memorable. Our main hope for the future is that the children who come to visit the bait house will learn more about the life in our seas and how to take care of it. They will learn more than their parents do.
Thank you. If you can summarise it.
Oh, right, yeah, just finishing then. But we need the bait house to make all this happen. We pay the City Council a facility use fee and a maintenance fee for the bait house and surf club, and we no longer receive any financial support from the council. We're not a liability. Over 750,000 people have taken part in our marine education programs and our open Sundays at the bait house so far. Our only form of advertising is word of mouth. We're not ready to give up. We feel that the bait house falls into the category of, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Thank you everyone for the opportunity to speak. I'm sorry I took so long.
That's all right, you did.
Thank you,
You spend
Ray.
a lot of time in doing it, so that's why I allowed you to finish as well. And thank you for your generosity in sharing what you know and what you care about. What is your current lease terms looks like?
Our current, sorry?
The lease term,
Our lease terms, we're on a month-to-month lease. We have no security of tenure.
For how long is that?
I think it's been maybe 2 years now.
Okay.
I think it was since the building was pronounced earthquake prone. And even though we've found that it is actually reinforced, because we've done a lot of work on the building, as you saw, the engineers from the City Council said it's actually not reinforced. So we are differing in opinions about that.
Are you trying to engage with council officers beyond submission as well, and what that looks like?
We haven't really spoken to any council officers about what is happening in the future. We're in daily contact with them. They're not daily contact, but they're fantastic. And we talk to them, but not really about the future and not trying to obtain a lease. We just don't know where we are.
Cool. Thank you so much for your submission and have a good time.
Thank you.
Great. And
solid concrete, and it is reinforced, at least in parts, from what we've seen. Yeah, and it's on bedrock, so it's really solid.
thank you, Judy. Have a good day.
Thank
Is
you,
that
everyone.
Rob Deacon? Last not least, Rob Deacon.
Kia ora koutou, ko Rob Deacon aho. I'm an Island Bay resident of 13 years. I've been a member of the tennis club at Rangimarie at Trilithic Park for probably 12 years, and a member of the Mornington Golf Club for the last sort of 3.5 years. And I found myself a committee member on both of those clubs. I'm also probably the only person you're going to speak to today who has been hit by a golf ball, know how much it's hurt, and that was as a result of not being able to see where the ball was coming from, because I was in a blind spot, and had the ball been 30 centimetres higher, it would have caused, loss of teeth, potential concussion, damage to an eye. And if I'd been travelling towards that ball at 30 kilometres an hour, if I was on a bike, the damage would have been a lot worse. So if we move to the next slide, you'll see that I can't accept the current proposed design for the track, and it's mainly on those grounds of health and safety. And I'll work through those in the next slide, what those concerns are. But I do think there are opportunities to get a track in there. I think it just needs a better design, a better conversation with the users of the space, and a little bit more thought into what is possible. So next slide, please. So my key concerns really have been talked a little bit about already. So there are several blind spots along the proposed route, which you'll see there marked in the red, blue and yellow boxes. I know that's already been gone through in some detail already. I think the other key issue for me is that there is a lot of use of the space already by walkers, dog walkers, people just coming through the space. And that happens safely at the moment because those walkers are enabled to, they use informal pathways that keep them off the fairways. They find their own way through the ridges and the woodlands. So they're very well enabled to keep out of the way of golfers and golf balls and frisbees. If we put a track in along the proposed route, it's really going to default people's behaviour to using that pathway that takes them through what we consider to be an unsafe environment. So it's the proposed route really doesn't seem to account for existing behaviours of users, both golfers and walkers and dog walkers, and consider how the space is currently being used. I think the other big concern I got was that if you're a cyclist on a track, you're not really paying attention to too much other than staying on the track. And as a cyclist myself, I know if I get distracted for half a second and lift my head up, you know, I'm off the track pretty quickly. So even if I was to hear the warning of a shout of a four, the ball's coming, if I were to look up, I'd be distracted, you know, and I'd probably end up off the track even if I wasn't hit by the ball. I think the other big concern I'd got with the proposal is that it talks around having an accessible route for wheelchairs and mobility aids. And I'm not quite certain what evasive action people in wheelchairs or mobility aids would be able to take either. You know, at least if you're a pedestrian, you can get out of the way pretty quickly. But if it's been proposed as an accessible route as well, I've got concerns over that. So overall, I don't think there's been enough consideration of the health and safety issues with the proposed route. I contacted officers ahead of this to put in an official information request to see if I could look at health and safety assessments or risk assessments for the route. None have been undertaken. And I've looked at the multi-criteria analysis, and within that, there's no consideration of health and safety, and there seems to be a misunderstanding of golfers' concerns around what line of sight is and isn't. So I think the route that's been proposed is really being given at the moment preference to the quickest and easiest option in terms of construction, but probably not the best route overall in terms of health and safety and in terms of impact on current users. So next slide, please. I think there are a few other options, and one of those was looked at in terms of the multi-criteria analysis that you can see there as the alternate route. So that purple line was proposed as a route, and I'm not certain why it was turned down, but it also provides options for terminating the route earlier, so you don't need to go all the way down through to the skate park. So it would come around the contours of the hill, and it could terminate behind the 13th tee. And if you were to exit at that point, you've then got good access to a safe road crossing that would bring you to tracks that connect to the southern walkway. If you go along the top of the park there, connect to the golf course on the other side of the highway. If you were to come down to the next yellow circle, there's an existing gate there, so you wouldn't really need to get that accessibility between the two sites. You wouldn't need to build all the way down to the skate park. And I think the chap who spoke from Berrenport School was suggesting something similar, is that would be a much safer route, and it would bring you around to.
I've just given you actually 2 more minutes, and now you need to wrap up. We don't have any more time.
Okay, next slide then. Yeah, just alternative routes. So on to the final slide, please.
Yep.
Yeah, so to me, I think there are options there for a good route. I don't think the existing users have been properly consulted with it, and I think if we were to get together to discuss this, you know, we could probably land on a safer, more useful route that meets a wider range of user needs.
Yep, thank you so much, and we really appreciate your time and your knowledge and sharing on this, and well noted. Thank you. And next, we do have, what is next? Oh, please welcome James Roberts to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce Tātou Ki Uta Coastal Reserves Management Plan, Coastal Reserves Classifications, and Martin Lucky Park to Island Bay Shared Use Trail oral submissions for your consideration, taken as read and heard. I'd also just like to introduce some mana whenua representatives who are here today and introduce and allow them to come to the table for comment. Lee Rauhina August from Taranaki Whānui and Hanita Dinsdale from Ngāti Toa. You're welcome to come and speak to us.
Kia ora and welcome.
Ai, kia ora mai tātai.
E nā mihi atu ki a tātou ki tēnei kaupapa, a tātou ki uta, kia whakanuia. Kia koe e te hiamana, me tō tira, tēnei te mihi. Kia koutou katoa, mō tēnei rā nui. Nō reira tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora mai koutou, and thank you for allowing us the chance to speak. On behalf of Taranaki Wānui and Ngāti Toa Rangatira, to you, Mr Chair, and to your group, thank you for allowing us to sit through the hearings today and for the work that's been done in partnership with yourselves as the Konihira. I really want to acknowledge Paul and his team, and just to say that this has been a really awesome experience to be able to work on this, to bring our values together and to be able to hear the concerns and the thoughts of our community. So thank you again for allowing us to be here, and in partnership with you, we're really, really proud of the work that's been done on tātou ki uta. Nō reira tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your patience and sharing the time and the knowledge with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Now, is there a mover for the motion? Does anyone have a question before we move to debate? Councillor Chang.
Question for James. Listen very carefully to the speakers today, and I'm not actually sure what the parameters of the coastal reserves plan is. Like, we had speakers from talking about different things. So does it actually include everything in those suburbs as well, and not just the coast?
I guess my comment would be all of those submissions are relevant and feedback for the Coastal Reserves Management Plan and the other two papers that we were consulting on. So yes, the answer, all of them are relevant, yes.
Okay. I was thinking specifically of the KRL one, and so would we consider Kilburnie and that area being on the coast simply because it's quite skinny and it's close to the coast?
I think Mr Walters spoke to elements that are relevant to the coastline, and particularly the management of water and climate change issues around the sea front, Huatapara. So I think, yeah, that was relevant.
Okay, so if we want to look at that problem that he's got, does that come in under this? It comes in under...
in terms of which area of council would potentially solve that problem?
Where he's got the problems with the stormwater and the flooding. So would that, do we try and resolve that under the Coastal Reserves Plan?
I think the submission provides us with information for us, someone in council to go and have a look and investigate what the issue is there. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Paul, do you want to add anything, or are you fine?
I just thought I could add to what James was saying. I think the nature of this plan, council, is that it's quite a bit different from a lot of our other management plans. It obviously focuses very much on our coastal reserves, but as everyone's heard through submissions today, there's a huge amount of interest in our marine environment, the intertidal zone, our road reserve that adjoins many of those reserve lands. So it's probably the nature of the submissions today, some of them are probably out of scope in terms of what this plan can hope to achieve, but I think it does, for councillors, very much raise in your mind some of the challenges that coastal zone faces from erosion. And I think, you know, there isn't a lot of money tagged to this plan, and some of those other more costly infrastructure issues, particularly around stormwater, need to be dealt through asset management plans and other planning instruments.
Cool, thank you. Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor O'Neill. Yep, seconded. Any debate? Well, I just want to say a few things, and first I would like to ask request officers one to organize a visit for a member of this panel to go and see, especially around the coastal line and specifically around the Red Rocks, so we can have a bit of understanding exactly what's happening there. The decision we are about to make is really big, and we need to really know what kind of decision we're making. The second one is just I have heard from a couple of people regards to the option analysis. Would be good to get from the project manager regards to that trail track that's going through the golf club. And if you can share that option analysis paper with the panel. And the third point is would be good to get to some of the action points when you come back with the paper, a high level cost of new plan, what it looks like, because it's my understanding most of those action plans, it's not much money allocated to it. And even if it's allocated, it would be good to know how much is where and what that looks like financially when we make a decision. Again, as part of the health and safety assessment to be included again for the proposal that goes through the golf club as well, because today that comes through really big time. Some of the question, there is a bit of historical questions to it, and a good example would be Colin, how he raised it, and I have read through in the paper, in the coastal management paper, a reference to history, and that would be good to know, to back it sometimes with some of the evidence, whatever we have. History can be who's telling you and bio, but just at least having a context will be very helpful, and getting a reference to whatever we say in the paper. Yeah, I think we will have a bit of a discussion regards to how the whole paper coming to this, but some of the decision will be under the regulatory process committee, and most of those regulatory process committee members are not here in this panel, and how they're gonna go to the video and choosing and picking which part they're gonna listen to, and that is gonna be a bit tricky as well. I think that needs to be worked around a little bit, to be honest, and that makes me a bit uncomfortable, and the way it just came together, because I'm happy with the coastal management in general, but there is a paper that's added to this that add a bit of complexity to the issue. Councillor Planet.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I just wanted to acknowledge Mana Whenaua's involvement, and I'm glad to hear that they are happy with the process and the outcome. That's very important. And I just also wanted to acknowledge the submitters. I've got lots of notes from today. I think we got some very, very good submissions, which is a real gift to us, and I think will really help inform our decision making. Obviously, arguments around adaptation, particularly low-cost ones, Councillor Chung, were really helpful. I loved the submission around play and how that can help us connect with nature, and the future of the bait house. Now, for those of you who don't have a long memory, this has been a very, very difficult issue over many years, and so I will be following that one up, because I think we need a solution. If we want people to care about the marine life, they need to be able to literally see it and even touch it. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's my understanding, Councillor Chang, you seconded the paper, right? Yep. Brilliant. Anyone else who want to say? Cool. In that case, let's put the motion for vote. And those of you who say yes, press 1. No, press 2. This is just only to receive the information and acknowledging. So. The motion is carried. Now we will close the meeting with. What is that? Unuhia, ki te uru tapunui, ki awatia, ki mama, te nako, te tinana, te awaroa. I te katu, ki aora, e rongo, whakateri, eke ki ronga, ki awatia, ara, kwa awatia. Thank you, whanau, and great.
Oh, yeah,